Let's see what's going on here. Gonna get my reading glasses going. Woo, woo, woo. What up, what up? What's the deal? What's the deal? Let's get your asses in here. Ooh. Right. Here we go. Let's get this book up. Let's get it together, niggers. I mean, this is coming. We're going to do a book release August 6th. Look how thick this is. There's a lot of scientificals in here. A lot of scientificals. The 7 Laws of Dark Power. This is volume 2. It's coming. Self-Master. Brother Panic. There's good stuff here, boys and girls. Keep it 100. Let's pile in. Let's get down with some shit. Message. Yeah. Message. Let's go.
Oh, that's my lonely life. Your life's a fairy tale, a wish come true.
If money is your God, who's your devil? If everybody die, what make you special? I wonder if heaven got a ghetto. And I wonder if it's crowded. Okay, now I'm acting childish, but hey, don't force your religion on me. And I won't force my non-religion on you. Truth's the only thing I'm devoted to. So when my equal or disloyal to you. So Bobby, 4th album, how does it feel? Ever wonder why every artist went out of their deal? The price you pay to sell out record stores. When they say they sell their soul, it's not a metaphor.
Oh. Yeah. Yes, the book release will be in ATL. Funkadelic fella, whatever. What, nigga? That's right. You see that nigga in the back, motherfucker. We don't play around here. Be nice. It's nice today. Relax, nigga. You keep that goat head popping. Real Billy Goat Gruff right here, boy. That Billy Goat Gruff, boy. Big ups, soul. Greetings from the Caribbeans. Thank you. Greetings from Atlanta basement. What is that ill baggy in the panic pack? You mix it together, done. That's what make it whatever. Mix it, baby paw. Let's go. As we pile it up, let's go.
All of my lonely life I've been You're like a fairy tale, a wish come true.
If money is your God, who's your devil? If everybody die, what make you special? I wonder if heaven got a ghetto. And I wonder if it's crowded. Okay, now I'm acting childish, but hey, don't force your religion on me. And I won't force my non-religion on you. Truth's the only thing I'm devoted to. So am I equal or disloyal to you? So Bobby, fourth album, how does it feel? Ever wonder why every artist went out of their deal? The price you pay to sell out record stores. When they say they sell their soul, it's not a metaphor.
Where we at? Almost there. We start talking about some shit soon. Everybody a chance to come in. So I don't have to be repeating shit to the late niggers. Email. Yes, sir. Email. All right, let me do this. Getting it, guys. We're gonna talk about some of this multiverse, which I talked about in the last lecture, or the last video I did, and we're gonna talk about it a little bit more relaxed on how to access some of this energy that is absolutely present right now. This is what we doing. All right.
If money is your God, who's your devil? If everybody die, what make you special? I wonder if heaven got a ghetto. And I wonder if it's crowded. Okay, now I'm acting childish, but hey, don't force your religion on me. And I won't force my non-religion on you. Truth's the only thing I'm devoted to. So am I equal or disloyal to you? So Bob, your fourth album, how does it feel? Ever wonder why every artist went out of their deal? The price you pay.
Where we at? All right, we're getting there. We'll be there soon. We get down with the get down. All the latecomers to come. Ooh, where is this guy? Whew, where we at? All right, almost there before I feel like I should start running my mouth. Yeah. Negro Met. We got Negro Met hanging out with us today. What's that, nigga? Oh, these niggas need to study more. I agree. Negro Met says y'all need to study more. All right, let's go. I'll get my reading joints on so I can see what y'all saying. Get some shout outs. Message. What up? Say what up to Negro Met. I'm glad you like that Wizard of Oz, King Joe. That was one of my favorites as well, especially since I've seen the whole chakra story, which exists there. But it's a perfect example of when you keep doing the work and your knowledge expands, you can see the same mythology and have a whole different layered story, which is what you see in the second one, a whole different story within a story that does exist as a chakra setup. So it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite because it's one of those movies that's with us and it's a cult, and nobody's really been able to get it. They get it because actually it's a 3-level story because it talks about the Tin Man, or the Straw Man, and how they make you an empty vessel for American corporations and so on and so forth from a Moorish perspective. And you'll hear more Moors like Dr. LeemLBay.com talk about it. You know what I'm saying? The straw man aspect of that movie. So it's very occult, very layered. And that's one of my favorite ones. If you haven't seen it, you need to see it just for the science. You know what I'm saying? It's very good. Greetings from hell, Shadow King. Just what layer of hell you are in tells the story. Yeah, no. Beetlejuice is in effect. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. That is the key. That is a ancient light that got spreaded around.
Message.
It spreads
Message.
like a bacteria,
Message.
i.e., why they had you. Let me cut the phone
Message.
down now.
Message.
You know, my brothers and sisters are taking care of me. Thank you guys. I already feeling the Cash App love. And, you know, that goes a long way around here. I promise you it does.
Message.
All right. Where we at? This is one of my... I think this is... I can't do it. All right. 1 second. Appreciate the love. Where we at? Okay, we about to start soon. We there. I like that number. We're at 400 and something people. All right. Hashim N. Thank you, Jason, Danielle, Chris, Buddha, Camry, Nat Turner. You know what I'm saying? Bakari. Okay. Appreciate it, guys. This is one of my favorite remixes. Tell me what you think on this. All right. I'm live right now on YouTube. Let me tell my mans. I'm live on YouTube now. All right, they like to show up. What up? Ashe. What? Hold on. Negro Met says, save your money now for the book signing on August 9th. Like I said, I'm going to have a flyer soon for you guys. Let me give you the info for those who are writing this down, because the info is there already. So we need to get it right there. Yeah. Hold on. Katie gave this to me. All right. So it's going to be at a place called 5380 Studios. 5380 Studios. And of course, that address is message. All right, let me turn this down a little bit. That address, of course, is 5380 East Mountain Street. So 5380 East Mountain Street, Stone Mountain, GA 30083. And 5380studios.com to find out any information that you need about the location, separate from what we're doing there. If there's something you would need, you can go to their website or see where you're going to be at when you decide to show up. 5380 East Mountain Street, Stone Mountain, GA 30087 on August 6th. Saturday, August 6th, there are plenty of hotels if you want to do an overnight nearby. Atlanta Evergreen Marriott, Stone Mountain Inn, Country Inn Suites by Radisson, Holiday Inn Express, Bed and Breakfast nearby, Stone Mountain Matter. Parking, fine for the location. And then they have other places in the area you could park that are legal and free. So Saturday, August 6th, I'll be doing a book signing, and it'll be the official release of the book. And after that, it'll be available on the website. At this point, it is not. All right, where we're at. I guess I'm going to wear my reading glasses. Feels like a reading glasses day. What's up, Jay Jones? Get back to the Beetlejuice explanation. You need to get your ass on YouTube, where I've been explaining this shit over fucking 30 hours of Beetlejuice, the explanation. Microwave ass conscious. What? Okay, you said go slow. Beetlejuice is a star or a sun that is located in the Orion constellation. It will be located near his shoulder. It started to supernova quite some time and did its thing in 2019 coming into 2020, corresponding with what they was telling you was the coronavirus. Ultimately, in the pyramid text, which I decoded, and that's a part of the 18 hours we discussed it. I discussed it thoroughly with Aline when COVID came out and spoke about it ever since. So if you've been staying in touch with the lectures, which I urge you to do, you'll know this information already, or a great deal of it. It moves in a certain kind of light called phage lambda. And this phage lambda light, the Kamites or the Egyptians looked at it as let me cut this down. The Kamites or the Egyptians looked at that light as an ancient ancestor and knew it to be the light for transformation in the death phase. Here, while you're awake, it works towards your consciousness. So the light that you're looking for is truly phage lambda. You're building that up to connect with the cosmic aspect of it. And it is what helps in your evolution from the human body to the quantum body. And that's what we're talking about. This quantum world, this quantum leap. And this particular light moves in the form of bacteria. So at the same time, once this Beetlejuice has supernovaed, the Egyptians, as I broke down, talked about this and said that when a tomb sneezes, Shu, which is wind, carries or that sneeze is carried along the breath of Shu. So that is a way of explaining it through mythology. Now, science explains this as a tomb sneeze is actually a supernova or a super explosion that gives birth to many other universes because of the raw material in this ancient light, and is towards the closer to the Sirius star system called phage lambda. And when it hits the people, it's the transformative light from the original source that could bring your ass home only if you cultivated the light within you. And that's even questionable because even Bobby Hemmett believed even if you weren't conscious in the classic sense, you still have this birthright. And I tend to believe that as well. You have this birthright because you have gone through the Holocaust just like anybody else. You are in hell just like the person who is conscious. You went through it. So y'all knowing this shit doesn't mean nothing. We had a big argument about it with a group of idiots. And the first thing he said was ODB. One of the shamanistic masters that showed up on planet Earth, you understand what I'm saying, was not a god. Why is ODB not a god according to this motherfucking ass clown? Well, this motherfucking ass clown said because he didn't know what Bobby Hemmett lectures were or Phil Valentine lectures were. And he's saying this now. Bobby Hemmett is present, not saying nothing. So one of my boys said, let's get this. Well, first of all, he said, I'm the Osiris of this shit. I.e., he claimed that he was God. And that's enough. You don't need these lectures. You have to at least know and have the confidence in you that there is something greater attached to what it is you are, as opposed to some human trying to learn. You need to start switching your consciousness from learning to understanding that it's in you and you already know. And you study this not to learn. You study this to realize that which dwells within. You study this to realize that which dwells within, i.e., by extension, you don't need a man or a woman to make you conscious to save your life. You can use other men and women for information purposes, but they are not the ones that can hold your hands and make you do the actual inner work that you personally need based upon your personal life experience and your personal purpose or path. They can't walk that path for you. So this alone, if a nigga's telling you he's the incarnate God, is a bunch of ass. What? I see. Okay. It's a bunch of clown shoes, Negro Met says. It's a bunch of clown shoes. Because they cannot do it. They even told you in the Matrix. I can show you all the doors. Fuck that. They told you in cowboy movies, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Every person sitting before you, speaking on this level, should be leading you to water, but it's still on you to drink. And people are opposed and have been opposed because I had this message since I came into existence. I'm not the only one. The real teachers were doing the same old thing. And that's where I got the integrity from. The integrity. Once they monetized YouTube, integrity went out the window. Niggas are doing any old kind of thing for attention. Bringing out the gossip in you. Bringing out that human, lower, Wendy Williams ass shit in you. Because you have the duality. Stop lying. You watch Jerry Springer when niggas was getting smacked over. Even though you'll read good shit. It's in you. So what are they enhancing? The integrity comes if no matter if I watch Jerry Springer, Wendy Williams, Loving Hip Hop, and all the rest of that shit, when I sit in front of you, I need to show you the integrity of what is deemed a little bit more intelligent than those lower human aspects. We are having a human experience. You just got to know where it belongs and know what the work is. Doesn't mean you can't go eat a jelly sandwich if you so choose. It just means you understand the difference between a jelly sandwich and the spiritual work that gets you beyond this goddamn place. So the lines get blurred when a man or a woman speaks as if they know something you don't know. Your first indication if they don't give you any books, because where the fuck are they getting it from? And if they say, I never looked at a book, I remembered, and I'm getting it, then why the fuck you can't do the same thing then? Why can't you do what they're doing if they say that they're not reading? But let's be real and reasonable. If a nigga sit there and tell you cancer vibrates at this frequency and health vibrates at this frequency, megahertz, this and that, nobody ain't remember that shit. That's from some study. And as long as you can read, you need no other motherfucker on the planet. And that's a fact. He cosigns. Negromet cosigns. It's a fact. As long as you can read, you don't need anybody. So this Beetlejuice energy, the scientists say once they correspond the sneeze of a tomb with a supernova, and the breath of Shu that brings this light cosmically, and believe you me, it's no vast universe out there that's so deep and endless with 1,000 stars. That's bullshit. NASA made up religious shit to give you a hope that there's an unending reality that you can never master or conquer, when the Kamites told you the universe is mental, meaning the universe is in your head. And to control the universe, you must control your mind, because the mind is all. And then you let these white men tell you there's more fucking suns than there is sands on this planet, that they put in these telescopes that sees past the universe. Get the fuck. What technology in a fucking telescope is going to see that far and take fucking pictures and send them back to you? They're saying they tracking stars that have been traveling thousands of years at light speed. What technology do they have to catch up with that? Because it's not real. It's a fucking show. Religion are for those who have a disposition of belief. NASA is for those who want to believe in scholarship. So they tell you evolution and simulation. First, it contradicts. If it's evolution and we're random, what it psychologically tells you is we mean nothing. We just show up. So I guess the best thing we could do is focus on humanity, because there's nothing else. This is all luck. Then when this weird shit started happening about Mandela effects, and then everyone's talking flat earth, which actually challenges NASA, because everyone who believes is going to say God is doing it. God is changing it. So you don't have to worry about them. You have to worry about the thinkers. Mary had a little lamb. Now she has, now the fleece is different. Those people need an explanation. So then you had Neil deGrasse Tyson, the poster, the Illuminati Masonic poster boy for the bullshit, which is black. So you really want to believe them niggas? Huh? What? Oh, he said don't believe anything that fucking agent says. Thank you, Negro Matt. Don't believe shit. He's bullshitting you. I've seen him quote in his quantum physics Sumerian mythology. Let me get this straight. If your quantum physics rocket scientist ass is having science that's constantly unfolding by new discoveries, why are you referencing nigga mythology? So what are you saying? Niggas had this understanding that you are in their face telling them is unfolding? As you're telling us about all this quantum shit, you're referencing Sumerian mythology? Half the names that NASA uses today is in the same Dogon symbology. Some of the same symbols for black holes, waves and particles, the quantum world, stars, and all of these things I'm missing. You can get in the book, something Stratton, Signs and Symbols of the Dogon, where they show a side-by-side comparison of what NASA uses and what the Dogon uses, which he pulled from a book called The Pale Fox. And it's the same from an agency that's supposed to be cutting edge and figuring shit out now in this moment. As we watch the History Channel and they bullshit us about aliens, but show you where black people live today and has always lived in all the ancient monuments that can't be explained. They tried to bullshit you like it was 7 wonders, but as the world got smaller because of the internet, and you see there's a grand slew of wonders in the ancient world that can't be explained. Runways and such, I guess it got to be aliens because we refuse to say it's you, nigga. They cannot, because they may activate something ancient in you and it's their demise. But I'm here to tell you now, it's your choice. It's your choice. Stop bullshitting with yourself, son. It's your choice. That choice happens when you cultivate what's in your mind. Ironically, the age we just came out of, the shit that you know, where you call this place the absolute hell, we're just moving to another layer in Dante's Inferno, and that's called the Golden Age. And it's accessed through your thoughts. And mind you, it was always accessed through your thoughts. The difference between then and now is how powerful your thoughts will act and react. And if you have let's just for now, and we'll define it, negative disposition and agenda, we're going to see the results. In fact, we have been seeing the results. If you have a positive overall disposition, getting the hate out your heart, the malice out your heart, getting beyond it, then you will reap the benefits physically that you desire, because your thoughts will be made manifest quicker. So that's why you see Wendy Williams fucked up. That's why you see the entire monetized YouTube Hotep niggerometry fucked up right now. Because what was in their hearts, whether even if they started out with some form of integrity, no longer exists. Drunk on the following. I totally get it now. Bobby Hemmett spent so much time as we talk explaining how this speaking shit, and when black people choose to become disciples of your work, you could get sucked in. Sucked in. And he knew. Well, I'm assuming he knew why he spent a little time on me as we talked for many years about it, you know, just about consciousness and the things we did. I think he felt something that wasn't my disposition. I wasn't that petty. I don't really need people to tell me how wonderful I am, because without your monkey asses, I already felt wonderful. Already had wonderful money, already had a wonderful woman life, wonderful shit I wanted. I didn't need somebody to tell me, oh, you're special, oh, you're deep. I need for you to be deep. And that's the goal. And that's always been the goal. And if you watch Bobby Hemmett closely, that's always been his goal, to inform, and he's gone. And I'm sure that'll be the story of me, because it ain't about him and it ain't about me and it ain't about the lecturer. But when they make it about them, they stepping on some very big energy toes. And in this day and age, it's coming. You are now seeing and witnessing the end of your Holocaust. You see everything is collapsing. This is by design. This is the moment you've been waiting for, nigga. But if you sit back and think the same stupidity, the same loving hip-hop ass thoughts, the same we gotta kill a white man thoughts, you're beyond him. Take your mind off of him. Because what you could see is his nature in this particular golden age will be very harmful to him. So he'll do it to himself. We don't have to do nothing. There's a war on consciousness because it's the most dangerous thing on this planet, especially now. The hope is they'll give you a Kamala Harris. You wish that she runs for president in the next, whenever it's time. They'll give you a black justice named Kenji. Hi, Kenji. How you do? Kenji eats sunflower seeds, nigga. Kenji eats pumpkin seeds, nigga. So when you hear that shit, you think something happened. And then you hear all the little Negro women commentators, we have, and we've worked so hard, and finally we are in this. You ain't did shit, monkey. You ain't did shit, monkey. But it's a psychological warfare of making you believe that you have made progress when nothing has happened. And they're in a position now to try to appease you with this illusionary forms of progress, only so you don't feel there is something else missing in you. And when you feel something else is missing, that is what leads you to spirituality. When you see things, yeah, Kenji, you see things as worthless, no matter what it is. And then you start hearing this information in sporadic things, and it really piques your interest. So as we call those babies, you're just being born and you're smelling this new food, this delicious energy. But then you run into some swindlers. You run into some motherfuckers who know you are a baby, who uses the techniques that have been used on them in terms of manipulation. I would say Pimpin' 101, but it falls under that category. A pimp is nothing but a reaction to the same mind control that's been given on him to first abuse you, then keep the abuse going. So you abuse your slaves, you make them think they're nothing. By the time they're free, they're abusing each other. It was really scientific for you to beat your kids. Who the fuck beats their kids now? Who the fuck even thinks that works? It works for the parent in the moment. But the kid hasn't learned nothing. He's just beat. That's not our shit. But what needs to happen is that abuse. And then when you can't beat, we've been abusing each other for so long. The verbal and emotional abuses. My nephew is a blind fucking drunk. And my sister never once put her hand on him. But all them talks where she stands right over him. What did you do? Why did you do it? Did you feel like you did? With that look, that nigga was terrified. Looking up. All of that, whenever you looking up, it's hitting your subconscious. That's why they put billboards up high and big for them to hit your subconscious. It's bigger than you, it hits your subconscious. So when you're looking up at your mom's and she's looking down and you know better. And I'm so disappointed. And this shit makes me upset. What are you going to do now? What did that mean? Da, 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 da. Why you think you're being more intelligent because you're not beating them, but you are beating them. This abuse is handed down. So when you walk out the door hating your mother, you're either a blind fucking fallout, piss on yourself, wake up with your stomach pumped in a hospital nephew, like I have, or you turn that hate into what you call a pimp. You got to hate a woman to do that. That's why you hear later all of these stories about kicking them in the ribs, beating them, spitting on them, talking to them any kind of way, because you hate them. You hate them. And that's the legacy that they needed to leave with you, because you can't get anywhere with that mentality. You can't get anywhere. And what I see is all these niggas willing to talk this hot, I'm smart shit, but having dealt with self. You owe abused ass niggas. Half the niggas are conscious because they were abused. That's a reality check. All Charles Manson's people were abused. And he said it. Go back and watch the statements he made when he first got arrested. They're not as cuckoo or pretend cuckoo, whichever one it is. And he's saying absolutely clearly, you're the ones who send me these kids. Where'd you get them from? From you. You made them. You sent them to me with what you did at home. Charles Manson used to say that. Why do you think the pimp has the reputation for hanging out at bus stops? Because what he's looking for is either the person, the young girl who came out here to be a star, or ran away from home because of the abuse. He systematically gives her warmth and comfort while he's talking about, well, what happened at home. And then he becomes the personification of what they're trying to please. All these beta boys are nothing but the product of their most likely abusive father, or a mother who hates the father and take it out on the son, made him a bitch. Not necessarily gay, but a bitch, easily manipulated from another man. Feminized him. In fact, that's in the Willie Lynch letter. To save your son, you wouldn't want to make him a man in that time. Because if he's a man and he gets whipped, he's going to protest and get killed, according to the mother's psyche. So they would make them betas and bitches to listen. That's also another trait from your Holocaust. And these mentalities are designed to keep you back now. It's not really, it's also designed for our domestic scenario of self-hate and black on black crime physically. But if there is in your heart a vengeance, a hate, a jungle-like mentality, a do it to them before they do it to you mentality, about the hustle mentality, a come up mentality, an economic ass kicking will show them mentality. Those things don't exist other than here. So if you have any of that, even if it's a positive aspect of trying to be rich and successful in a savage mentality, then you're in a savage reality, then you're participating in it. You are a participant in it. Your true goal is to be trying to, I don't know how, I'm just one person. But your true goal should be ultimately how to fucking break this shit down. Now, I'm not stupid. I get you need to survive here. But what you're talking, I don't really want to thrive here. I just want to make it where I'm comfortable and the human body isn't suffering. And there's something I can rely on. You understand? So I'm not stupid, and we all need that, clearly. But there's a zeal or an excitement about it. 21 laws of this and 48 ways to get this and think and grow rich. That mentality. You see if it works for you. I can't see how. I'm talking about it can physically work because people have made it physically work. But I cannot see how you can balance this out with the spiritual evolution that's truly happening if you're in that mix. You got to get into that mix with just exclaiming it. And that's the crazy part. The shit is simple. See, we've learned in public school to learn something takes a routine, takes a opening a book and studying and busting your ass, writing notes and all of that. And to learn something here, that's what it takes. But what we're trying to cultivate is something we didn't learn here. It's something we came here to enhance. But now, and each one of us in our individual pathways come back as a collective, and every experience comes into one understanding. So we're all chips off the old block. And those chips, it's time to go back to the block, nigga. Now there's a debate. Bobby Hemmett was of we all going. When it's over, we all going back at once. He wants this whole shit to end. The other side of it is we leave in bunches. And the next bunch off of the planet to get out are the ones who are conscious, meaning your consciousness tells the story, you're done here. Your consciousness says, okay, now that you're waking up to it, that means we're finished. Because now the things that were sleeping in us are waking up because it's time to go home. But not for all of us. Some people are here just jerking the fuck off, waiting for gossip, hoping I say something they could go ooh about. And that's a reality. You're born and raised in love and hip hop. And you need to get your shit, know what I'm saying? Yeah, she does want to hug. Hey, come here. I love you. A doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ooh. Oh, Negro Met, you're the greatest. Thank you, Negro Met. Sometimes you got to just hug and spread love to the energy that sustained me personally. Mind you, as I play and I like it, it's connected to Pan. But this shit here is still not even necessary for you. Understand that too. Because we have a religious mentality. We have a religious mentality. This is fun for me, but unnecessary for what it is you do. This does not sit in a chair when I close my eyes and get into the whatever zone I'm trying to get into. I am even harder with this because now I am developing the Psychomancy class. And as I'm reading through the Psychomancy information again, goddamn. As I pointed out earlier with the Wizard of Oz, you can see one thing, but when your consciousness grows, another. So I read Psychomancy, shit we looking at 10 to 12 years ago. No, actually longer. Because I've been out here with Khadijah for 13 years. I think we're about to go on 14 years with in May, which is coming up, 25th. And with that being said, when I read it again, oh goddamn, this is going to be a fire ass class. I know and retain and do some of the technique, but understanding because I now have experience doing some of these techniques in class form, this is going to be an ass kicker. When I announce the Psychomancy classes, fucking do it. It is going to be the shit. It is conducive. It is conducive to what's happening now with the multiverse, the golden age, and the multiverse is nothing but a code for quantum wave reality or data, as I pointed out, that you can access. So you can access the visionary you because it exists within your DNA. So whatever successful you, whatever comfortable you, whatever healthy or at peace you that you choose to dream about, just through meditation, you can start to line yourself up with that multiverse version of you. Again, one of the movies to watch now is Everything, Everywhere, All the Time. What's the name of it? Let me get it right. I have it here. All right. So it is called Everything, Everywhere. Oh, this shit, man. Get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. All right. It's called Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. There you go. I should have just asked y'all. I wasn't going through all that bullshit. And it is absolutely about the multiverse. It is very close to the one in terms of the concept. But you're hearing this multiverse concept come up a lot. You ever notice how you hear trends on YouTube? It'll be simulation, then it'll be flat earth, then it'll be this. That's because YouTube is now doing, what do they call that? Damage control, because these things are coming up. These things are absolutely coming into play now. There was a lot of shift. That simulation was a multiverse shift. It was a consciousness shift, so that's why things changed. We were going into the golden age when all of that Mandela shit was happening. What they did was inundate you with fake Mandela shit, so you didn't know what was what. Real keen now. Real cool. Shit in New York, wars in New York with Germans or some shit. I'm from New York. We ain't never talked about that shit in no context. Know what I'm saying? All that shit that was going on. I think Ellis Island which was separate from the Statue of Liberty. That's something I remember. Certain people don't remember that. I think that's something that would confuse people, and shit like that was out. I think but then that's what they say the Mandela's effect is. But then maybe they want to tell you that because now you question what you remember, because they'll say, well, you may remember it that way, that one. But so there were certain contradictions that were so stupid. So yet again, if I was the new guy, the baby in my consciousness, you understand what I'm saying? Right, and then there's Spider-Man, and then there's Doctor Strange. All this multiverse shit. Flash TV version of DC Flash was dealing with the multiverse. Legends was dealing with multiverse shit. So Marvel had to get in on the multiverse shit because that's the shit. Stan Lee, which is their god of Marvel, had more of a kinship with Spider-Man. Everyone always felt, myself included, when I read the comic books as a child, that somehow Stan Lee had a connection to Peter Parker. Something about that character was perhaps close to what Stan Lee was. So when they said Spider-Man into the multiverse, corresponding at the same time of the death of Stan Lee, what they're hoping as this fake matrix, they can start to manipulate certain realities as they move on, because they cannot get into the quantum world without the genetic work. And the genetic work takes millions of years. Now, this is why you should puff up your chest, because you are already of the lineage of something that's been here doing this work through many ages, and this is our shop. But there's a time within our thoughts when the Kali Yuga came in that we brung an entity on this planet that destroyed it. I don't really even need to say more. Destroyed it. Cats, gnats, rats, bees, and fleas hate that motherfucker. And that was due to our thinking and the negativity made manifest into an entity. That entity is in a place of transformation, so has the ability, but really, they only got up to the level of recycling. So if they make it here, they know that they cannot move beyond. And I explained this in How to Die and Not Come Back, that there's a series of transformations that happen in the DNA on your path into the quantum world, but ultimately you're turning into what they call the Osiris body. You're becoming the body of Osiris. Now you're the body of human beings. So within this transformation period, as you're dead and it's happening to your DNA, there may be a conflict. That conflict is represented as Seth and your pull or magnetic pull in the DNA back to humanity versus your pull towards consciousness, which is represented as Horus. So Horus and Seth fighting in their war is humanity versus spirituality. Ultimately, Horus trying to redeem the father. Who's the father? Osiris. So he's trying to redeem the Osirian body or the father. So the eye of Horus must become the eye of Osiris for you to truly get out of this place. That is your quantum body. So you can make that quantum leap. Your mind has access to that world because your subconscious mind, the sleeping god, your subconscious underworld. Consciousness can be compared to a reality or an awareness of a situation. I am conscious of this. I am aware of that. I am conscious of that. I'm aware of this. Same thing. So the world, the underworld or the subconscious is the under consciousness or conscious of that world is another way of saying it. So your subconscious is the underworld, and the lord of the underworld is Osiris. Your subconscious mind is Osiris. Your conscious mind is in conflict, left brain and right brain. You're in your feminine or masculine when it's at war and not working in unison. You understand what I'm saying? It has to work in unison. That's why I told you, try to work on doing things with your left hand, starting with eating. Then wiping your ass with your left hand instead of your right. Things that you normally would do with your right hand, just start doing it with your left. Turn on faucets. You want to slowly but surely get your left hand to start balancing out with the right. Because what you do on the left hits the right brain, spirituality. That's why you'll find most left-handed people are very creative or very spiritual. Bobby Hemmett was a left-handed. One of the best guys I've seen in music, and I've seen a whole shitload, is B.O.B., and he's a lefty. You know what I'm saying? So it's because they have a lot of activity in the right brain area. So you want to up that ante and try to balance it out, because we have a lot of left brain intelligence. That's why most of us are righties. So, or in fact, the ancients used to write from left to right because reading this way, they said, also hits the right brain, i.e., stays with you spiritually. So, in the Western world, they changed it from left to right. That's why everything you read becomes an act of intellect. You get what I'm saying? And that intellect is not going to get you into the spiritual realm. So, they shut you off from the right brain and kept it at odds. When the last law of Tahuti is everything has a masculine thing in it and everything has a feminine thing in it. And that is symbolized by yin and yang. Both are in you. No one, just because you have a vagina, has the fucking copyright on being a goddess. Because you can have a vagina and be a piece of shit. You think I'm playing? Well, let's all turn on Basketball Wives right now. And you tell me what goddess you see. And if you see that they goddess just because they're black people, then you're a stupid fuck. That shit is something you have to cultivate. What? All right, Negro Baphomet said, don't call y'all stupid fuck. He said, call y'all some stupid ass fucks. If you think just because you black, you in the game, it's not enough. It's not enough. You will cultivate physical aspects of your melanin. So you draw better, your food tastes deeper, you're able to stand in the sun longer, do miraculous shit with flips and jump higher, touchdown, run faster. Is that what you want? The cultivation of your melanin happens on a spiritual level as well. It is layered. You need to understand that we are in a system, as I wrote in my first book, 3 planes of existence: physical, mental, and spiritual. So you physically have to get the book. You physically, mentally have to read the book. And then your fucking monkey ass need to become what the book is teaching. And most niggas hang out at the physical level. Just talk about it, hang out on YouTube, and swear they're smart. Some get to the book level, but they get stuck here because they don't understand or haven't worked on the right brain or understand the feminine aspect of this. Not the pussy aspect. It's not about chivalry I'm talking about. I'm talking about the feminine, the divine feminine, which exists in all of us, man or women. And you must cultivate the divine feminine because that's where the spirituality lies in you. That's why most women naturally have a great instinct and women's intuition and all the rest of that shit, because they are the personification of the feminine energy, but they too are stifled by the masculine, overbearing, patriarchal energy, which is designed to keep it off balance, i.e., why the earth is at a left tilt. It tilts left to the masculine because we are out of balance. So once I started working and cultivating right brain science, and you can easily go to Wikipedia and say attributes of the feminine, attributes of the masculine, attributes of the right brain, attributes of the left brain, and get a laundry list of things: creativity, intuition, knowing, nurturing, and all the rest of these things versus logic, mathematics, calculation, linear versus secular thought, right versus left. So most feminine are, or most women, I should say, are suffering from that as well. How many times have you heard women say, oh, I don't hang with women, I hang with more men. Women get me sick. I'm always arguing with women. You see what happens in love and hip hop when it's out of control. These bitches fighting like men. They're not handling nothing like women. You've seen Basketball Wives, Love and Hip Hop, and even the white crazy show. I was born a mafia kid. I was born in the cartel. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? You see them acting like savage men. And that's reality. This feminine movement shit It's really come down to I can do what you could do better. I can do as you can do. So women think the feminist movement is becoming boxers and football players. You know, that lady with her arm up like this. We can do it. Women, no, feminine energy is very specific. And masculine energy is very specific. So women trying to outman a man is what feminine really is, but it's not conducive to transforming a woman or feminine power. It's just putting women in the position of men and paying them as equal men. So it's really not a feminist movement, it's a vagina movement to equal up. And that's necessary too, I'm sure. But it's not you moving towards your divine feminine, and also men needs to do it. It has nothing to do with sexuality. It has everything to do with an emotional understanding that brings you to spirit. Spirituality is emotional. How are you going to think your way through spirituality? Let me say it again. How are you going to think your way through spirituality? You can't. It's a feminine attribute. And you have to touch that dot in that yin yang spot to make it hot. Oh, we gonna talk that sass, nigga. Yes, we is. So they're talking this multiverse shit because they want to take control of it. How do they take control of it? That's right, Nia. Check. How do they take control of it? They take control of it by showing you and programming you with movies. I broke that down with Avatar. What they do is show you a movie, and because you have what they call suspension of disbelief, you go into each movie already shutting down your conscious logical thought, and you receive it directly in the subconscious. You want to believe. Go on, Neo. You can fly, nigga. Oh, you can fly, Neo. Or I fly with you, that Avatar shit. So what you've seen in the planet afterwards, corresponding with the movie, was the destruction of Haiti. Bill Clinton was supposed to go over there, while also Wyclef Jean, a native son of Haiti, was supposed to go over there, and Clinton got whatever the name of the role was over Wyclef Jean. This corresponded and was accepted without riot or protest because you already seen it and you already believed it in Avatar. When you had the young guy who was supposed to marry the girl, Jake Scully comes, fucks her, and then he eventually submits. I will fly with you. I still owe y'all a breakdown of that. I may do it soon, where it's a little bit deeper than that. But I will fly with you. So you have Wyclef Jean representing that guy submitting as a native son of Haiti to Jake Scully, which represented Clinton. When I broke all this down, all that shit broke down. That's how we fight. Don't let nobody ever tell you a conscious nigga got on the train, gassed it, and shot niggas up. That ain't never been consciousness. Unnecessary. Ain't nobody here talking about doing nothing physical. That's weak shit to me. What we are is beyond this, and that's where our focus should be, because you'll find how easy this dissipates. Because soon as this shit shifted, you started seeing what started happening. It's dissipating now. Niggas just trying to figure out crypto. You went to the store, they already practiced on you what they were trying to do because they know it's over. and to shut down the physical money situation, the fiat money that you go hand to hand with, all they do is stop giving change. You go to the store and say, we ain't got no change. We ain't got no change. We only accept credit. We ain't got no change. And just like that, all they got to do is turn that up. I mean, there's no more fiat money. So they know how to turn it on, turn it off, because they are the ones who invented it. It's not hard. But you got to understand they're shifting this way because they know what I'm telling you. They know what I'm telling you. Time is up in this shift in this. Everything moves in seasons. And you cannot be out of season. They tell you that in Fashion Week. You niggas is out of season right now. Worrying about all this crap ass niggas. That shit is going to take care of itself as you see it. Niggas is getting locked up for the bullshit. The game is over. Nobody's listening to that bullshit. It's over. The spirit is pushing niggas out of there. You abusing little girls, nigga, 20, 25, young men who seek information. You disgusting piece of fucking animal. How dare you? You got kids? You damn sure. I got kids that age. Imagine, when I see my daughters. Imagine my fucking daughter standing in allegiance to some fucking monkey. You gotta look at it that way. It's not just funny shit. They numbed you to that shit with shows like Ridiculousness, where you see people getting hit in the face with pies, sticks, falling through shit, on shit, and over shit. Oh, look at this nigga going viral with fucking fat people and toothless motherfuckers singing the national anthem. You don't see them even as human or people anymore. So when you see this real shit unfolding, this savagery unfolding in front of you, it's a fucking entertainment. Because you don't see your kids no more. See, I'm in the unique position of teaching kids that age and younger, and came to terms with the responsibility you had. When I first started, shit, oh, you love me? Show me your titties. And then it became, that's ridiculous. You love me? I love you too. I want you to do great. And even though I was looking at titties, I still wanted them to do great. But in the end, you grow to a place where you realize this is not good behavior. This is not, now I was in a position where responsibility was the order of the day. Fucking 5 chicks cooperatively while they all went crystal shopping and Mitchell and Matt. That was cool. When I was into that witchcraft shit, I had a team or a coven. That ain't nothing. I'm just stupid enough to pretend that they're my wives. Fucking in the land of make-believe. No, we fucked. Just like, but without abuse. And even then I walked away because all it did was enhance my ego or humanity. It's time to grow up. What the fuck are you want? It's time to grow up. You got these little kids working out your issues through your fucking abuse. Time out for that shit. Time out for misinformation. Time out for likes and monetizing and saying whatever, for controversy, clickbait, and leading people down a path of nowhere. People come with honesty in their heart. I have more counseling sessions, and now I do consultations with Khadijah. That's what you want. We're getting it in with that. Go to her website to sign up. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Go to Samedi Readings, SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Not only to see her classes, her readings, and what she's offered, but look for the consultations with Khadijah and myself. Don't go to my site for consultations, her site for the joint consultations. And let me tell you, we're getting it in there. And doing that for so long, you see the people who come to us with honesty, they come to us humble, they come to us sharing information that's personal to them without that hotep shit. You understand what I'm saying? It's time. Yeah, somebody reiterated. It's time to grow up. They come without that hotep shit, and you can only feel responsibility if your heart is correct. You can only feel that it's really a child coming to you, and you're not saying it belittling. They're just coming with the honesty of a child, which is the ingredient for transformation. You enter heaven as a child, not childish, making girls do shit to you, beating them up, and then making them go give you head in the room. What fucking savage are you? Animals are not even on that level. You're a fucking slave master. Despicable piece of shit. Misinformation niggas. Saying whatever, talking about whatever, getting people to argue about nothingness. Just as despicable. It leads people to places, back to the places they were trying to leave. Most people, let me rewind that back. Okay. Some people are really here for the facts, and then when they hear the reputations of some of these people in their channels, they think they have this rep because they're dealing with someone who's square dealing, someone who knows, and someone who has in their heart a true giving spirit to spread what they know only to help that individual. Then they find out they arguing is the black man or black woman God shit. With a bunch of idiots that come and go. Nowhereness. Government agents. You don't think this shit has been talked about by government agents? You don't think they don't know who and what we are? You don't think they send niggas? You don't think they give birth to niggas? Built for this shit, these missions? Shit, nigga. Read this. Read this. I have plenty of mind control books, but this bud's for you. This is the startup joint. This goes through every form and gives you a synopsis and an understanding of the types of mind control that exist, and there are many. There are many. Pimping is mind control. Pimping is mind control. And you're watching a bunch of fucking YouTube pimps bust your monkey ass, play with your lower nature, play with your Maury Povich ass nature. You are the father. Oh shit. I ain't the father, nigga. That kind of shit. And don't lie, I know y'all niggas watch that shit. And it's cool, it belongs there. But you have to separate it. Once they brung that bullshit here, that's the problem. I know it exists and it's not a problem for me. It's not a problem for me to watch. So I'm not an advocate. That don't come in my house. You never know, nigga. We may be doing a Springer marathon out this motherfucker. But it doesn't belong here. Me personally, I watch it so I have an understanding of what I talk about in a holistic view. I'm here as an observer. I am in it, but not of it. So goddamn, that nigga did that. And you're watching that now. But you're seeing these niggas turning invisible because it's really time out for that. It's like in the last lecture I just said, I explained through the Bible story, which is a myth, which is a mythology or made up story about Moses in the mountain. He's on the mountain. Those who want to survive come up here with me. Those who want to worship the calf. Now, most people try to attribute they just came out of Egypt, so the calf was Horus. So if the calf was Horus and they think it's real, because they think it's a real story, and these are the niggas sitting in front of you, still thinking Jesus was a person, a historical person. And y'all niggas sitting around listening to this crap. It's gossip. That ain't real. That's the first thing you learn. First of all, there's a book called The 16 Crucified Saviors by Kersey Graves. Get that and that'll end it. It'll show it. And he really showed you about 26, 27 saviors around the world in all mythologies with the same exact story as Jesus Christ thousands of years before there was a name called Jesus Christ. Then you can read Walter Williams' book, The Historical Origins of Christianity. And while you're at it, get his historical origins of Islam for all you old niggas who these agent niggas told you don't read nothing but black books so you can stay in that small corner because white books is writing about black shit. They ain't got no story. So they can't tell their story. They have none. They're trying to make a story off your story. And because you forgot your story, you're waking back up to your story, and you've been trained in their public schools. They done fucked up now, Jim. They done fucked up, Jim. You can use what they're writing to try to save themselves, to remind yourself of what you are and what you've been doing, and get your ass back on the gravy train, boy. Huh? What? 1 second. All right, Negro Bob said, talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass. You need to get back on your shit, boy. Around here fucking around, entertaining yourself. Look at them. Oh, that poor girl. Oh, I can't wait till the next episode. See if she come back. Because you're watching this like Love and Basketball. That's what mind control is. That's what that shit is for. So when you see real life, you're numb to this. Numb to these little girls who have been abducted. Pimped out in front of your face. Mind control. In a state of fear. Dumbified. Stupefied. Stuck. I wonder if she come back tomorrow. They shouldn't do that. Oh. Goddamn grown-ass men. Beta boys. Hanging around, just saluting. You that guy, now, is going to expand. See, it's not a judgment thing that we're in. We're in a thing where your thoughts actually are start to manifest a little bit more harder because you're going to start shifting, just like the Mandela effect, personally into different realities. If you have negative thoughts about yourself, no matter what they are, those things could expand to a point where they disturb, where it disturbs your flow. If you know how to, which is not hard, to meditate and focus, visualize, and use your imagination to see scenarios of what you define for you as winning, those things also manifest too. So it really comes down to, in this particular day and age, what is in the heart. So the work of the heart, right? Someone said self-love here. Absolutely. But the self-love starts as a process of trying to understand those things that sit in you, in your shadow or in your ego. And those things are in your 3 lower chakras. That's why the heart is considered the gateway. And this is where the Christ thing happens. This is where you're supposed to find compassion, find forgiveness, then find healing for yourself. And those are all the attributes of Jesus Christ. So yet again, Jesus Christ was not a man. Jesus Christ is chakra work from the heart. That's why you see pictures of Jesus Christ with that flaming heart. He's the heart chakra. And he'll be holding his heart and pointing upwardly, because once the heart is right, then you have access to the highest self, which is truth to power, creativity, because you need creativity here in the mind to build your reality with the mind. That happens in the throat chakra. You need to recognize and reach out with your antenna, your pineal gland, your third eye. This is how you have or set out the vision. And through the vision, well, actually, I'm going to save that for the Psychomancy class, because he broke down a lot of good shit about how your eyes are nerves that connect all the way to the back of your brain. And what your thoughts do, or you can make them do, and there's techniques on doing it, is to leave through the eyes. And you can send different levels of waves out, infrared and radio waves. And the radio waves can touch anybody around the world. Now, this I knew. Reading it again refreshes my memory, but I know how to touch anybody just through visualization, how to send out radio waves that will catch you, and you'll receive them through your eyes. Oh, I say it again. You think these niggas know some shit that you fucking with? They don't. They're not doing the real work. They bullshitting you. But here's the good news. I don't hold on to it and act like I'm better than you. I teach you how to do it. That's what I did in classes. My classes, now I'm doing one more class. So everybody's piling up. So now is the time if you want to take that class live, my original class. They're now on and will be on, and I will add more to Patreon. So you can get the original class on Patreon as I move into the Psychomancy class for live classes. You want that. It is going to be direct techniques on how to use psychic power and control. And psychic power and control is the order of the day now. The ability to send your energy out of your body and know how to do it, to pull and reach for that which you need. But it must be done with pure intention. Not to that day up, I'm sending this to fuck people up and sending that. No, you have to be the bigger person now. You don't send out energy to fuck people up. You send out energy that supersedes. You send out love energy and you pull love energy. And you will transform bigger than that. Ants are an asshole at a picnic. But how often do you have that problem? You don't, because you do things and you know things, or ants in your house. You get an exterminator. You go bigger than the ants. You don't sit around and stomp them out and wait downstairs with a gun trying to shoot ants. You go bigger. And in this particular case, love is going to be bigger than your vengeance, than your ego, that I'm going to fuck that nigga, I'm going to give it up. Because if you stay in that frequency, you're only fucking yourself. And it was always like that to a certain extent. Now it's a little bit on fire like that. Wendy Williams fucked up. She spent all her adult life damn near just shitting and shitting and shitting and shitting and creating what YouTube, Love and Hip Hop, and all the rest of that shit finally became. Basketball Wives is nothing but the evolution of what Wendy Williams was doing on the radio in Hot 97. Shitting on people. You got to think from the perspective of, let's just say, Whitney Houston's daughter, Bobby Christina with Bobby Brown, who came in this world, and every comedian called her father and mother crackheads. That was the rumor. So she's born into this savagery. We don't think about it. So now she's dead, and we're like, oh, that's terrible. And we just say, well, she had a fucked up mother and a fucked up father. But how fucked up was you each time Chris Rock and them niggas was shitting on her? And then when Chris Rock gets smacked, I get in that moment, and that's the wrong way to handle shit. But understand, you can't understand why something like that would happen. Like, it's the Illuminati, it's this, is that, the other. You know what I'm saying? No. It's motherfuckers frustrated with comedians being there. That's why all the comedians jumped up. Because now Chris Rock gave people permission to walk on stage. I mean, Will Smith gave people permission to walk on stage, but when he and smack motherfuckers or touch them for saying whatever they say. But you have to realize a subtle difference. You go to comedy clubs for that shit. You're not at the Oscars for that. You know something's going to happen, but look at the joke he said right before the Will Smith. He's ranking on her, but making a funny pun about the white people before. It's nigga hate shit, nigga gossip shit. It's the dozens on stage. So I understand why that is. But the better thing to do, if Will Smith wanted to be aggressive, he should have went up there and aggressively took the mic and said what he had to say, as opposed to touching him, because those days are over. There was a day I'd have smacked the shit out of him if that was the scenario. But today, absolutely not, because that type of thinking in you is what's fucked up. And I think a lot of folks knew that. In fact, that's why they chose to put Trump in the position they did, because he became the personification of everything in the white man that we hate and they had to separate themselves from. So when he brought all of those poor white trash bodies that are following him, we get to have an object to say, that's the white man, and hate him. That's why they're going so hard on this war. They need for us to psychologically pick a side. We keep seeing dead Ukrainians, and Ukrainians push out their homes. They doing interviews with little girls being raped by this. You've already in your mind picked a side if you were a former slave, or they told you you were, because you ain't did shit as slave. Well, I guess your job is. Your job washing the windows at goddamn McDonald's is. But ultimately, they want this type of energy on the planet because they're trying to fight this love energy that's coming in. They're trying to keep you distracted from it. Oh, you keep talking about nuclear war. He keeps talking about this. That's the last thing you're thinking about love. You're thinking about what if, because they keep pushing the what if this happens. They're about to do that. They're doing this because of what is happening in you. And we need to start dealing with it from the perspective. We got to start leaving these bullshit sites alone unless you have the ability to separate it and call it what it is. If you understand and clearly know you're being entertained by it, knock yourself out. You're smart enough to know better. But if you are trying to balance out and wait for them to say maybe something small that matters, it's not going to happen. And even as I look now, because the only guide you have is numbers. And even now, when I look at numbers on these people's gossip site, these clickbait sites, these debate conscious niggas, or these niggas masquerading as conscious, just repeating the shit that's already been out. You know what I'm saying? The numbers are not that significant, which tells me people are losing interest in this form of gossip too. So it's drying up. But then I'll look at some of the guys, myself included, who I believe have integrity, and their numbers are up because people are truly finding those who are giving them information in a message that is going somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like Brother Rich has now been putting a lot of conscious information, good new people, good old people, good speakers that have integrity in his interviews. And his numbers are reflecting that, I think, as good as it gets here, because people really do want the information. So we must give a shout out and love to Brother Rich and support him because he is a guy putting folks on that have shit that matters, shit that can help you, shit that can save you. And even still, myself included, you don't take any of this word for word. You take it for what it's worth, and you always be prepared to do research. You should always be prepared in any situation if someone introduces a particular study or particular Brother Phil was on last night. You know what I'm saying? That type shit. He was on with Brother Rich, and it's up now. Looks real good. You understand? Those type of things you want to get into. This gossip crap that you're seeing now, you know, like I said, if you were sophisticated enough to understand it for what it is, as entertainment, entertain yourself. But I don't think you should be entertaining yourself when it gets to the level of you see how people suffering for this entertainment. You understand what I'm saying? Stupid for this information is still suffering. Me personally, and maybe you can live with it. I just can't live with seeing a 20-year-old girl, a 25-year-old girl being exploited like that when I have a child that age. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 boys. My boy got my daughter-in-law is like my daughter. She's like 23. You know what I'm saying? With my granddaughter. Are you kidding me? Niggas sitting around there just gossiping about what they're doing? Nah, nigga. Come and go get that ass. Do something. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But at the very least, you shouldn't support it, watching it, unless you are sophisticated enough to study it, to be able to explain it of its corruption. Because as you can see, it's already done. And that's what's happening now. And niggas are getting dealt with now. It starts with niggas. White people, the earth also has this consciousness. That's what the Mandela effect was. That's why so many people started talking about the flat earth, because there are realities that are being challenged. We ain't going to argue about if it's round or flat. That's the dumbest distraction in the game. It could be fucking the shape of a football. No matter what, your ass is still trapped on it and you stupid as fuck. That's your issue. You can figure out the shape later. But all of these things, though, that question reality were coming into being because the earth is also going in, greenhouse going into this thing. And that's why where you were seeing the Mandela effect. Now it's trickled down to the people. There's a shift, and your mind has the ability to also shift, just like the Mandela effect. Woo! This Tunisia gave me her black shit. This got a lot of slip on it. So, just like the Mandela effect, it had. You got to look at it that way. You get to change your reality. I told you how to go in your past and meditate in 3D. Let me give it to you. When we meditate, first things first, let me give you easy, simplistic ways to meditate, because you niggas are pretending that you're deep, but you don't even know that, and I know it. So, as I said many times before, my father taught me how to meditate when I was 8. He was big on Eastern philosophy, had his little book game going, the Buddha, the meditative this, the lotus position nigga, and all of this, right? So he was dying to teach us. I was 8 years old. He taught me, my sister, everybody. Of course, they forgot, but one of the things he told us as a kid was think of an apple. Can you see the apple in your head? Yes. Can you feel it in your head? You know how an apple feels. Mm-hmm. And then I would imagine that I was touching this apple. And he said, bite it and eat it. I imagine I was eating the apple. So I could see it, feel it, taste it. So how does it sound when you're biting into it, cutting it? I can hear it, taste it, feel it. What am I missing? So I got taste it, smell it. Oh, smell it. So how does it smell? What does apple smell like? Yeah, I can smell it. I know what apples smell like. So what I was doing was experiencing the apple with my five senses, which actually your five senses just sends electricity to the brain. So do you need to sense it for that electricity to happen in the same places? No. You want to start experiencing simple things with your mind in detail. Two things are happening. The first thing is you're starting to focus your mind on one object. And what you're really doing is working on the endless chatter that your beta mind is constantly kicking out. Your mind operates when you're aware, or your conscious mind, with beta waves at a beta wave frequency. When you meditate, it slows down to an alpha wave frequency. And that shuts down the conscious mind, and the subconscious mind, which dictates your reality. It's actually taking the instruction. So as you are focusing and shutting down the chatter on something simple that you've had 100 times, touch 8, at least 100 times, even by age 8, probably 100 times, like you're starting to focus as a laser point, and your mind is a laser, and what you're trying to do is stay in that moment longer and longer without the chatter. You move to bananas, bicycles, then you start to do things like visualize yourself in places that you've been 100 times. Your bathroom. I have a bathroom here. So in a bathroom, let's say on the main floor, which is pretty much my bathroom. So I just could see myself in my bathroom. I know the floor, I know the rug, I know the shower curtain, where where everything is, what's in the closet. So I see myself in the closet, looking at the detail. I see myself at the water. I see myself in positions that I really can't see, looking down from the ceiling, things that I physically couldn't do, but I could do it from my mind's perspective. I'm exercising my mind into going where I want to go. Ultimately, I'm practicing astral travel. All of this through your meditative practices. So you keep doing this day to day. Do you need to sit in lotus position? I found that you don't. Do you need to do any mudras or any hand gestures? I find that you don't. But if it's comfortable for you, go crazy. If it's comfortable for you, go crazy. If breathing, you definitely need to do some form of slowing down the breath and become conscious of the breath. Now, there's techniques in breath control and counting breaths. I can't count because it makes me too logical. I can zone so hard, but if I start thinking, which counting is thinking, I get it. It's counterintuitive to me. But some folks can do it. Dr. Aleem El Bey can do it well and teaches it. Dr. Aleem El Bey.com. Go check him out, see what he offers, see how he's doing things. And he's also a brother who maintain a great deal of integrity, I will say. And so worth checking out if you don't know who Dr. Aleem is. He's been putting out a lot of videos. He's one of the most knowledgeable brothers I've ever met on the planet. And if you don't know who he is, check out Dr. Aleem. He's on YouTube. Go to his website, draleemelbey.com. Not only see what he has to offer in his store, but link to his YouTube and listen to what he's saying. Very good teacher. And he teaches all the techniques for healing with breath. So that's an option. So you do what makes you do good, but just to meditate, you don't have to do that. I never sit in lotus. I sit or lay and get busy. Another thing that I believe is a myth, well, I don't even have to say I believe, I know because I do it, is you need absolute quiet. What you need is something that keeps your mind on one track. So the apple, the banana keeps your mind on one track. The bathroom upstairs, it's easy to stay in that bathroom. I've been in there 100 times. Shit, as much as I shit, I've been in that motherfucker thousands of times. You understand what I'm saying? So then you go to your grandmother's house. Then you start practicing on places you may have never been. Pyramids, Eiffel Tower. And what you're now adding to your scenario is imagination. You already are visualizing things that you already know. So now you're adding imagination. And as I pointed out, imagination and visualization is the key. Now, this was always something that's happening. You should have been doing this as calisthenics, because those push-ups, now you can flex your muscle. You understand? Now it's flex time. Because your mind and the power of your mind is now lined up based upon this phase lambda, or this Beetlejuice given to you by the cosmic wind or the breath of Shu, is now lit and all over the place, and it moves as bacteria. So they knew it was happening when Beetlejuice exploded. So they needed an excuse to get you in the house, away from other people, masked up, and washing your hands every 5 minutes. This to try to fight against this bacterial form of light called phage lambda that was headed your way, and is. So they masked it with a fake virus, spread it around, fuck folks up, but then the real one came from Beetlejuice, that variant. That's why they kept telling you about variants and getting more shots. What the shot was, I found out, listen closely, was to stop from the Omicron variant, the Omarion. That was the one from Beetlejuice. And that's the one that our entire household, Courtney, drunk sis, conscious people, Kenny, Manza, his lady, his family, Kenny fucking Manza gave it to us. B.O.B. and them already went through something, so they was good. They was there, him and his lady, but they was good. My son lost taste. Courtney had the same symptoms as me. I think drunk sis lost taste. Kenny and them was all fucked up. Khadijah, me, fucked up. I did steams and all of that shit. It went away, then hit me back. That's when I knew this was supposed to go through. That shit lasted a month in us. Wasn't no doctor shit, wasn't no tents, none of that, nobody. We just had to go through it, and it was working on each part of us. That's when I knew that American shit was us. And then when we started talking to conscious folks, my girl Elnora in Little Rock, you know what I'm saying? Folks just around the country, yeah, we going through it too. We went through it too. It just happened. My man Casanova Rudd, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we went through it. We going through it. It's happening. I said we were supposed to get that thing that they call a variant, but that truly would have been the only one. And we would have just all looked at it as a flu. Now, it lasted a month. I've never had nothing like that. And it was just a long, fucked up cold. And, you know, usually when you get a cold, it's a head cold, a chest cold, stomach virus. That shit went through every system. Every system. And, you know, we hitting everything under the planet. Courtney will tell your ass every goddamn thing, and so will Khadijah. So they hit me with everything. We doing everything. You know what I'm saying? Killing it. And it still lasted a month and all. When we got that, intuition was incredible. So I knew after we were done, we went through a transformation. We went through a transformation. You don't have to have gotten it to be special, because that light hits you no matter what. And in the future time, it'll activate, not necessarily as American, but just as your wisdom, because light is light. It hits people differently. And that's how it hit us. And they knew that was coming, and it would have came in a mass amount, and they wouldn't know how to explain it because, like I said, it lasted a month, unlike the flu, which is about a week or two, depending on if you get pneumonia sick. That's a different story. Because remember, it was just giving you pneumonia. And the last one, Maricon is weak as a very. After Maricon, you notice how it just went away. They stopped talking about it. So the shot was to block the Amaricon variant, which was the true phase lambda light that we were waiting to receive, which has been receiving. They were trying to block it. So most regular niggas took that shot. Conscious people were smarter, I hope, and didn't. So they blocked what would have been a transformative thing. And then they had these blue lights in the shot. I think even if you didn't get sick, it's to block you. And what's in the shot will be blocked or shielded by the 5G network. So the 5G network, once you take the shot, there's nanobytes in that motherfucker. That's why people were seeing blue lights in their arm. Because that shit is working on the transformative process. Can it stop it? I don't think so. Can it slow it down? Perhaps. But I know this. I ain't take that shit. And I'm telling you, I've been doing spirituality for a long time. I've been tapping into shit and talking to people for a very long time. The shit you calling ancestors and your understanding about it, I've been rocking that. And I'm telling you now, after this shit, it's another level. The how I experience the apple and with my five senses, if talking like I was talking compared to how that is now, it's almost like I literally physically ate that apple. I wouldn't even want one after I did that meditation. It's so detailed. It's so vivid. It's so vivid. It's so real. And each thing I think about as memories are real, almost as you can access. So in other words, at my grandmother's house as a kid, going there and smiling each time you walk through the door, you're really just coming to an energy. The smell, the feel, the mood, the routine. Oh, she lets me go in the fridge and eat that. She always has Snickers or whatever the fuck was going on at your grandmother's house. If it was a good feeling, I can think of the memory or a memory, and that feeling is so vivid, so real. I feel it is here. So I started to realize it's because I'm actually accessing that energy and lining it up with this reality where I actually could come home, let's say, because I now shifted that memory into fruition. I shifted that memory into this reality. So the feeling of my grandmother's house, the feeling of the energy is represented because my grandfather was there, but represented as it was her house. Like if a man is doing the real thing, you let your woman handle the house. And your shit will be in the lap of luxury, nigga. Please believe it. And that's what my grandfather did. Let her handle it so you feel her energy as the one that's permeating the house. The woman's the homemaker. That's feminine energy. And you don't hear feminists talking about how bad they want to be a homemaker because men have got you to belittle that. If you see all these movies and all these college girls get together, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm a motherfucking mathematician. I'm hidden figures, nigga. I work for NASA. Look at me. What do? I raise 2 kids and I'm a homemaker. Oh, Sally, it'll be okay. Indicating that she's oppressed just by doing something that is a feminine energy and the most valuable thing you could do, develop your seed, which is going to be sent into the world with a mentality that you hope can add on instead of take away, is designed by the woman. That's an important job more than anything. All a man's supposed to do is, here's my check. He's the slave. He goes out and gets hit over the head. Here's the check, baby. I'll bring home the bacon, fried up in a pan. She rocks the shit if you know what it is, but they regulate it through feminism I could go out and get a job and I should have as much money as you. Maybe so. But if that's the standard, then who's the woman? Who's taking care of these kids? And it's not, and like I said, it's not, it even sounds like I'm saying something that's belittling. But it's not. It's really okay. It's a big deal. And there's nothing wrong with it. Who the fuck wouldn't want to sit down all day trying to get outside? Khadijah figured that shit out. Like I said, all Khadijah do is farts. She makes farts through silk, nigga. She ain't going back. And she had a great, she worked BT, Weather Channel, all of that, doing trafficking, which means she dealt with the budget for commercials. So when they paid for commercials, she organized and made sure, trafficked them to make sure they were shown at the right time. She knew it and worked all over the place with this shit. Lastly, even Comcast Cable. Now all she do is fart through silk, and her hardest job is trying to figure out what fucking shows to binge watch. And this is her house, and she runs it. Oh, ask her about the divine feminine. Ask her about how free she feels when you understand and as I do, and respect the divine feminine. Then her power comes online. You trying to compare her to a man, she arguing and beefing with you. Y'all talking about money nigga shit. How can she be a woman? How can feminism be a woman? It's phony. It's phony baloney. So we're in the time now because they're calling it the multiverse. But really, there's no millions and millions of panics out there doing something else. Those are internal quantum possibilities that can be pulled out and observed as particles. Remember the observation of particles versus waves. So all this multiverse is in the form of waves, which are just data sitting ready to be accessed. And that happens now. That happened before the golden age. Shit get fucked up. You kept thinking about shit I don't know, it should sound funny, it should sound shady. Then when it turns shady, you pulled it there. Because at the same time, that shit is right, You see this right. And perhaps it will, because these possibilities exist in you. Because you have a choice. So those choices play out a whole pathway each way. So all of these choices that you could possibly make, they're calling it the multiverse. And because they gashed you up and made you believe that this is an endless place, you believe that this endless lifetime, you can stand at the refrigerator and choose a sandwich, a falafel, butter pecans, vegan, ice cream salad, any of that shit, and all of these represent a whole life that would have sparked off just as you standing at the fridge. Does that sound reasonable to you? But it's possible because of the DNA and Akasha that these possibilities are there for later study. But then we got to remember, when you observe anything, it immediately turns to particles. When it's not observed, even recorded observation, it's in wave forms. So the waves represent all of those pathways in you in a quantum aspect, or what they're calling the multiverse, which exists within inside. I guarantee in Doctor Strange, they're going to make a reference. I can't guarantee it, but I'm wondering if in Doctor Strange, they make a reference to the multiverse being internal, as opposed to just outside of you. I seen him also, as you see the picture, with the many hands of Shiva, or you see the many hands of Durga, or the gods of many hands. That represents that they reach in many dimensions, or the multiverse, that they are now, and Shiva is the order of the day now. The builder and destroyer. We just came out of the destruction phase with his wife, Kali, nigga. Now we're going into the building phase. this is when you're going to get probably Sati, Pravati, or Lakshmi energy, whatever order he married in, which is prosperity, well-being, and primal energy. Sati, penis, they become the yoni and the lingam, which is the ultimate divine masculine and feminine as one thing. You understand? So this thing has happened. You must become the yoni and the lingam as one marriage. And that's also called Shiva Pravati. And that's Shiva Hermaphrodite. And that's Shiva as a hermaphrodite, but we take it as some gay shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's ultimately talking about the marriage or the divine marriage of the masculine and feminine, which must happen. I just got finished telling you. If you're at odds with this shit, you're going to be fucked up. Shiva with Lakshmi is prosperity. So you will become married to prosperity. We are in the age, or Shiva represents the builder and destroyer. Vishnu is the sustainer. That's the heart. So to stay in the middle area of building and destroying, the Vishnu must be in, the Jesus Christ must be in. So I told you, we are in a place where your thoughts can either destroy you or your thoughts can either sustain you into the reality that you choose of happiness. But that happens in the heart. Vishnu, the sustainer. You sustain this balance or this middle, and this heart must wake up from the root chakra. That's why he sleeps here, and then the feminine manipulates his feet. Those Mahavadiyas or those feminine also represent earth or the feminine energy. So it happened with the Mandela effect and all that flat earth talk, and all this consciousness represents the sleeping god being manipulated by the feet or the root or earth. Earth is trying to wake you up, you fucking stupid fucks. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, yet again. You stupid ass fucks. The earth is trying to wake you up. That was this moment of Shiva getting his feet rubbed, Vishnu getting his feet rubbed, because now it's focused on the heart. And if you're not pure of heart in the time of wake, oh, it's going to be a bad, bad time. So Lord Shiva is the pineal gland. And Lord Shiva can pull destruction, as you've been seeing online constantly, and it can pull happiness, as you'll witness yourself if you so choose. It will, if you're pure of heart, sustainability. All them weak niggas, gone. Clowning themselves right now. Say I'm lying. Say I'm lying. So yet again, shout out to Brother Rich for keeping the integrity that I've seen. It is bigger than YouTube hits. It's bigger than monetizing your fucking channel. All these know-nothing niggas sitting in front of you. Pisces is in conjunct with Mercury. How many times you want to hear that shit? Selling goddamn sage. Move on, nigga. Supposed to be the most creative nigga in the universe, and all you got is fucking shea butter? Get a grip. It's time to grow up and do better. It's time to stop trying to hustle. Vishnu is weight. The heart is weight. The Christ energy is in full effect right now, guys. So you could either be the builder or the destroyer, and it's going to happen with your own mind, i.e. Shiva. So as you see in the front picture, in this Shiva with the golden Shiva with many arms. That's representing the multiverse. And you've seen Doctor Strange do that move where his many arms came out in the trailer. They're showing you what I'm telling you. I'm not making this shit up. This is from study. I've given out plenty of Hindu fucking books to study this shit. Shit, their names be all fucked up. I can't even remember. But there's so many books on Hindu gods and goddesses. Pick anyone. Get the mythology. There's a big book. I have the Hanuman one and the Shiva one, where they get right to it in the mythologies. I wouldn't even know the guy's name, and I didn't bring none of them down. Maybe next time I'll hold up some or do something where y'all could just see the books, where y'all could study these concepts, and you could see it play in this day. Durga is a version of Kali. So she represents Kali being softer after the fact, after the destruction of the 8 ignorances. And she has, I believe, 8 and 8 hands on each side, meaning you still could pull from that ignorance, or you still can pull from golden age reality. We are now responsible for our own transformation, guys. We've actually always been, know what I'm saying, responsible for our own transformation. We've always been responsible for it. Now it's turned up. These things are actually being realized. These energies are in you, are starting to be activated and woken up. It's that time. Pele, which is your subconscious mind. Get you some obsidian. Get obsidian rock. I have an obsidian egg, which represents birth. And talk to Pele. When I tried to talk to Pele 10 years ago, she came through and said, "Why the fuck are you waking me?" Look here, bitch, I'm trying to kick it. She said, "No, I only talk when it's my time." And she came and said it's her time. They up. The shit that's happening in Hawaii is miraculous, nigga. They said you can't go past one mountain in your car. There's a mountain you can't go past in your car. If you got pork in your car stops. They call, "Yo, my car stopped. I'm stuck here. Do you got pork in? Yeah, I got a ham sandwich." They said, "Throw that shit to the mountain." And the car started. I can't remember where I heard that story, but Google it. See what's up. See if you can find it. I remember seeing that story a while ago. I remember hearing about all the volcanoes. The motherfuckers got energy. In Hawaii, I don't know which islands, but it's passing stories that I heard, not a book. Look for them. Amazing things in Hawaii. Start there. So, long and short, what you need to do is understand what position you're in now. Meditation is your floor. You start there. Astro traveling will be your next, after you feel you've made progress in meditation. Now, I need to share this story because we don't even know what progress is in meditation. We expect something miraculous or an epiphany or your dead ass grandmother to walk through the room. But it's a slow, subtle expansion of your consciousness. So at age 16, I remember we was now in the Bronx. I was with my father, and I said, "Yo, I've been meditating and nothing's happening." You know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck am I doing this? He was shocked I was meditating since I was 8 years old. I said, "Yeah, I never really stopped." And what he said was, when you close your eyes, put your eyes at the top of your head. Look at your pineal. So don't forget that. That shuts these eyes down to the world and starts to send energy to open up the third for it to look. So he said, "No, you expecting too much." He said, "Overall, the things you do and the decisions you make will be more genius. And nothing could be more true." As I started dealing with the world, I was at 16, about 18, 19, I could see my perspective, my awareness of my situation and things was so much more superior than my counterparts. They would just come and why is that red? And why is that blue? I'm like, what the fuck should I know? It's like, yo, because you know so much. Like, they expected it. And I didn't really realize the true benefit It wasn't the one thing you could put your finger on. It was just you were sharper. My brain was more electric at the age they were. I still wanted the same dumb shit, the same dumb clothes, the same kinds of pussy. But every scenario, every scam, let's not go there, go here, just always seemed to be more brilliant than my peers, and saying it without ego. You know what I'm saying? It's not an ego thing. It was just certain shit was just how it was. Certain things ain't ego, that's just how we go. And so overall, what I noticed was meditation opened me up to eventually get me here. And not in a ritualistic way, but just in a way where when this stuff came, I heard it. I heard it and I seen it. And I was able to see it. And I was able to be it. And I've often got the compliment from folks. I've never seen anyone learn this as fast as you when I was studying. Never seen anything like that. Your grasp of information, you know what I'm saying, is incredible and so on and such. You know what I'm saying? And I attribute that to years and years of meditation. And that's what it did for me. 1 second, guys. Get Gatorade out this bitch. Where you at? Fuck Gatorade. I'm gonna get me shit like this. Red shit. All right, so it was those. There was an overall genius or shit that has come online that I definitely, like I said, attribute to meditation, and was able to suck all this stuff up. So it doesn't take all those years to get there. I don't think it was the years that did it. It was the effort that did it. And me staying in the effort made the difference. Because when it was time, because I still believed in meditation, still felt that peace with it, it flowed, immediately flowed. So in other words, what I started hearing more and more, which became the national anthem for niggas, is I'm meditating. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Number one, you're doing it. Note that closing your eyes, taking a deep breath, relaxing your body gets you in alpha state. Meditation, as I pointed out, you operate at beta, and then alpha just slows it down. Then there's theta, gamma, and delta, whichever, maybe delta gamma. But each one is different states of consciousness slowing down all the way to sleep and REM sleep. Beta being your most woke. Right underneath is alpha, and that's the meditative goal or the meditative place to be. So there are many things that get you in alpha state. You know what I'm saying? Certain relaxation, TV are in alpha state. The problem is you're not in charge of what happens in alpha state because the subconscious mind is receiving. So TV gets you in alpha state because 60 hertz is what's pumping, and I think it's more by now with LED TVs, but the standard CRT TV, which was the cathode ray tube with the shit in the back, used to operate at 60 hertz of pulsing information. And LED and all that still uses pulses, I believe. And that pulses is hypnotizing. And though you're not seeing the pulses, you're seeing a steady image. Your eyes and your subconscious is pulling pulses. So which means you're hypnotized. That's why you zone out in front of the TV. You're going in the alpha state. That's why you often fall asleep in front of the TV. That's why they call it prime time, because it was primed for commercial in alpha state to program your subconscious. Duh. So meditation is the act of getting into the alpha state. And meditation is the act of getting the alpha state at will. So, however you can get into the alpha state and recognize it, you're in business. Because my father asked me, well, what's happening when you meditate? When I told him at age 16, I said, well, I can close my eyes, and when it's closed, the scene jumps, like it moves back and forth. He said, shit, you're in alpha state. I said, I can do that at will. I could do that while I'm talking to you. Go right into alpha. And be gone. I'm zoned. I literally, my mood just changed in an instant. But the illest shit is I know how to bring it back. You know what I'm saying? Someone says meditation a muscle. I don't think so. I mean, what muscle? I guess you can look at it from the context of the more you do it, the stronger you get. So it's more like waking up aspects of your brain. So I guess you can look at it as working out aspects of your brain. But what you're doing is parts of your mind that have been shut down in public school. You understand? Because there's no use and nobody's telling you to use. So anything you don't use will atrophy. So that aspect, I guess in that context, you can look at it that way. But your brain is not working out and getting bigger like a muscle. The areas are waking up and getting stronger like a muscle. So you got to understand how it works in you before you start exclaiming you're not doing it right. For instance, when the Beatles got a guru, Ringo, out of all the meditations, stopped and said, look, each time I close my eyes, within 3 minutes, I start seeing too many songs and lyrics, and it's fucking up my meditation. The guru, if he would have had a cigarette, would have dropped it in his lap. Said, no, that's the point, nigga. Get up and write them shits down. If it only takes you 2 minutes to get there, goody goody. So it's not like you have to be in for hours or whatever. Another technique I found out that works very well, as opposed to this silent room of darkness and lotus, I'd be on the train, I put headphones in, iPod, and listen to music. Closing my eyes, totally focus on the music. You see the music in 3D. You're either on stage singing it, or the artist is singing it and you're there. You're visualizing an up-close experience, however you choose to, with that music, meaning you're visualizing as well as you're listening to the audio. So while the physical audio is there and you're visualizing, you're concentrating on one thing. And don't you zone out listening to music? So that zone out is alpha state. So you zone out and just enjoy. Because what you're doing, I guess we'll use the muscle concept, is starting to build those pathways of visualization and imagination, which is really the vehicle that will save your ass, especially now. It was the vehicle that should have saved your ass before, and it was a little bit harder because it was like fighting through ignorance. But that ignorance is being dealt with. Now, don't worry, it's not like the golden age came and all of a sudden you over. It takes time for it to move out, and it's been happening. But that's why you get Wendy Williams and the rest of these con artists getting dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Getting dealt with in the way they're getting dealt with, because that level of ignorance is starting to dissipate, which means it's a clear field to pull down what you need magnetically with less resistance. Everything in the Kali Yuga was about resistance. That's why so much liquor, so much ritual, so much this, so much that. Go to the crossroads, do that. We somewhere else now. You ain't got to do all of that. Don't forget, guys, cash at me, $, Brother Pan. Hook a nigga up, keep the lights on. He needs his food. He needs baphomet food. He needs bapho bits. So cash app a brother. $ Brother Pan. Don't forget, check out my website, Occult Lectures, occultlectures.com. See what you got, see what you like. Still serving out those herb packs. And just so you know, there are 13 ingredients, specialty ingredients, your 13 in my herb pack that are all designed, configured by me. It's my special herbs and spices. And it ain't cheap, nigga. But I sell it for an absolute good price and the same price I've always been selling it at. So go ahead and enjoy yourself something, son. Get something. What it does is helps with the chatter, helps get you in alpha state. It's a helper, not a doer. You have to be working with it. It doesn't work for you. Nothing works for you. Lead a horse to water, can't make them drink. So this herb pack stops with chatter, helps with sleep. Some people stop smoking weed. Some people started smoking weed. A lot of people mix it with their weed. Some people stop smoking cigarettes. Realization after realization, deeper sleep, astral traveling, and I'm forgetting at least 20 other things people have told me, because you never know what happens, because this is absolutely food for your pineal gland. We just sent out 100 packages last week. We're sending out 100 packages this week. My son's also working with me again, Manza, Courtney's son. So we're rushing, getting shit out. But, you know, supply chain shit, it's always a story, but we getting that shit to your ass as best as we can. You know what I'm saying? The website is occultlectures.com. It's the same as this particular channel that you're on right now. You are on Occult Lectures. When you're on YouTube and you see Occult Lectures, that's something I put up. Those are my videos, because I know people share them. At this point, I don't mind. They're doing a pretty much good job, because at the end, even though I know they're getting their little monetized on, I'm not really sweating it, because they still deserve to get paid if they're doing a good job at spreading the word. Not just me. I've seen them spread the good word of many new people who me personally would never see, or maybe a lot of people wouldn't see, because we're so inundated with a bunch of bullshit people. We don't know who to look at and who's the real deal. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm starting to see some cats that's starting to look real, a little bit better, a little bit more dignity. And the more I see of that, the more I'm sure I'll be talking about them in the future and talking to them in the future. So, you know, is there an ingredient list that we should use for what? You know what I'm saying? For what? Is lucid dreaming, astral traveling on the bottom side of the coin? I don't know what that means, but no, lucid dreaming and astral travel, I wouldn't look at it as the bottom side of the coin. I would look at it as a part of your arsenal. So meditating is the first step, because what you're starting to do is focus your mind and being able to point it in directions and deal and control the chatter. That's what the herb pack is. And if that's the list you were asking for, I never give out the list of my ingredients, then why sell it? You know what I'm saying? It's like KFC giving out the recipe and going, buy the chicken from me. I've never given it out, but it's all natural, all organic. There are no drugs. You take a piss test on your job, it's absolutely clean. There's absolutely no fucking drugs in a product that I've been selling online for over 13 years now. The shit works. All right, to Marvel's Moon Knight. So far, it looks real terrible, but I'm gonna wait till they finish streaming it and watch it all in one sitting. Because I watched a couple of episodes, it did not catch me. I hate what they call the reluctant hero. He's a hero, but he's forced to be a hero. I don't like those. I don't like that journey of the hero. And In fact, I'm glad you brought that up because the word journey of the hero comes up. You are on the journey of the hero. And the journey of the hero is not led by another motherfucker who you decide is your God. Know that. You are on your own path, and that is the journey of the hero. How can I get more color in my lucid dreams? You have to work on opening that part of your mind up. Look for a book. I never had that problem, so I never had to deal with it. If you have that problem, then you have to do the research. That's exactly what I'm saying. You can. It's why a lot of these guys don't teach anything anymore. It's because the internet's information has caught up with their information. And that's the trick. The internet's information is caught up with that information. So you seen motherfuckers getting busted, copying white people's shit, trying to regurgitate it as nigga shit, but saying it word for word. What you're supposed to do, if you're going to do it, is see what they're doing, take their shit, and explain it through a melanated lens, because it is all your shit. But when you copy word for word, you ain't never had nothing, and that's what it is. So they didn't have anything to teach, so they just turned into Maury Povich. Same thing happened in talk shows. Phil Donahue started out, and he was serious talk, serious conversations. They said, "Oh hell," and he was doing a lot of black topics. Farrakhan was there, Khalid Muhammad was there, Al Sharpton, all the rest of them. The other one, which was exploitive, but they had to exploit it within the realm of serious talk shows, was the one with Morton Downey Jr. Al Sharpton got smacked on the show. Then they gave you Oprah, a black woman who was doing serious shows. People Are Talking, Richard Bay, Jenny Jones, Sally Jeffrey Raphael, Maury Povich, Jerry Springer, all serious shows. But they all ran out of topics. They had nothing to talk about. What's his name? We got his nose broke. Geraldo. There was a lot of them. They ran out of topics. Except Morton Downey Jr. was black. But then maybe I'm saying the wrong name. Morton something. Somebody, if I'm saying it wrong, somebody know. But that was a white man. A chain smoker. Look for Roy Ennis smacking Al Sharpton and knocking him over in the chair, which is on YouTube. Whatever that show was. There's another one. So they went to sensationalism because they had nothing to talk about. The same thing happened in consciousness. Niggas had to sit there and pontificate on some shit because y'all didn't know it. Now all the books are there. There's so much YouTube and Wikipedia information on what niggas sit there and pretend is the shit. Then, and I get it as cycles because there's a lot of new niggas. So when new teachers come, they just have to repeat what new people haven't heard. This is what Vevas are. This is what astral traveling is. This is how you do that. Good. You need somebody for that. You need somebody to keep this information in places to go and where people study. The hope is they have the fortitude to stay true to the study and the information, and it doesn't become about them, because they will see how the people who was writing stupid shit. They will see how not only this will be their demise, but they will see how black people come and give them so much love and fake love that if they can't handle it and they let it go to their head, they'll be walking around this motherfucker cookies and motherfucker, and we'll be listening to their sensational gossip story instead of the information. So sensationalism became the thing in talk shows, and now it's the sensationalism of consciousness. That day is over. Clearly, not because I say so. Look what's happening. Morton Downey Jr.'s great grandfather was who gives a fuck, man? Gives a fuck. He didn't represent as a nigga. He represented as a white man. Everybody's great-great-great-grandfather's a nigga. Didn't niggas start everything? Like, it's not even worth typing. Whitest white man's great-great-great is some sort of nigga. Black woman shit is in everything. Ain't that right? That's right, nigga. Yeah, that's right. You're gonna eat soon. You're gonna get some baphomet. So yeah, baphomet. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you gotta eat. Cash at me. $ Brother Pan. I do appreciate the love, dude. When you guys send it, I do appreciate the love. So your visualization and your imagination has to be cultivated. You got to have faith that you're doing it right. Listen closely to your demise. Your personal demise is second guessing yourself. You have to stop second guessing yourself. Just know you're doing it right. That's the true meaning of fake it till you make it. Because, like they said in the Matrix, why is my nose bleeding if this is all fake? Because your mind makes it real. So through your imagination and your visualization, nigga, your mind makes it real. So I am telling you in a very simplistic way, which you're not used to because of your public school training. You think you have to do something at the college level and things are level. Like somebody asked me, is meditation this and this on the bottom level? What the fuck does that even mean? It's all your technology. If they were all guns, you could get shot. Is it a 25 or 38? Or is it a 9mm, a 45? Or is it a 44 Magnum? Nigga, they all guns and you gonna get shot. Astral traveling is just as powerful as meditation. Meditation is how you get there. Because astral traveling is nothing more than meditating yourself to sleep with an agenda. And the more you do that, you exercise that part of your psyche, which comes from areas of your brain that become active when you're dealing with delta, gamma, and theta waves. So Psychomancy teaches you how to deal with gamma, delta, and gamma, delta, and theta from the wake state. Part of your brain that sleeps or does nothing during the day because you're so centered in your beta or your conscious mind that your conscious mind has to be asleep for this to activate. I'm going to teach in class how to come from your psychic centers and send shit out, which I've been doing for a long time. Therefore, able to use with my foundation of visualization and imagination through meditation techniques, astral traveling, which leads into lucid dreaming. You don't go practice lucid dreaming. You can, but I wouldn't listen to what they say online, how to control yourself in the dream. I would say try to do it once you get it good enough, because why would you want to control yourself in the dream when you can control yourself here? Because now you're trying to make the dream conscious. What you're really trying to see by doing that is if you were successful at bringing your consciousness in the dream world. And I did. I was getting arrested in the dream. I'm in the bed with Khadijah. I don't want this to happen, and it's not. I'm going to wake myself up now, and came out of the deepest state, conscious of the dream, and myself is panic. I would see things, do things in the dream that panic would do or panic has read here. So that started to indicate to me my lucidity. What's your lucidity? Your lucidity is your conscious mind. So you're lucid or aware in that world. So in Astrodynamics, the book, he gives you technique on how to bring your conscious mind into the astral world. You go to the astral world every night you sleep. And it kills me when I see stupid motherfuckers talking about how dangerous astral traveling is. You go to sleep, that's the astral world. The astral world is the dream world. I heard niggas say your imagination is a part of the astral world. Get the fuck on, nigga. Like, the astral world is a part of this world. What happens when this world is gone? You have no imagination. Imagination is an act of your mind which supersedes this world and the astral world connected to it. In Gnosticism, they say quite clearly what the astral world is and what it's created for. It's a demiurge creation where he rests his head. And they tell you about the things that happen in the astral world, about walking towards the light in the Barque in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, that explains the astral world ain't shit neither. Your imagination is not housed there, nigga. You activate things from this world there. But what about beyond this world, beyond astral traveling? There's soul traveling. So where's your imagination then? Learn more, nigger. But I'm proud. We at least giving it an effort. No, I'm not thinking about Montel Williams, nigga. Morton Downey, motherfucker. What the fuck? You're still talking about that shit? Khadija is watching Russian Doll now. She said I should watch it. Said a lot is demiurge. What do you think? Do I need to say that? Obvious. Any god that you worship and you call him creator and you bow down to is demiurge energy, because you still remain human until you realize these things are in you. The demiurge is nothing but a mindset. It ain't a nigga down there going, and there's energies that are conducive that are going, look at him walking around here farting. And because they eat off of it, they do things to keep you in this mentality. There is an energy that fights. That's a demiurge or demiurge energy. But you have the ability to break the cycle. That's what I've been teaching you for years, nigga. How to break the cycle. But it's up to you to take responsibility for it. The Man Who Fell to Earth. I'm waiting for more episodes. Yes, the astral realm is an extension of third dimension. It's where it's to house your spirit. Your body, you have three aspects of yourself. Your body, your spirit, your soul. Your body never leaves Earth. Your spirit can travel between the astral world and Earth. When you go to sleep, astral world. When you wake up, Earth. Sleep, astral world, Earth. When your body dies and it's no more, there's a silver cord in your belly button, which is astrally connected. This is your soul connection. The seat of the soul raised up from your bowels to your consciousness in the pineal at the right hand of God. You know what I'm saying? So now your soul, once the body is dead, remains in the astral world. And it can be called on as what we call ancestors, but it's really just techniques on connecting with energy. Panic used to like Pepsi. He used to like this, used to wear that, cologne, did that. So you set up a place where you're setting up things that my energy would be attracted to. You know, I had a power at doing X, Y, Z. So that means I was an energy in the body that was a manifestation of that X, Y, Z. Jimi Hendrix in the ether is that cosmic form of that music. When it's condensed in the body, it becomes a bad motherfucker named Jimi Hendrix, Rick James, or whoever. Michael Jackson, Prince. And when it's released, it becomes a cosmic aspect that we can access from a different position. And we call it ancestor. It's not a person up there wondering how you're doing. I hear this shit, the ancestors are disappointed. The ancestors are watching. What a stupid thing to say if you really know the study. There's no emotion like humanity anymore. They're not watching and wondering. There's an energetic understanding. And if you fucking with them and you're going against the energy, you're getting an ass whipping. Just like licking a light socket is the wrong thing to do. But they're not personally saying, I'm mad at you because you didn't live up to what? Live up to what? An economic plan? Live up to what? Making this place better? We've already made it better. We've already did the damn thing. Let's pretend they're mad if they're mad at anything, because you ain't doing shit about spirituality. Fucking lazy fuckos. You ain't doing shit about it. So these two worlds, now two things can happen. Your spirit, now remember we talked, there's a third thing, your soul. If you truly fell to earth, the true fall is your soul, because your soul is the only thing that lasts forever. Your soul is actually the only thing real. So when it falls to earth, and it's on earth, it's in the human body. Most newbies and new people and Christians, they have the true fall. Me, I'm an avatar. My soul ain't down here. I've been through this rodeo. So I know how to send my energy through an avatar. I feel and eat and shit and do all the same things you do. But when we make the transition, I don't have to go through the process that you have to go through, because my light truly isn't down here. I know how to reflect down on earth, and most masters do. I'm not that special. Most masters do, and some conscious people do too, because you still get the lesson, you still get the transformation without the true fall. And what you're doing is helping those who are in the true fall to rise. So that soul now, once the body dies, is in the astral world with the spirit, because the spirit still has a human mindset. So it still thinks it exists as it did. The same way you think the ancestors exist as they did here, and are mad at you for not having a fucking economic plan. All right? So they still haven't got over it and realized it. The conscious person understands he needs to unbind from that spirit, which was just one incarnation named panic, and he can make the choice of moving the fuck on now. Because the soul is actually what can make the quantum leap. And even if that soul has made the quantum leap, the spirit still can reside in the astral world as panic for people to access through their ritualistic practice. As long as I'm remembered, it exists. And I'm trying to think of the book where I read this in so I can give it to you. But I can tell you where you get most of the study. As long as people remember it exists, when they forget about me, my spirit actually dies in the astral world. It's not forever neither, because it's a part of this world. And if my soul is in the astral world, as I pointed out earlier, and I have no knowledge of self, after a while, if they forget me and panic dies, the soul is coming back to earth once again to do it all over again, until it gets enough conscious of self to move on. The astral world is a part of it. Your imagination is how you do work. It is utterly ridiculous to think your imagination is just a part of this world, because what do you think you build your true reality with? Your imagination and visualization. That's why it works down here in the context it does. Shit. The Secret was telling you that. Laws of attraction, cause and effect. The first law of Tahuti, shit, all of them are trying to tell you about the calisthenics of the mind. So is there morality in the astral realm? Listen to what I just said. If people still think they're human, then what the fuck do you think? It's a reflection of what's happening up here, just a more etheric reflection. There's people who reside and live in the astral world. I've seen people transform in the astral world. That's a good book to read. I don't think they have the dissipation and the death cycles, or maybe they do. But Astral Travel by Gavin and Yvonne Frost. These are the same books I'm giving over, because these are foundational books. And they talk about where the guy is, there morality in the astral world. That book kind of addresses that topic. Gavin and Yvonne Frost, Astral Travel. So that kind, if you got those kind of questions, that's the book. They give The first half of the book is okay, but the second half really gets into the climate of what to expect when you astral travel in terms of morality. And I have seen morality. I have seen order. I've seen morality. I've seen sections. I've seen where people can create what looks like a country almost. You're really going to areas of people's consciousness that they use an astral energy to create with their visualization and imagination. That's why the astral world can be hell, because if you have a negative mentality and only know that, you're going to create that world. It's listening to your mind. You run it. There's nobody that can punish you or reward you but you. And that's what I'm telling you is even happening down on earth. It is now easier for these things to manifest, the punishment or the reward. And that's dictated by what's in your heart, my nigga. You are the one who are going to be the author of your demise or your success in terms of how you live the rest of this out and what happens next to you. So your imagination is absolutely everything. Don't let anyone or anybody tell you how to shut it down. That's why in school, my ass is starting to get hot. See, I need stretches. Don't let anyone tell you that is something a part of the astral world or belittle it, because if you remember in school, all they did was tell you to pay attention. Stop doing that. You're acting childish. Stop daydreaming. Stop looking out the window. Focus. Pay attention. What they're really doing is getting you out of the realm of imagination. And of course, we know Einstein's quote, more than anything in the universe, the most important thing to have and the most valuable thing about you, and I'm paraphrasing, is your imagination. So it is something that is with you. It is how you move things when you have no body. What do you think is going to happen when you have no body? How do you think you bring something into being? Wait a minute. I know this ain't no speculation, because that's how we do it now. Isn't that called as a man thinketh? So after your body is gone, you no longer thinketh. You have to thinketh, nigga. And think about this, nigga. How do you make golden palaces? How do you make heaven, nirvana, the sweet by and by, the upper room, nigga? Shangri-La, Shambhala, all the rest of these fancy descriptions. But with your imagination, it's just common sense. And you can have and create these houses here, but they're temporary. In the astral world, they last long as you're remembered, but temporary. The only thing about real and the true home exists in the quantum world. This is called the world to come. Is in the Jewish, they're waiting for what they call the Holy Shekinah, which I believe, because I haven't studied hard, but I'm sure it wouldn't be too far-fetched, was the Kali energy, or the end of it, which means she completed her work at the end of the Kali Yuga, which is to kill the 8 ignorances. So if you display any of those 8 ignorances, nigga, i.e. the 8 arms of my girl, which represents same thing as the chakras, the 7 virtues or the 7 deadly sins. But with Kali, it's 8 ignorances, and it must be 8 virtues that these hands represent for Durga, because Durga's the updated version of her, riding on the sun or the tiger or the lion or whatever, that energy. So now you have a choice. You have a choice. You can really start dealing with what's in your own mind. How many corrupt thoughts do you have? How many times a day do you think about fucking with people, fucking up people? You know what I'm saying? Kali brings Kali Yuga destruction. Kali brought Kali Yuga destruction. The Kali Yuga is over. We in the, what is it called? The Sati Yuga, Santi Yuga, whatever the fuck it is. We are now in the golden age. So she brought destruction. And now those 8 ignorances have been destroyed. And anyone who displays those things, those particular ignorances, are going to get an ass whooping. You're seeing it happen before you right now. You unsincere with it, that's it. We're not talking about even right or wrong. We're not even talking about somebody, but we're talking about your sincerity and your piety, what you're here for, to truly help and expand while you study, with being pure of heart. Why do you want to know this? Just to know, or to know enough to start a fucking YouTube channel and sell goddamn sage and pretend you know? Repeating, well, I won't go there. Huh?
Message.
I know.
Message.
He said, talk that sass, nigga, talk that sass. He just want to hear sass. He just want to hear sass. Negro Matt. Negro Matt. So yes, sir, it's your choice. Your imagination needs to be cultivated beyond belief. You need to do things and exercise as a child would lead them. You enter as a child. You enter from the realm of pretend. Look at your little kids. You know, I'm lucky enough to have a granddaughter to observe. She can make anything playtime because they just came out of that world. That's why they imaginate so fucking strong, because that's how you do it. That's what you do. The same way you pick yourself up by your bootstraps here, physically take your ass to work, that's not how it's done. It's done through visualization and imagination. You have no body. So when she comes back in the body, that's why they play so intense and don't want to stop. Everything becomes a game or a giggle. And all they do is come down here and touch shit, see shit, observe shit. That's why they came. You know it when you got one of them kids that just sit and look stupid. You know they're gonna be a Christian. You got one of them kids that can't stop touching shit, can't stop moving. They came here to learn, and they're not wasting no time. And most of us come and understand that, but then we have the stupidity around us that can take us away from that. And the real trick of consciousness is walking back towards that childhood mentality. The things that was beaten out of you, abused out of you, neglected out of you, mind controlled out of you, repetitiously stifled in you, symbolically stifled in you, traumatized out of you. So consciousness is walking back, and it's truly a work within itself to relieve yourself of all of this trauma through your lower chakras, which is the work of the heart. That's why compassion, which is the understanding of those you say who may have wronged you, or the understanding of yourself. You know, you wasn't that great. Your nipples are all crooked. You know what I'm saying? Your fucking nuts stink. Whatever problem you had, I didn't have enough Nikes or enough whatever. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to go to the prom with me. You have to forgive and have compassion that you're just a human being. And forgive yourself and accept yourself even for your shortcomings. You start there first. And then relieve yourself by forgiving you. So I wasn't the best dancer. I damn sure know how to do the best cartwheels. So what if I wasn't the best DJ? Put a drum machine in front of me and I'll show you a new reality, nigga. So what I wasn't the best Christian, nigga? I'm sure the best nigga going like this. So you have to accept yourself for who and what you are in the moment, in the now, which ultimately is a form of loving yourself holistically for the flaws, as opposed to I never, and I'm sure, and I wish I had. You got to get rid of that particular thought process, because those things are only going to expand. And that would have happened before too. And that's why it was happening before, but now more than ever. So once you start getting rid of this and accepting yourself for what you are, which is really having compassion, understanding that you're just having a human experience, and everyone feels these shortcomings on the inside. You're not special. You're starting to stifle your ego. It's not about to be about you, and you have to realize what situation you're in as a human being. And after you create an understanding and really come to terms and find compassion in this thing, you could find forgiveness. I forgive that I didn't do that. I forgive that I didn't do that. I forgive myself. And then you start the process of healing. And each thing that comes up, because you're dedicated to doing the work, so there'll be hidden things that really start to emerge in your shadow self. You'll be able to take it through the same process: compassion, healing, and forgiving. Then you want to probably take it to your mama. You know what I'm saying? Because she's probably next on the list of people you haven't forgiven for whatever reason. Or if she's great, good. If it works for you, great. Your mom's is a great old gal, great. Whatever. But most people, because we're in a nigga holocaust, got nigga holocaust stories. So nigga holocaust people, what I'd say to you is, that's probably the next person, and it's the person I had to forgive next, my mother, for remember, she has such a grip on your psyche. As you come here, your subconscious mind is here to learn. You're here to pick things up. So she's the one: brush your teeth, go to bed, I'll kick your ass, stay here, don't do that, sit up straight, cross your legs, say thank you, say please, say this. She's telling you shit and a bunch of shit you like and don't like. Ultimately, you're disappointed in her, your father, whoever. So I had to start telling my mother, well, she was 18 when she had me. My sons are 18. That alone gave me an extreme burst of compassion for her. And automatically was built in to start forgiving her. What the fuck does she know? My father was 23. He's shit. We got 25-year-olds standing around like this. So anything could happen, and they could be any kind of way. So why are they the expert? Why do they get to control me forever? I had to release myself from their power, understanding or seeing my mother and my father as just human beings and kids, no doubt. It gave me the compassion, then the forgiveness, and the beginning process of starting to heal with things I think are wrong, because the next person will think it's Shangri-La. I remember my son, complaining about whatever kids complain about to his friends from the West End. The West End is a little bit harder than where we live in Stone Mountain. And when his friends came over and checked out what was going on here, they said, "We will never listen to you ever again when you complain, nigga." Then after he got kicked out a couple of times and went to his friend's house to live, he said he's sleeping, rats is walking across his head in their house. So, but my son is complaining like he had this kind of thing going on, which showed me that's the way it goes with humanity. You're going to see or feel abused, neglected, no matter what life you had. To a certain extent, I imagine. I'm sure there's exceptions. But here's one of the things I did notice as well, and I might as well bring it up here. Because me and my sister had such a dramatic childhood, taken out of foresight, we at least was aware something was wrong. But then I imagine the kid who's in a dysfunctional family situation, who's never got taken out the house, or the household was never questioned. Some of them don't even know they were abused. Bobby Hemmings said this to me one time, and it rang true to a heavy, heavy level. He was like, yo, while he said most black people in such a state, they don't even know that they were even in a Holocaust. Forget what we should do to better our situation besides civil. They just think civil rights is just what we do and how we complain, and black power is how we complain, and Black Lives Matter how we complain. But they don't really even grasp that this is based upon we were in a Holocaust. And what I noticed is certain people, because it was never questioned, some don't even know they were abused. Some find out because of how they feel when they get along in life, that they can't get out of the slump, they're always depressed, Then they start questioning shit, and that's when they get in groups and talk to other people and find out they were abused. But there's certain dysfunctions that I'll notice. I'm like, yo, that was fucked up. And I met your parents, it's fucked up. But they accept it as normal because no one stepped in. In our case, someone stepped in and said, this, we got to get him. Grandmother and so on and such. So we at least knew we were in a dysfunctional thing and knew we had an uphill battle as we grew up, that something was there that couldn't be ignored. Most people don't even know nothing's there to be ignored. That is the weight of this place. And one of the biggest things you could do in the occult is address those things. You have to, because it is humanity. And if you're trying to transcend humanity, those things are chains, nigga. To break those chains, you have to deal with that in the chakra system. That's why Khadijah teaches that class. Advanced techniques on how to deal with that chakra system. Go to her website, Samdi Readings, SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Or you could go to Occult Lectures, just like the channel you're watching this on, .com, and get connected to her site to deal with that. You're not going to get out of that one. You're not going to be able to do this and have emotional dysfunction. And I'm not saying, what I'm saying is you should be able to do chakra work to see if that is the case. So Jay said Moon Knight is dope. Well, I'll be able to see that when they finish doing it. So far, looks fucking absolutely stupid. So I hope it turned better. Like I said, I don't like the reluctant hero. I don't know. I can't do it. Like Jackie Chan did that shit in every movie. I don't know. I don't want to fight. I want a motherfucker to be like, what you say, nigga? Drunk monk, bitch. Oh, this is about to be ill. I don't want to fight. And then do karate. No, stop fighting me. Fucking Jackie Chan, the reluctant hero. So what I've seen so far, Moon Knight hasn't embraced Moon Knight. He's in the mirror. Let me go. Why you doing this to me, man? You're fucking up. See that bitch ass nigga? I like my fucking heroes aggressive, nigga. So we'll see. Like I said, I'm not going to let it pass by, but I'm not going to watch it week to week neither. Not for me. But I'm not the boss of anything. If you like it, then I hope you love it. So, is that Pratt? Oh, Pratt, what up, boy? My man B. Pratt. Yes, The Last Dragon is an excellent example. I've talked about it before. And it's actually an energy that Bruce Lee was around. The entire movie, you had a young black man looking for the master externally. And Bruce Lee was the symbol, which black people idolized as a master. When I talked to Bruce Lee, I said, oh shit, nigga, after I found, he was the first channel that came to me that was one of the gods, more than just the Maya and the ancestors or the people who were here before energies. And that energy came this way when I was in the park on 14th Street, Union Square. And ultimately, because I told the story many times, when I knew I was actually talking to him, I got back with him and said, yo, download some of that karate in my head, nigga, like the Matrix. I'm ready, nigga. I know jujitsu. He said, I based all of this shit off the black man's mind. I said, well, goddamn, nigga. But then later he came and told me all them short punches and them niggas' leg about this goddamn big, and he was kicking niggas' heads off. He knew how to focus his kundalini or his chi or his prana energy into he wasn't hitting them with the physical. He was hitting them with his prana or his chi or that kundalini. I said, goddamn, nigga. Now, it turns out, I found out later that that is something that is shared amongst some of the guys who study and practice how to use your chi. But the way he explained it was different, and different than what they just made it like, you know, I just do my chi exercises. But maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the same. So, bro, Bruce Lee. Oh, so Bruce Leroy. First of all, Bruce Lee, the nigga name is Bruce. That's a nigga. So he eventually, as everyone's seen The Last Dragon, I heard, and if you haven't seen it, you can kiss my motherfucking Converse. Eventually finds out that he was the master. You didn't see shit like that ever. He's the master and he had that glow. That's our story. That's your story. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Kissing somebody else's ass, waiting for them to do something to help your black ass, send your dumb ass son to a fucking school so you can come out and shoot niggas in Chicago. Worthless ass shit. Into finding out that you are responsible for you. You are responsible. My message hasn't changed. You are responsible for you. And I've told you, and I've told you today as well, how to be responsible for you. Stop all that bitch ass crying. Stop all that bitch ass I can't do it, and just start telling yourself you can. You can do anything. And then once you get your mind strength up, which in this day will be very quick, it ain't going to be no long study. You're thinking like public school. Don't think that you're learning. Know that you're activating. And shit could be activated tomorrow. The only reason is not because you have so many human blockages and baggage. If you relieve the human baggage, all this shit comes online. It's your humanity versus your spirituality. It's Set versus Haru. It's the devil and the angel on your shoulder telling you opposite information that keeps you in conflict. And the devil represents your humanity, and the angel represents your higher spirituality, and the devil represents your lower humanity. Nigga! It's simple, and it's about polarity. You can't shift your polarity to a higher consciousness because your magnetic pull pulls you to the root, stupid. 1 second. Okay. All right, won't happen again. So your magnetic chakras pulled you to the root, stupid ass niggers. That's what he said to say. Don't blame me. It's Negromat talking. So if you start to relieve that baggage, you can rise. It's not about gaining more shit. It's about losing what the fuck you think you know. It's a, oh yeah, that's right. Meteor Man. Very good, MSRD32. What Dreams May Come, Robin Williams, another good one. What's up, Brad Pitt, Bradford, my nigger Bradford. Bradford's Boston. No, not Boston. Detroit, not Chicago. Detroit, my man Brad. That nigga is a fucking beast. Like, I knew Bradford for quite some time. I had the radio show, which is also on Patreon. Y'all should get a hoop off of that. It was a whole radio show we used to do with a whole clique of niggas, and it's probably the greatest sensational shit contained. It's on my Patreon right now. You can get all the episodes. And Bradford was right there, Detroit. He was right there with it. And when I went to Detroit to do a lecture, we met Bradford. This motherfucker's a monster. Where the fuck you work out at, nigga? His fucking shoulders is bigger than my fucking couch behind me. I'm like, God damn, nigga. If I needed somebody to fuck somebody up, nigga, You on the first thing smoking this way. And, real mellow, real cool, real smart dude, and always supported, always came with information. So it's good to see my man B Pratt back in the building for real, for real. And yeah, so the last dragon, he found out is in him. That baggage done, you got to deal with your demons. You got to face your demons. All that shit was transforming humanity. Did you get the prom queen or the prom fiend, nigga? Did you have Nikes or Psyches on in high school? Black Lives Matter there, son. Did you, in sacral chakra, the concept of what's yours? Did you have your own room, hand-me-down clothes? Did you have that feeling like, see, me and my sister, we always sat at the same place at the dinner table. It was mine. We couldn't sit in each other's seat. That was fucked up. That wasn't happening. We had our own plates, forks, and knives. I had Bugs Bunny shit on hers. She had Porky in them on hers. You could not feed me off her plate. That was a fucking absolute no-no. Our own beds. We lived in a project, so we didn't have to share bath water and shit like that. Know what I'm saying? So you can run water all day for free. We felt tense because it was just me and her. I didn't have any older brothers, so I didn't have to share stickers or worry about who was taking my shit. Clearly, I wasn't taking none of her shit. Wasn't spraying none of her cologne. The worst it got for her, I would fuck on her bed when we got older, because her springs was a little bit, cushier than mine. I wore mine out. But other than that, that development happens there. And then, of course, the root, what happened at home. Were you warm? Were you hugged too much or hugged not enough? Were you breastfed? How did you hear arguments? Things in the home are the root chakra, where you're grounded in. So if any of these things are out of order, and for most niggas they are in certain ways, they create dysfunctions. They create overactive and underactive chakras. So the chakra work is to balance it, but to balance your chakras, you can't just think of colors coming down and all of that. That works absolutely, because it is the imagination's visualization. But if you do not deal with the problems, those problems put the chakras back in order. So you have to come to terms. That shit hurt. You don't have to admit it to nobody but yourself. I wasn't cool there. I felt bad because dude was saying something, and really, this is your mentality at the time, which does stick. Like I said, I'm beyond that now, but I should have punched him in the face. And you never lived that down. That girl you knew wanted to give it to you, but you just never took it. It never leaves your mind for some reason. So even though shit like that is superficial, there are deeper things that you don't even bring to your mind that happen. But if you do the work, those things start to emerge. And you're like, God damn. And that's why I had animosity. That's why I did that 20 years later, because I never got over that. I remember I used to treat family in a certain way, which doesn't really matter in terms of consciousness, but in terms of courtesy and humanity, because we were mad that none of them stepped up when we went to a foster home. On my father's side, 1, 2, 3 of them, uncle and 2 aunts. On my mother's side, 2 uncles, 2 other aunts. One aunt was moving out of state. The other aunt was in nursing school. One uncle was in some studio. They were all starting out life. One was just 19. On my mother's side, my father's side, they were still teenagers. One aunt was married and already had 2 kids. She eventually had 6. They took me later, but not when it mattered. And my father, what was wrong with him? He had his new life. So I didn't realize I still was taking out on them. I had to release it, not for them. That's why you forgive and you forget it, because you're relieving yourself of the baggage. I don't care. That was my path, and that's fine, because I wouldn't be who I am without it. So when somebody brought up self-love, so once you start, and you do start with self-love, Do you love yourself in this moment? Then you have to attribute, or I have to, looking at myself, have to attribute all the ignorance that I attribute to my father, my mother, what they did or didn't do is perfection, because I stand here under self-love feeling perfected. And if it didn't happen that way, then it wouldn't be happening this way. Therefore, I'm thankful for it as opposed to regretting it at this point. At the time, it was what it is. But in this particular time, you got to learn these things, because this is also important to your transformation. This is you dealing with humanity, and humanity is nothing more but your actions based upon your emotions. And most of us here are dealing with negative emotions because the power structure that be, that's the nature of who and what they are. And they're living out their purpose. They are in control of you while you sleep. But your waking up it's not going to be no physical war. They keep gassing that up because that's all they can do or all they know. By you focusing your thoughts back on your greater reality, they don't exist in your greater reality. They exist as a lowest form of your thinking. That's how they came into existence, birthed through you and your low frequency thoughts in a low frequency Kali Yuga time. In this particular time, folks, you still will imaginate them out of existence. I know that sounds stupid to the guy who doesn't do spirituality. Panic talking about imaginate these niggas, that Saturn ass nigga. I don't give a fuck about them. Let them sit around and pretend to get their guns. Because at the end of the day, what in the fuck are they doing? Talking about a war that doesn't exist, using weaponry that their fucking enemy creates and makes. They show you how they could stop making change of $1 and you can't even spend it. They showed you during COVID the prices that they made bullets. Nigga, are you crazy? They make this shit. Who the fuck are you going to shoot? And what are you going to do? And at the end, what does it do? But if that happens, don't let me get in the way. Do what you do. But there's a certain spiritual class of us that you don't want to overlook. And I'm telling you from years of experience of doing it, this is what it is now on this level. So I'm talking about the minds of this level. I'm not trying to convince some nigga walking around in fucking army boots in a goddamn tam that spirituality is his way out. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Go get your gun, go on the train and throw smoke bombs. Even though that shit was staged. But go ahead and throw smoke bombs if you must. That's your business. And I'm not here to stop it. But don't stop this. Especially nowadays. This cannot be stopped. This is the true new world order coming into being. And you who are conscious, dealing heavy in spirituality, are that. I want to hear that goddamn Pisces in the moon we can jump. That ain't enough. That ain't enough. And just so you know, in Gnosticism, they explain quite clearly that the zodiac is demiurge. Why wouldn't it be? My zodiac sign, my birthday just passed April 25th. 54, nigga. OG status. How do I know I'm OG status? Because everything hurts, nigga. Everything hurts. No matter how much CMOS I suck, nigga. That CMOS shit is good. That shit, keep that in you at least. You know, do whatever you got to do, but make CMOS a part of your regimen. I've been getting it online now. They let it run down all through Facebook and all that, and that Manuka honey shit. I would say go on and get some of them. They make it, it's real convenient. If you could afford it, I guess, go and get you a spoonful of that. If you could find some black-owned shit. These people are black-owned, though. You know what I'm saying? There's an old nigga who get on with no shirt. Yeah, nigga, that's CMOS. I ain't buy it from him. I don't know what he doing, making that shit with no shirt on. His nipples slip and get up in the sauce. I'm no good. But there's one, they have two companies. I don't know, two flavors. They have a golden one, and the purple one is, I believe, is black owned and is really good, and they make it really smooth. So get you some of that. That's pretty. Right. That's that Cthulhu sea moss. Who said that? Sometime there. That's that Cthulhu. Manuka honey. That's the truth. It's a honey made in Australia by a Manuka flower. So they pollinate with that, and the immune effects are blah 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 blah. So I'll make a tea with Manuka. I overdo it with the sea moss. Tasteless. You know what I'm saying? You feel much better, much clearer, much sexually ready to fucking suck something. You know what I'm saying? And a Jezebel spirit. Somebody said explain the Jezebel spirit. You got to think about it. The Jezebel spirit is Kali, or the dark goddess of Sekhmet. So a Jezebel spirit, you learn that stupid shit in church that it's a mean fucking woman. You know what I'm saying? Women that is just another way to shut women down. What they're talking about is the dark side of the feminine energy, which would be powerful, because we know what a woman's dark side is. So every woman has a Jezebel spirit. Say the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's really just, or if you want to make it sweeter, it's Sekhmet, it's Kali. There's books on just dark goddesses. Azuli Dantor, Medusa is the same thing, nigga. Like, y'all got to think, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to try to think a little bit and do correspondence. I'm glad you at least asked the question. I'm not trying to get on you, but you got to do it yourself. Think, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Ms. Young Yohiznes? How you doing, girl? So let's see where we at. Yeah, Medusa, Palmagrita. There you go. Palmagera. Angel. Anger. I'm lost. No, we've stopped doing Pandemonium Radio like 7 years ago. So, but the shows of Pandemonium Radio are on my Patreon. So it's patreon.com/Brother Panic. And like I said, my classes are there. And I'm going to start doing the live Psychomancy soon. I'll make an announcement. You ain't got to ask, is it happening? Oh, you'll know, because everybody's going to know. I'm going to blast it and show my ass when it's ready. And it'll be ready soon. I'm going to go through much more information, make it some nigga shit, give it to us, or get it back for us. And it's long overdue. And it's really a class on how to tune and use psychic power. This is it. I'm going to show you how to use I'm going to show you all the dirty tricks. When I was studying psychomancy years ago, I used to get on the train. And the idea is what's in your head to make it manifest. And I would stick with the women across from me, make them go to sleep, make nipples get hard, make them crack their legs to see what color panties they have on. I used to give itching attacks to motherfuckers, so on and such, and using the techniques of psychomancy. So you can go further with that and start exercising how to put your energy in the world. You can control your boss, your people, but you want to do it pure of heart. You ain't trying to control people who don't want to do, you ain't trying to control a lover who wants to leave. Then that's the same thing as some fucking cult where you're locking somebody down. What you want to do is, let me see. All right, I'm glad you will. I would say join for the radio shows. That's probably a lot of, somebody said they're joining Patreon. If they wanted classes there, of course, if you haven't taken it. But I got a lot of videos of other guys that I've had over the years that I put up that I find deep. There's a few of those that you won't see anywhere else. These guys do not publish it for the public there. And most importantly, like I said, classes. There's a few lectures up, live lectures. But the Pandemonium Radio is a big thing you get a kick out of. So, you know, there's different tiers as they have. I would say join that Pandemonium thing. Let me see. He said, how do I chop a succubus off your sacral chakra? Why, nigga? Get some pussy. What the fuck is wrong with you? I invite succubuses to come. You want to fuck? I wore a succubus out so much. I was like, no, the fuck you going? Come on back. We ain't finished. Let's do the succubus thing, nigga. I thought you was a succubus. Let's succubus. There ain't no fucking succubus on you, nigga. Let's get this shit straight. A succubus and an incubus is something Europeans came up with. We could just stop right there. Out of ignorance. Out of ignorance. Everything is from your own mind. See, when you say, how do you get a succubus off of you? What you just said was, how does something else get on me? I can't control that. I can't control around me. What about your armor? I just told you to visualize, nigga. Do it. It's your visualization in your imagination. What do you think I'm sitting here for? Huh? He said, Ashe. Finish the sass. You get it off with your own visualization. It is what you believe it is, son. When are you going to take responsibility? 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 A succubus is on me? Nigga, that's a joke to me. And it should be a joke to you. You take it seriously. That's why it's on you. You sucking your own sacral chakra, my nigger. You sucking your own sacral chakra. There are low energies that connect to you based upon your low energy thoughts. That's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you today, to up the fucking ante. Are you fucking listening? Anyone? Are you fucking listening? I'm telling you the tricks. These things apply to all of that shit. I'm trying to help you, monkey. All you want is a fucking banana. Like you in church. How you take a succubus off you? Nigga, I fucks. How do you take off fucker harder than she's fucking? What's happening? She's sucking what off of you? She's sucking your sacral chakra. Oh, my sacral chakra. I don't have it no more. It's been all sucked up. Nigga, that's not a real. Read the origin of incubus and succubus, not in any deep book, on fucking Wikipedia. And then you'll see how stupid it is. Ultimately. Can something suck your energy? But it's from your own thoughts. God damn it, I've been telling this. I told the story 10 years ago. I had a friend. And you could tell he had a little problem with girls or whatever. We worked at the same place. Somebody gave me something called Ruta. My man Danny had a Botanica. He said, you put it on the back of your neck. That was like a no-no to me. I'm like, well, we working at this job. We go in at 2 p.m., leave 1 a.m. It was a call center. It was IT. What you didn't want is a call around 1 a.m. because you couldn't leave and you miss your bus. So niggas was timing their breaks and their lunch in this last hour so they would get no calls and they could bounce. And Willie, the boss, was coming, calling niggas out with papers. I'm good. I'm under the radar. My cloak was working, not getting no calls, doing that cutting out at the last 15 type shit. And Willie comes to my desk after I put the root on. With the papers. Can't do it. Oh, fuck you, Willie. So I'm like, fuck that. The router took off my cloak. My boy put it on and his computer started to rumble. His hard drive is starting to fail. He hoped it wasn't failing, so he was opening up his shit. We would text. He opened up his shit, tried to tighten it up and all that. So now, next day, I seen him at the bus stop on the way to work. And I'm like, yo, that rude as shit, took off my cloak. He's like, yeah, my computer. So I'm going to dump that shit. Then a girl got off the bus and looked at this nigga like HIV didn't exist. I hadn't seen her look like that since the fucking mid-'80s. She would have sucked that nigga's dick in the train station. And he went up to her and kicked it to her. He said, yo, my name is such and such, this, da, 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 da. I was wondering. She said, fuck that. Why don't you just give me your number? Woo! So this nigga's kind of puffed up. We get on the bus. Another chick is looking at him crazy. He just gave her his card. I said, oh, nigga, this Ruder right here, that's doing it for you. So he said, yeah, nigga. So word is born. We got off the bus, walking to the job. You can hear theme music as this nigga is walking. Wow, wow, wow. This nigga was on it. And all of a sudden, he just trips and falls. Nothing on the floor. His fucking laptop flew out his shit and rolled. I said, oh shit, nigga, what's going on? He said, yo. No, he first said, I knew it was too good to be true. And got up. Now, what I learned was our thoughts create magnetism in our aura. So that if you have a succubus, or what you're calling a succubus, it's because it's in your thought pattern. Therefore, in your aura, there's holes or ways for energies to get in and suck. So that's a real thing. Now, his energy of low self-esteem was dying because those two girls put his mind in a different place of confidence, something that he didn't cultivate thoroughly because it was one particular, two girls. So that day in that event, because of the Ruder, that changed up the energy. But if he thinks the same, Ruder ineffective, no more bitches. So that energy, which was being stifled because now he's actually pushing it out with his thoughts. Fought back. Most people tell me when they do spiritual things, they get a lot of resistance because it's you resisting the change. You have a bunch of negative energy and positive energy trapped in your aura. That's why it radiates at the color and changes with your thoughts. But a strong, what they call armor of Christ, is based upon your thoughts, your imagination, and your visualization. So I told this story years later after this job. This job was like in 2006. Years later, I'm telling this story in 2011, 12. Word is born. And I'm like, nigga had low self-esteem. He looked like a Cosby kid. He was doing all this shit. Word is born. My man just hit me up. You know, I be listening to you. Oh, shit. I thought this nigga was been going out my life. No, I listen to you all the time, motherfucker. What the fuck you mean? For the fucking Cosby kid. I'm like, oh, shit, my nigga. I didn't know you did. But then he said, yo, man, you know something? You were right, though. He said, I did have like kind of a low self-esteem. He said, I'm doing better with those thoughts. I said, well, that's it, brother. You got to keep your thought game going. So if you think you got a succubus, it's because that's what you define as something that's a flaw or energy in you. So whatever's draining you in that area, let's even call it a succubus. The only person that can get rid of it is how do you get rid of it? I've been telling you how you get rid of anything. I've been telling you how to control anything around you. So when you ask that question, it's like you haven't been listening. You need to listen to what I'm saying, not just jump in here and fucking type in the chat room. Listen. And I know most of you type go back and listen. Know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, that's right, Elevate fan. We talking that sass. We talking that sass, nigga. Talking that sass. You know those niggas are saying that now. Let's talk sass. Like, nigga, no, nigga, you better give me my copyright. You know what I'm saying? My copyright cuts, nigga. You don't get rid of it, you ignore it. Nobody said you get rid of it. Like, see what I'm saying? See, that's a dumbass question. If they're talking about the succubus here, you don't get rid of it, you ignore it. No, you supersede it with greater thoughts, like anything else. So it looks like you would be ignoring the white man, but you can't ignore him if you're not doing nothing better. Which is kind of a good question that you asked. If you're not doing nothing better, then you're just trying to use your humanity to stifle your true reactions. What I'm talking about, once you do something better, what you would normally react to no longer matters. So you didn't ignore it, you put it out of being. You understand what I'm saying? By superseding it with a greater frequency. If you up the frequency, just like when he said, when he seen the girls twice, his frequency started vibrating. And the low energy that exists in his aura is going, oh, I can't live here. So the succubus, he's not ignoring, he's superseding it with greater thoughts. See, it looks funny when I'm fucking my succubus. But what y'all niggas didn't get while you was laughing is me saying, that shit is no threat to me, god damn it. Because I've superseded that stupidity. When I say I fucked succubuses and want more, I've convinced my mind. Are you watching, niggas? I convinced myself that it's no threat. So I didn't ignore it. I superseded it by not seeing it as a big deal. As I don't see the white man as a big deal or his prowess as a big deal. Grow up, niggas. I'm showing you what it is. Oh, fuckos. Get it together, melanated niggers. What you give your energy to is what you become. Well said. What you give your energy is what you become. I'm not giving my energy to something I think is a succubus. Even if it's happening, I'm going to give my energy to something greater. I'm going to tell that thing that needs to scare me that I'm not scared. And that thing is nothing more than something in me that I fear, because it cannot attach itself to certain high-level frequency. There's low-level energy and there's high-level energy. Your thoughts access high-level energy, therefore it permeates through your aura, through your chakras, through your reality and your way of being, through your energy. Some people walk in the room and suck the room dry just by walking in. Some people walk in the room and they bring light. They bring a good time. They bring comfort. They bring a sense of healing. That has everything to do with negative ions versus positive ions. Positive ions are low frequency energy. Negative, found in nature, is high frequency energy. Your nerves, actually, let me stop. That's in the psychomancy class. So wait for it. But even shaking hands is the exchange of negative. And that's why you actually did it, to exchange negative or positive energy. That's why the laying of hands is actually a real thing. Because certain people, Khadijah's one of them, who has healing hands, a sister too, it runs in a family. Most massage therapists, I went to many, and some of them niggas just go through the routine, but some of them motherfuckers, give a shout out to my boy Devin at Physical Therapy for me. He's a stretch guy. He's able to feel what needs to be done, and each session is different, while others do the same routine over because they're just doing that work. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, it's lit in here. They talking that sass. You goddamn right. I stay sass. I'm sass for that ass. Talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass. We talk sass here. So I know y'all know what it is. All my no-teppers. I free no-tepper minds. I free your mind. This is no cult shit. This is mind freedom. And that fucking art is being real lost into these YouTube hits. Free minds. Y'all got to listen to what I'm saying. Try to understand and try to expand what I'm saying in many other areas. I'm trying to give you a generalized understanding of a mindset that works with things like if you feel you got a succubus or whatever you decide to call it. I'm cursed, I'm whatever. Oh, that shit's in your own mind. And when you realize your mind is the all, no one can curse you, you accept that bullshit. People can throw energy your way. And most of it is accepted because you've done nothing to block yourselves. You block yourselves on the physical level. If I come in the club, my dick is pinned down the side of my leg in my sweatpants, and I got some Hennessy. Come here, baby. Let me speak to you for a second. You know I ain't fucking with that nigga. Know what I'm saying? Got a flip phone and the Jerry curl. So you know how to block that. That nigga didn't get in your goddamn solar plexus and you said, God damn, how do I get him out? You wouldn't even think like that. You got to think the same way for these spirits. They have the same thought pattern, but they're just eating and using you on a different level that you haven't protect yourself from because you're ignorant. But I'm telling you how to do it. Would you niggas just understand? Your imagination is the key. I see why you don't believe it, because you have been mind controlled into thinking it's some childish bullshit. You've been told, I've already told you at every corner, stop. Put the truck down. Put the doll down. You're grown now. Why do you have that? Focus. Pay attention. That's childish. A grown-up doesn't do that. Act mature. Act your age. What they're really saying is stop using your imagination. It's something from your childhood, and it has no other purpose but for playtime in your childhood. That's false. It is your most powerful tool. So based upon your thinking, your visualization, and your ego, you've now invited an energy that you think your conscious mind is telling you that it's attacking you. Then you hear the word succubus and you have a name for it. But again, I urge you to look at the origin of succubus the same way you look at the origin of Halloween and realize that it's All Saints Day, Day of the Dead, and the day the veil is the thinnest between the spirit world and this world. And we invited that day. But Europeans did the trick-or-treat shit because they were trying to give, they were representing the spirits coming into the door in costume, and they're giving them candy. The same way I told you, that's all I drink, candy and sweet shit when I do this, because the spirit is here. Another version of me is here. The true panic has emerged. The panic everybody else knows is going to watch Ray Donovan a little bit later. You feel me? But the one that's here demands candy to feed off of. So trick-or-treat became candy to keep spirits at bay. That's how they thought. So when there was energy coming your way, that was sexual, which I think is a grand old time. Grand old time. And it's really you doing it. Shit, I was fucking the succubus for like damn near a year one time. I promise you that energy was worn out. I wouldn't let it go. I was doing all sorts of nasty. When you want it, now you got it. Because none of that fears or scares me. You're in fear of it. That's why you think it's in you. And I'm not really trying to get on that person. It's really just me going crazy on the subject and passionate about the subject. But you are doing no wrong. But I'm going to need you to do right. Listen to this again. The techniques I'm telling you, once you master those meditative techniques, that astral travel, that lucid dream, once you get in control of your thoughts in really the exercise or the waking up of your psychic centers, you'll be able to know and probe and feel your body and your energy a little bit more. You'll be more sensitive to it, and you'll start to realize the origin of what you're calling the succubus and where it comes from. And once you deal with that human thought, you'll realize you release the energy, and that's what you did to up your frequency. And that energy cannot come to you unless you allow it. You got to be a player in the game and talk that sass, baby. Talk that sass. I need to start doing magic like that for niggas. Because that's the shit y'all understand. Talking sass now. Psst. And now y'all, he is doing magic. Y'all don't understand. I'm teaching y'all magic now. I'm teaching y'all magic now. There's nothing else. What you think? I'm gonna pull a top hat out later with a big fucking hypnotist disc? All right, let me really show y'all niggas magic. Ooh, you are getting sleepy. It ain't like that, nigga. I'm telling you what it is. It's control. The mind is all. The universe is mental. To deal with the all, you must deal with what? The mind. And everything I said today was starting with the mind. All of that shit reverberates through you. Once you get your mind right, you'll be able to see what this really is. Instead of using generic names like Succubus. No, it's probably your uncubus who gave you too many knee rides, nigga. Not that guy, I'm just saying. I don't know what that guy is. You know, I don't know his story. But stop. You are exclaiming and owning that. You're owning it. Study what a succubus is and then decide that you own it. But if you feel a weight on your sacral chakra, that's what you need to look at. What's happening in your sacral chakra? You need to do chakra work, which I pointed out already. SamdiReadings.com. SamediReadings.com. She has a whole class on what she calls chakra spinning, which is a whole different animal than what you've been getting that same old routine. Oh, I feel my soul feels and my root just fuck all that crazy, goofy shit. How to get in and understand who and what you are. How to work and control and expand your light through visualization. How to know the healing colors, know the secret colors to pull in through the visualization and imagination, to heal, to strengthen, to block, to clean your fucking aura, which is generated from your emotional system. What in your emotion has you feeling that you have a succubus or have created this thing you feel? What did you do and what happened and what do you need to deal with is the question. Not what I'm going to tell you to do. Nigga, I will tell you to eat a fucking barrel of sand just to see it happen. I wouldn't do that no more. The point is I'm making is you don't know what I tell you to do. When you ask questions like that, that's how your ass will be standing there like this, nigga. You heard? Because you put yourself in a position for some person to tell you what to do. That's why I talk in where everyone can do things to figure it out for themselves. If you want me to tell you what to do, that puts me in a position to be your cult leader. If I was diabolical, every cult leader, somebody came up to him and said, I don't know. What should I do? Well, come here. Put my arm around you and tell you what to do. That's why I have a problem with that thought pattern, that question. It's not the question that's stupid. It's the mentality. It's the mentality that I'm talking about. I would have asked that question. Something's happening in my sacral chakra. I wouldn't even own the word succubus. What should I do? Then I would have just said to you, you got to focus on chakra work. You got to focus on, in my first book, I have a whole mapping of the chakras. They in 3 states. They're either overactive, underactive, or balanced. I tell you every emotion in every chakra, overactive, underactive, and balanced as a map and left nothing out. So if you were to look at sacral chakra and say, oh shit, ABC is happening in my emotional state. This is my problem. You deal with those emotions and try to find the origins of where they exist. You can think there's each chakra, to tone it up, there's a color within the chakra system, and to slow it down, there's a color. For instance, if you got too much root chakra energy, until you think of the color blue of your throat chakra, and that'll slow you down and balance you out in the root. Shit like that. That's the work you have to do. Not claiming I have a succubus on you. You ain't got shit on you. You ain't got shit on you but your own goddamn problem. You got until you deal with them problems and stop blaming a succubus or Satan. It's the same Christian shit. Why you smoking? It's the devil. No, it's you. You're the smoker. So why don't you think it's you who's the succubus? Or something has manifested? Do chakra work, player. Control mind, control the situation. Absolutely, Black Gold. That's the key. Black blood magic, what's your thoughts? Man, good question. I've done whole lectures on the menses, dog. I know a lot of y'all must be new, but let me explain something. I've always talked for 5-6 hours. If you Google Brother Panic and blood magic, I guarantee you probably find that menses one I did, where I went through the book, Barbara J. Walker's book, the encyclopedia of the woman's encyclopedia of myths and secret. No home should be without that book. The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets by Barbara J. Walker. It will explain so much shit from the feminine perspective that you will be shocked. For instance, calling someone a cunt was a fucking honor because cunt came from the goddess Kunti. And now they trained you to hate it in feminism. A bitch was an honor because a bitch is the female Anubis. So they had the bitch goddesses, the bitch warriors, shit like that. She was the warrior goddess and the female god Anubis. Harriet Tubman was a true bitch based upon the ancient understanding of it. Yo, fucko niggas. They don't even know no better. So they also talk about the origin and the menses and how all across the world, because the woman believed blood, about her power through the menses and the blood. And that's why you have white and red in a lot of occult situations. White, of course, is here. Red is the bottom. Red is the blood. Sperm, which is brain fluid, is the mixture. That's the alchemy. That's love. Red and white is pink, and that's the heart. Another color from the heart frequency of love, rose quartz, and all of that is pink because it's May Day around the May pole, which is red and white. That represents sperm and blood. So it goes through the Ashantis, the Swiss, the this, the that, and all about blood and what they did. Now, in terms of sacrifice, in terms of blood magic, I'm of the situation that's from traditional magic. I've gotten and talked to many spirits, dealt with them on many sophisticated levels, have dropped many sophisticated ideas and channels without cutting up one animal. I think that time is over. That's just me. If somebody's getting something out of it, go crazy. You clean up the mess or you eat the goat later. I don't do that. Sperm I've used, which is blood. 1 drop of sperm, I think they used to say it was 10 drops of blood. I dropped all of that in the menses thing. I knew it when it mattered. I did that in about 2010 or 11. So we talking over 12 years ago, which is done. So when you ask these questions, I get that I've done so much that you may not come across it, but I'm at a point where you need to Google Brother Panic and then your question, and you'll probably find a lecture conducive to it. You know what I'm saying? But I did a whole blood magic lecture. I've done it over here. Her Blood is Gold is another book I can't remember. I had about put up about 4 books that were pro menses and about eating the menses. So I lost a lot of buddies on that one. Lost a lot of friendships on that one. And you don't really have to eat the full dose. You just take a dot. First of all, if you take a dot, mix it with sperm. Me and Khadijah did that ritual and put it in the canoptic jars. I glued them shut for blood and sperm. And ultimately, that was our bond. That was our true marriage. And that still exists. Oh, y'all ain't ready, nigga. So blood magic is sacrifice? Nah, but the true sacrifice, that's why you lose your energy, is sperm. And remember, she's losing an egg. So that's a true sacrifice as well. When they say you got to sacrifice babies, that's what the period blood is. And the deity that represents the period is a deity called Lilith. Lilith is called the baby killer. Getting it, guys? Lilith is older than Eve. And Lilith is a dark goddess, just like Set, Met, and the rest of them. Those are the blood goddesses. And then they even show you in Barbara J. Walker's book about the menses, when you get to that chapter, of how powerful it went until it got to the European aspect. She couldn't cook. You couldn't stand next to her. She's dirty, blah, blah, blah. That's later day Christianity shit. She starts in the beginning where the blood was the most powerful thing. It's a part of the triple goddess. The red, the black, and the green. The red is the virgin, or that which is new. The green is the mother, and the black is the wise crone. So it's that blood concept, and the menstruating woman is powerful, not weakness. How much they menstruate has been on the table as debate. How much blood you lose now. It wasn't that much blood, and that seems to make a little bit of sense to me, because how they cherished the blood, it couldn't have been much because they did too much. If it was as much as it happens now, it'd be like, nigga, that shit like Pepsi. So I could tell it wasn't that much. And that's pretty much where metaphysical people landed. But ultimately, like I said, I went through a whole big script of how motherfuckers looked at this. I used to take to Khadijah, took the dot, take it, niggas. And I know her forever after that. It's like they show you that shit in all the movies, the vampire movies, all of them. What's them dark vampire movies with the lichen and the vampires, the vampire hunters, and they was fucking with the lichen? What was that? Brad's going to tell me in a second. Underworld. Crypto nigga did it. Right, everybody came through it. So in the Underworld movies, remember, he used to say the pathway to the knowledge will be even sweeter this way. And then they would bite a nigga and drink his blood, and then they would have all the knowledge because the blood holds the DNA. Even in Avatar, when the mother or the matriarch came out to check Jake Scully, she was holding up his tail, checking him out, then she poked him, bow. And then she tasted his blood. It was like, all right, then, blah, 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 blah. So the blood tasting is actually getting the pathway. I did that for Khadijah because that's a part of the marriage. That's why certain hoes, they spit the nut out in the garbage, and certain hoes is like, all gone, nigga, all gone, nigga. Where you put that at? Where that go? And you like, okay, then. They love that shit because they're actually getting your consciousness. Of course, when you're fucking, the sperm, which 1 drop of sperm is 10 drops of blood, travels through the woman's spine in their head. That's why a woman is harder to get you out of their head, because your sperm is actually in their head. Certain women can take a great deal of a dickening and many dickenings. Certain women, they can only deal with one man at a time. It's too much in their consciousness. And certain guys too, I can't deal with 2 women at a time. I didn't even realize that shit. I thought I would like any other nigga until I started realizing, hell, every time I say I have a girlfriend, really not fucking, it's just too much. You know? Like, it's just too much of a headache. My head is full with that individual because we connected on a true marriage of sorts, spiritually, physically, all bonded so tight. This pussy can't break that bond for me. It's just pussy. You know what I'm saying? It's just pussy. You know what I'm saying? And I think more guys need to start downplaying pussy because you're trying to chase the things you need through vagina, and while you're doing that, you're leaving a wake of women behind you, trying to find yourself through beating up their vaginas. You have to value it. One of the things my mother did pull me aside and have a conversation with me, and I know, like a lucid conversation, and she was forced to do it because she already was sick and went to the hospital, and I could tell she felt now that she couldn't, and which turned out to be true, stay true to that medicine. Excuse me, that medicine that they gave her, and so she felt she had to tell me this. And I remember her telling me that the most valuable thing a woman could give you is love, her love, and it shouldn't be exploited. Of course, I understand now. I had to grow into that understanding. So, of course, there's not every woman I met is gonna be like, oh, he was such a gentleman. Fuck that old punk motherfucker. His stomach was always in the way. There's that too. That's how that go. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, what my mother was trying to explain was how valuable a woman is, more than just an empty hole for you to get out your emotions, because we had already been traumatized. And after she came home from the hospital the first time, this was on a visit. We wasn't even living there. And we was going apeshit. Why can't we live at home? I'm not ready. I'm not sure. She gave us a whole speech about trusting her because we seen a bunch of crazy shit. So we still was literally going back to the foster home, and she realized that we were traumatized and going to be more traumatized because she couldn't really step up. So she wanted to tell me, I guess she wanted to tell me the one thing she wanted her son as a man to understand, that she couldn't cultivate over the years, was the value of a woman, and sex as being not just a tool for me to play with, because at the end of what you're playing with is a real person, someone who's not in it perhaps for the same thing as you are, even though a lot of women try to act cool and act like they're in it for the same thing you are. But in the end, that's not really the case, but you want to believe it because you weren't in it for nothing but your jollies and trying to find something through your penis that's really supposed to be in your heart. And so I get now what she meant when she was telling me how valuable it is, and it is the most valuable thing. It's not just the pussy, it's the opening up and letting you enter into their reality through your penis. It's letting y'all get it. I don't even have to go through it. You know what I'm saying? So, long and short, I think, and which is be even harder, we have to put more value on that, guys, because you're so used to beating it up. I've done rap records, and back in the days when rap meant something, and there was really not big numbers of money involved. It was like a high-paying job, I would say, and that's even sometimes. Therefore, the women who were around weren't really looking to get you for your money. They just wanted to hang around, a lot of pussy. So there was a lot of pussy going on, a lot of fucking. Ooh, goody goody. You're young, and that's what you're supposed to do. And I've never gotten more pussy offers than I have in rap than when I became Brother Panic. Consciousness is the greatest pussy magnet. Women who, first of all, they believe they want to fuck, but women want to have sex. They want to have fun too, but what comes along with it with them is so heavy, so ridiculously baggaged with a nigga's problems. Niggas take the fun out of them just wanting to come and get their pussy off. Because you have so much hurt that you're trying to get back at your mother, even though she's giving you the pussy, you also bring the bullshit with you. You don't even just bring the fun because you're trying to hurt her. You're trying to get back at your mother because you're not dealing with your mother. You're not dealing with your mother. So you gotta have a clear understanding with the women you laying down with. In the best case scenario, I hope you find one significant other because they can see what you can in yourself. Khadijah was very instrumental with that. Things that, remember, as I pointed out earlier, if nothing ever stopped you, you won't even know you're abused. So even though me and my sister knew we was abused, neglected, and lost our moms and all these things were happening, we still don't know what things we became because of it, because it moves in your shadow self, in your hidden. And a big part of that, of course, like most niggas where I grew up from, is anger. Without knowing it, without seeing it. Stay in a straight angry disposition and you always think you're justified. So through Khadijah's help, my sister actually initiated it in an argument, and through Khadijah's help later, I seen it clear as day. Just being dedicated to trying to see it is where you need to be at. And I seen it and was able to release a lot of baggage. So her as a significant other was able to do that. So I hope you find a counterpart that you trust and leave your ego at the door with them, or be able to leave your ego at the door, because that's what you really want. You just don't know how to do it. You think you do it through fucking, and if she makes you happy sexually, she loves you. If she does it really good, she really loves you. But you're not looking at here and here as the true love and connection. I know that's hard, nigga, but you may be at an age where, see, I used to be, even with girlfriends, define the nights when we got together, whether it's dinner, movie, whatever we was doing, is fucking is what makes the night. After all this is done, we fucking. Khadijah, not at all. We can go to movies and go to bed. And I feel just as content and satisfied. And what I realized, it was a temporary fix, but fucking these chicks, I would get a temporary feeling of satisfaction. But then you got to come fuck again. You felt like it's love, but it's artificial because she's hugging and kissing and going ooh, ah at your command of dick. So you feel that you are pulling out love from her the only way you know how. But you got to pull out love from here and from here. And once you do that, you're dealing with a whole different feminine animal, one that will sustain you and save your ass. I had a dream. It had many recurring dreams when I was in New York. In the dreams, I'm lucid, and all I want to do is get back to Atlanta. I could see myself on highways. And then oddly enough, I seen highways that match my visions out in Atlanta. I think it's 285 or 75. You get to the city area, the highway is sunk in and the building's up higher, and you're going through overpasses. So the highway is a little bit lower. It's not at street level. And I used to have those visions that it was a gateway back to Atlanta. I used to, anytime. One day I was in the projects in Brooklyn, in Brownsville. where I was at 10 years before I got here and studied, did lectures from it and everything at my cousin's house in the project. This is a rough form of hell. You understand? This is where Mike Tyson was terrorizing niggas. This is it. This is Brownsville, never ran with never real MOP, nigga. You think MOP was making rap records? That's how niggas talk out there. Yeah, nigga, I'm going to the Chinese restaurant, nigga. What you want, nigga? I want an egg roll. Egg roll, nigga. Egg roll, nigga. You gonna pay? No, I'm gonna pay. Then ante up. Give me your money. Ante up. The shake costs $1. That's how niggas talk. Brownsville fucked up, nigga. Ante up. I don't know why I started talking about that shit. After that decent song, the fuck was I talking about? Let's see if somebody says. What was I just talking about? That's when you know you in the spirit. Clap that fool. Your niggas is still there. Getting back to ATL. Thank you, Google 22. So I had a dream. I'm back in the projects. Khadijah's with me though. So we're in the building across the street. Some niggas is coming and trying to hustle me out my sneakers. Like, man, get the fuck on. So now we go to the building I lived in. Khadijah's walking with me. I'm trying to figure out how to get to Atlanta once we get to the house. And at the mailbox, the sneaker hustlers came back. I say, ain't nothing. Let me do this magic. So Khadijah's behind me. I turn towards the doorway where they was in the building. And I'm starting to flex whatever I thought magic was. But in the dream, if I'm standing where I'm standing, let's say I'm standing here, them niggas wasn't even looking at me. They were looking at over my shoulder. Where Khadijah was in the look of terror on their face was unseen. And I'm getting ready to get in my shit, but they wasn't even looking at me. When I woke up, I'm like, what the fuck was that? Then I realized the dark side or the Jezebel or the dark energy is your power, and it's the divine feminine. If you get a woman to love you on levels, you think you cool, the feminine aspect is the true protector. And what I knew when they were looking at Khadijah, that she was the true threat and the true protection in the spirit world. They talk about how in the spirit world, even in the astral world, shit flips upside down and the feminine runs shit. Which it would have to, because the feminine is where spirituality is. We're not talking about vaginas. We're talking about feminine energy and understanding it. So Khadijah and me coming together is one being. That's what soulmates are. Don't get it confused. Well, I don't want to, because I've seen these names, because then you say soulmates or twin flames, but now explain kindred spirits. Kindred spirits could be many, and men and women. Dane is a kindred spirit of mine. Kin is a brother. Kindred is my brotherhood or my sisterhood spirit. Drunk sis is a kindred spirit. I've heard twin flames used wherever. A soulmate, you only have one soul. And there's one divine pairing that goes with it. That's what I've learned and felt. But you've always can see a book, but just give me the book. Let me know. I would love to study some other shit myself. And we need to remember, books are only authors' interpretation of shit. So if you study something, you want to study it more and in different places to get a consensus out of a few interpretations and know the difference between source material and what the author interprets from source material. What's source material? Well, you got to look at what's on the walls, what's obvious in Egypt, what's on the walls, what the mythology talked about. That's the best source you're going to get, stuff from the ancient world to try to line up with what the fuck they was doing. as opposed to what the fuck these authors interpret. And most white authors are trying to interpret ancient information, which a lot of them stole and do have still, and are part of clubs, and these clubs put it out under pseudonyms and fake authors or one of their stooges. As an author, you have to still dissect it, add your melanin, and put it in your perspective. You don't take it word for word. It's just another writer. So the days you say, well, the internet got anybody writing, the internet books are internet too. You got to see how true it is for you and what it means to you. There's no definition or one definition. It's layered, and it means that's why the Wizard of Oz meant one thing to me, which I have a kick-ass chakra story on it. It's out too. Been out since 2014 or so. But then after I studied the pyramid text through the interpretation or the stooge, I believe, Judy K. King, which was our ancient information decoded, which they have, and they just put it out because every once in a while they have to put it out so people can act and react, people like me. That's why they ain't touching me, because I am a channeler. I am an end-time eschatologist, which means I deal with end-time spiritual information, not some old bullshit from Africa that you niggas are mimicking that's from old-timey shit. It works, but it works on such a low level because you see all they're doing is fucking up other fucking humans. What are they personally getting that is a cosmic interpretation, kissing, even though they are in a cult, even though their cult leader isn't physical, it's somebody in the sky. You don't believe me? Go to that person and say, you know, Shun sucked my dick the other night. Blasphemy. And just so y'all niggas know, Oshun did suck my dick the other night. And I had a threesome with her, Yim and Ya, and my girl Shawana back in the days. That was blasphemous because they pray and worship them. They don't understand them as energies that do that. Oshun talks about her pussy. How the fuck are you not getting none? Yim and Ya has a pussy. I am Obatala. I am Yim and Ya. They exist in me. And if I decide for one of them to get for Yim and Ya or Oshun to get on top, and I go balls deep, that's because I understand in my mind that I am on that level and they're created from my mind. They didn't create me, nigga. I created them. I created them. You created them. And the day you stop thinking some succubus has the power to fuck you up is the day you step into your power. That's weak. That's weak. And that's why you're not winning. Because you believe something can come and fuck you up. You don't want to be arrogant. What you want to do is supersede it. I'm not going to say, nothing can fuck me up. I'm a bad motherfucker. That's ego shit. If you're not thinking right, you get fucked up. You're not, and I will get fucked up if I'm not thinking right. You're not special. It's what you choose. You're in control. Allah is demiurge, but it also means arm, leg, arm, head. Nigga, you. Arm, leg, head, motherfucker. Head, motherfucker. It's the realization that you're Allah. And if you pray to your own stupidity, then that's what you're doing. And if it's working for you, don't let me get in the way, nigga. Knock yourself out. If you go in the fuck with all these virgins afterward, shit, tell me how the pussy was. I'm not here to save black people. I'm here to dish information for you to save yourselves. And it's on you. So if you believe you have a succubus or one of these things, go on with it. You know what I'm saying? But when you stop believing that and start believing that you have the power, go on talk that sass, nigga. Like I said, I realize your true power is the divine feminine. And we need to stop treating them like objects. Objects. The shit I've been seeing, not even just in these debaucheries that you're seeing on YouTube, Because, as I pointed out, even more than rap music, even more than that, and I'm ABC New York rap. As a young child, I was an intern for Marley Marl. I know so many beat tricks. Y'all heard that beat in the beginning. God damn it. I know so many tricks. I've given out so many tricks now to the couple of these new niggas that they're like, what the fuck, nigga? How the fuck? I said, yo, nigga, I was there when the shit was born, bruh. This is real. So I know what that pussy feel like from the ground up. We started out calling them skeezers. Let's go get skis, nigga. Shit, I was calling myself skeezer pleaser. UTFO did that album too. Rest in the cusp to Kango Kid. Know what I'm saying? Yo, Kango, I don't think that you're fresh. You need a guy like me with a high IQ. And she takes to my rap because my rap's the best. The educated rapper Panic will never fess. But when I said this, she paid me no mind. Stuck up Roxanne. She used to call me Harry, and now they call me Larry. Used to call me Scary. Kango Kid. You know what I'm saying? From the beginning of this. And what I can tell you is, as a skeezer pleaser, when I became the conscious brother Panic, I've never seen that many pussy offers ever. Oh my goodness. So I know, based upon what I see in the madness in some of these niggas' egos, they're not resisting that. And they're going through, and maybe sisters ain't mad at it. Maybe shit, they in it for the party too. Who knows? But I think if that's the case, then do it. I'm not a moral whatever. Like I said, but if you know you're doing it for hurtful reasons and you're walking away and the woman is feeling any kind of way but happy with what y'all interacted with, then there may be a problem there that you may need to address because it's valuable. They are valuable. They are the key. That's why I'm telling you, my surrender to Khadijah turned out to be the key. Bobby Hemming used to say, nigga, please. But he did a love tape, they called it. I think I have it up somewhere. And he was talking some buku grandiose, great shit in it. Changed my reality. And he was talking about the heart chakra. And he was just saying, like, it's your chakras, it's your heart. No one's responsible for it for you. So a woman can't break your heart. A woman can't do all of that. It's your surrendering. Then he talked about a movie adaptation with Nick Cage, who was playing a dual part as a twin brother. And he's saying to himself, you know that girl Sally, whatever the name was? He said, yeah. He said, I love Sally. He said, Sally used to tell everybody behind your back she was making fun of you. She was laughing at you. Sally wasn't real. Sally was bullshitting you. And then he said back to him, I don't care. I was in love. That's a powerful statement because it made me see my love ain't about the woman because you've been taught to hold your shit back because this bitch may investigate. This bitch may be a bitch sucking of the dick. But since you're in hold yourself back and hold your heart back mode, you're going to see what you want to see. I was sitting with Dame one day and not even knowing because I've never done it, but I thought that's just what everybody did. I just thought I'd never had the opportunity to do it. Turns out it just wasn't a thing in me, which was check phones of your girl. Dame's phone was out of juice. He had his girl's phone. And it was ringing, and it clearly was some nigga. I said, yo, you don't look and see who that is or whatever? And Dane said these words to me. He said, if you start looking in her phone, you're definitely going to find what you're looking for. Boom. So when you come in these relationships thinking you smooth, getting this pussy, you really have a closed heart chakra. So your excuse is you checking her out to see if she's worthy of your woman or whatever. But your heart chakra is closed. She's never going to be worthy. And then you're going to find exactly what you're looking for. This bitch be over. This bitch don't be calling me on. This bitch, that's shady. She hanging with that bitch, that's shady. It's just really an excuse to leave because this wasn't open. You have to find a way to surrender this. And it's hard because because of my mother problems, I couldn't find a girlfriend, but I found a lot of pussy. My first girlfriend, who's still my friend today, her name is Missy. Missy showed me the ropes. We used to come back from Latin quarters. This is the time I was with Super Lover C, Casanova Rudd. Shout out to Casanova Rudd if he's in the building. And he knows these people. My girl Lacey, who she lived out there. This is a project next to mine. So I didn't know these people. Lacey just came up to me at a party and said, yo, you got a sister named Reese? I said, definitely. We're young. So she's like, yeah, I work with her at McDonald's. I said, you work at McDonald's with her? She said, yeah. She said, you look exactly like her. I could tell. I said, absolutely. She was like, oh, you fine. You this. I said, oh, I'm going to fuck her. But she was like, no, I want to introduce you to my friend. Whatever. So we're coming from Latin quarters with a slew of hoes, taking them to Calente's house to do what we normally do. Fucking suck everything. He had bunk beds and couches and and his mom was so cool. She just let us fucking suck in there. And I would walk. She introduced me to Missy. Missy's eyes was this big. And I don't know, was it love, but you could tell she wanted to fuck around with this guy. So Calente is telling me, yo, Missy's ill, Missy's smart. We went to school. She's dead. I didn't realize he was saying she's not just the pussy we've been fucking, but I didn't know any difference. He did, and that's what he was trying to display. Missy kept trying to get me to come over there. I was dipping it. I didn't hear no pussy talk. Calente pushed me out the door one time to go to her fucking house. Long story short, Missy slowly became something. She just was so concerning. Her mom's was just, to this day, I could call her mom's talk for hours. Found out her mom's had some of the same problems I had with my mother. So I be connected. I was like, yo, your mom was just, she said, no, that was just you. Like, she'll call, she'll light up and all that. So it was the first way I opened my shit up. And by 23, I had my first girlfriend, which was still closed. And it still was about fucking, but I went a step further. So Missy was the first one that started getting the ball rolling. Then Aurora was the next one, fine as hell, and kind of started to learn the ropes. Now, to skip ahead, you get to 2003 or 2002, I went to school for IT. And there was a girl there, and she was cute, the cutest one. So, I sat my ass next to her. And I had made a cake at home. I was living in Brooklyn in the projects, starting to study more and more. Wasn't speaking at all. So I brought her a piece of cake that I made at home. Turns out her grandfather used to make her cake. Whenever she's sad, cut her a chunk. I had her automatically. So now we're on the train and I'm talking metaphysics. She said, you need to come to my house. I come to her house, she lived in a whole Orisha house. Her family had a brownstone, which was her grandfather's, which had 3 or 4 floors and apartments on each floor. She had an apartment, her uncle had one. They had the whole second floor, the parents. The third floor had rooms and shit, real shit. He had schools. The father, Baba Ade, was a bad motherfucker. He was known around the country. He did a reading for me, told me why I came to the planet, told me I'd be teaching thousands. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? But what I did, which I never did, I'm bringing her teddy bears. I'm doing all this obsessive boyfriend shit. I really didn't like her. Too tough, I just didn't like. The Orishas used to chase me. in the dreams. I was like, yo, Bartholomew was chasing me and this nigga was pulling on me. Blah, blah, blah. So I was having a conflict with the energy, which I know why later, because what's in me is bigger than that. So my subconscious was pushing me away from putting on this shit, wearing white and dancing. Ba ba da da ba da Sunday da. I am a nigga trying to be African. That's not me. If it was you, go crazy. So I kept doing jealous shit, which I never did. But I knew I was pushing her away. So when she finally got fed, so I can't do it no more. We lasted about a year. The pussy was outstanding. And I'm heartbroken walking around. Change gonna come. Yes, it is. I was born by the river at the store in a little town. I'm fucking sad. And later, the spirit came and told me I had to experience that. I would have never experienced heartbreak. So I forced myself to fit, because that's a part of opening the heart chakra. And after that, the party began. You understand what I'm saying? Bobby, when I first met him, I said, yo, I just want some conscious pussy. And he was telling me all the pussy tricks. Oh, it's going to happen, nigga. Watch. But then as we got cooler, he really started pointing out, you need to find one woman. What? You need to find one woman. Why, nigga? He said, I was born in the river in a little town. Oh, my, change gonna come. I said, oh, change gonna come. And of course, that happened, and I totally submitted to Khadijah, which is hard because of mother issues. It wound like this. So even though I did this and understood concepts and spirituality, I was able to take that next step. The first thing was moving from New York to Atlanta. I could have moved down here in a week. That was, no, I'm tired of you, nigga. Get out. Huh? My stuff. Nigga, we'll figure it out. So it was a lot of trust to do that. And other things I did that inspired heavy trust. And for me, and it was a way of releasing, to the point now, whatever she says goes. Not on some sucker shit, on some, why not? Why not? There's nothing she does that harms me. There's nothing she does or says that harms us. I'm absolutely happy. The only thing I would say, why not, if I have a male ego that feels I need to dominate and she needs to lead, I need to lead her. I need to be the boss of her. I need to not take no lip off her. That shit that's not even imaginary here. That doesn't happen. I don't give a fuck about none of that. You know what I'm saying? She is my equal. Her mind is like my mind, but her mind is from the feminine perspective that I don't see. And once I came to terms with that I can trust her as an equal, our house looks better. Our house is organized. There's always fresh socks and underwear in my drawer. The house smells good. We have maids, so she's cheating. But they come every 2 weeks, they dust and clean up shit that who the fuck wants to clean this house is kind of big and the kids are gone. So, the shit that the kids used to do, Kenny does. And the maids will do the dusting and shit like that every 2 weeks. So, but other than that, Khadijah organizes all of that. Water's in the house and everything is where it's supposed to be. She organizes everything. And usually as a man, especially me, because I had no mother to really rely on that way. It's almost like a gift when she folds up underwear, because no one's ever did that really. I never had a girl that did it because I never had girls that I lived with and didn't care to. And my mother she did it, of course, but not as long as I can remember. We left when we was 8. So my total submission to her in the heart makes me full and complete. There's nothing I'm looking for now. The feeling you would get after you bust a nut, that satisfaction, that well-being, that's happening every time I interact with Khadijah, and I promise you I'm not gassing that up. It is something I discovered. It is when we sit and watch TV alone, it is a certain contentment of just how you felt like you fucked all night. That's a false feeling of release. My tension is released. She could come by and just touch my head. My whole disposition has changed because I told you she has healing hands, and because she has true love in her heart, she's shooting negative ions to me, and it immediately changes my perspective. Ooh, this ass cheek is on fire. It immediately changes my perspective and my mood. I'll just tell her, yo, scratch my back, boo. And she'll leave an energy mark because she loves. So your most powerful feminine being is a woman truly in her feminine energy, not a bitch at work acting like she's a man. Doesn't mean she can't be powerful. Doesn't mean she doesn't have power and can't do both. Not saying that. Just saying she needs to deal with the feminine principle. Just being in the commercial talking about you black girls got black girl magic ain't enough. Show me how to do black girl magic. Fucking doing gymnastics isn't black girl magic. That's somebody who practiced gymnastics. Black girl magic is being the divine feminine and being able to raise this. And it's not just your responsibility alone. But if they let you be you, this shit will be solved in a minute. You just think you're being you. But what they're showing you is aggressive bitches for your psyche from loving hip hop, loving basketball. They're showing you this bitch. They're showing you this bitch all the time. Because whether you do it or not, they're showing you that's a way of being. I don't need no man, straight out the Willie Lynch letter. Beyonce, all the single ladies. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And I get it, it's just a song. But to the left, they made a joint independent women or independent something. Independent, whatever the fuck that was with Destiny's Child. That's Willie Lynch shit. But my hat's off, and I commend Beyonce because I'm told she's actually really conscious. She did a song where she was like, get this Oshun energy, nigga. Come on, get this Oshun. I said, what the fuck? What, nigga? I remember niggas was saying, she's really Oshun. Look at her. I'm like, man, that motherfucker sitting around talk about nothing. You know, I wasn't a believer. Oh, we got the information. She's on it. I want to, Jay-Z is on it because Jazzo is on it. So they know about this. They know about Eye Opening. They know about all of us. In fact, they used Brother Roswell. I've talked about it. His actual voice in Black is King. Because she listened. So all them Baphomet rings, nobody ain't dress up. She's with it. Hats off. But early on, we can't beat anybody up for. I'm always happy no matter what they was doing if they transform. Dave Chappelle wore a dress in Robin Hood Men in Tights, his first movie. But when it's all said and done, he spoke out against it. And he's very conscious, very aware, and very, very genius. He's one of my favorite comedians even before that show. His stand-up on HBO, the early ones, fucking genius all the time. And you can see now on Netflix, he's a fucking genius. That nigga was genius the way he fucking made that cancel culture park itself. That story he told about the transvestite was so fucking advanced in the psyche. Y'all do not get him. He went to get back in the game. He played the game. Saturday Night Live is a big ritual. All niggas wear dresses on that. So when Eddie Murphy wanted to come back with the Dolomite and the Coming to America shit, because Eddie Murphy keeps getting kicked out the club, he went back on Saturday Night Live and did all them exploitive characters. Mr. Robinson Neighborhood, and he did Buckwheat. I was like, is this nigga gonna do Buckwheat? And he did Buckwheat, put on that fucking wig. And after that, he was back in the game. They asked Cosby, what do you think about this? Cosby said he's a flunky for Hollywood, and Cosby was talking on a boule level. Cosby pretty much said, I'm not going to be a flunky for Hollywood. That's why I'm in jail. Even though he probably did what he did, there's too much information. And if you don't believe it, also watch The Secrets of Playboy on A&E, not Paramount, A&E. Go watch it on demand. And it's about 6 to 8 shows. And watch when they get to what Cosby was all about. And Jim Brown. And Don Cornelius. And again, because you are in these positions of power and attention, it only gets worse from there. It doesn't get any better because your humanity will actually try to do more and more to satisfy itself. That's why you hear more and more weird stories, even in consciousness. It gets distant and you beating chicks and getting head. You know what I'm saying? You hear about Rick James' story. You know what I'm saying? Where it started and how it evolved. It just gets funkier and funkier and weirder and weirder. R. Kelly story. And of course, niggas, because they feel they know R. Kelly, they don't believe it can happen. Nigga, come on. You know what I'm saying? Come on. So it gets corrupt and corrupt because of the nigga mentality or the human mentality. You're still fighting. This is blocked and you think you're doing something to find love, but you get more and more corrupt and more nasty because you can't find it. You know what I'm saying? Fucking niggas with trannies and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? There was a transvestite that got on YouTube explaining the story about how LL used to come down to the tranny area on 14th Street, just like Mr. C was, and getting his tranny on. I've seen Eddie Murphy come into the store with a tranny who we know was a tranny because they lived in the fucked up hotel next door. We waited like 2 months for that tranny to come in and say, yo, we seen you with Eddie Murphy. Oh, he dates all the girls. He likes to suck and get fucked. You had this tranny, and I'm not saying it as a diss. Who cares about whatever? That's what they do. That's what they do. I don't care less. I don't care who fucks who decides to dress up. As long as there ain't nobody I know. And said LL back in the I'm bad days, in the round the way girl days. Just come in the limo, likes to suck and likes to fuck. Told all this shit. Said they took a lie detector test and was going to sell their story to the Inquirer. This shit is on the web. It should be on the web now, unless somebody took it down for some reason. And then he said LL paid the Inquirer not to print the story, like $1 million something, not to print the story about him with these trannies. It gets more and more correct. You hear about Puffy. Puffy was always gay. He was a dancer. But you hear about him making straight men, like Mace, get with him for deals, if Mace was straight or whatever. Long and short of it, you hear about more and more corruption because this ain't opening up. So you're trying to find it through your dick, and it's not happening with pussy. So you're trying weirder and weird shit to find comfort, but you really have something blocking you here. So when I decided to submit, that's the way you released it. But I had to get hurt first to know that balance. If I never was hurt, I never know what hurt is to be able to let go, to know I'm in joy. I may think each time, I don't like the way she drives, I don't like the sandwich she make, or she leaving yogurt in the sink, that I'm being a chump. And I would think that way if I'd never been hurt. But I'd force myself to get hurt. So I know the feeling. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. To yesterday. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know where to go or where it leads. Dun, 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 dun. All I know, fuck the Boys to Men version. The GC, what is GC Cameron or some shit? from Cooley High. That's the one. Say goodbye to yesterday. You don't know. So ultimately, when I knew that's what I have to judge and guide, that's nothing. And I'm not being a chump, because I'm sure she don't like all the hookah shit I got left around. So it relieves my focus off of stupid shit. But you gotta find your way, you gotta find your path, huh? You tired of talking to these niggas? Me too. What time is it? Now it's about 1. We did a lot for a live. Damn, niggas are still coming. Let me see. Cooley High, baby. There you go. What's that? Jada? Baphomet clock. Oh, you see it? Oh, you don't see my Baphomet clock? It's right over there. Oh, who said Baphomet clock? Actually, I need to take it down so I can put a battery in this motherfucker. Okay, and there's an A, not a C. Double A or C. Baphomet. Come on, nigga. There's a Baphomet clock in the building, baby. Let me see. Is this a C battery? Oh, damn, I moved those batteries too. Man, they're not even up here for me to check. I'm gonna bring some batteries down. Baphomet, baby. All right, where we at? Somebody said, keep going, Pan. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Tired, man. I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm gonna put this up for replay. Baphomet clock fire, right, Crypto? I had this for a while. I didn't even put a battery in it. But I'm gonna put a battery in. I had 2 of these motherfuckers. I gave one to somebody. But this shit is fire though. Just gotta put a battery in it. It changed the time. Hey. All right. You see, I see any questions that I feel like answering? You said I thought it was a puppy behind. Come here, big baby Boff. Now, you know this is about to go up on the wall, baby. This is the real deal. See that eye, motherfucker? Been watching you bitch ass niggas. Let me hold the horn so I hold something sturdy. Yeah, nigga, this is the real deal. This is real goat head right here. This is just that real goat head right there, nigger. It's that real goat head, nigger. That real OG goat head, baby. Just chill with my man, Big Baby Boff. Hello, silly nigger. Are you studying? This nigga right here said that bullshit. What, nigga? What is Antarctica, nigga? Go fucking look at the map, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? What is Antarctica, nigga? It's a continent, motherfucker. It's filled with ice. And you got eyes? If you want to study what it is, go ahead and study it. What you asking me? That's the thing. Start relying on yourselves. Do Kendrick Lamar panic? Hell no, I'm a grown-up. You know, silly nigga try to be smart. But I appreciate that he exists. Thank you, Panic, all the way from South Africa. Hey, Lynette from, it looks like Linna M from South Africa. Yo, they got y'all on blast on a show called Young, African, and Rich. Oh my gosh. Is loving hip-hop in Africa. What are you doing? Are you coming for me? Don't be a motherfucker like that. Don't be a sucker. You are suspect. You don't want it with me. You're like, oh man, they shouldn't be doing that, man. But them motherfuckers got money though, like incredible money. And you know, I don't like the way they did the show because it's all black people, so black people are serving them. They didn't greet or acknowledge the brother or sister who will serve them, and they're just doing that because they've seen it on TV here. They think you're supposed to be arrogant. And it's crazy because they're actually failing at being arrogant. They're not as arrogant as us because it's not in their nature. They haven't been in such a hostile environment, even though it's still hostile. But it can't, this is they in Sun City, post apartheid. So I'm not going to make light of what happened in South Africa, not by the least, especially if you've seen Sarafina. And let me tell you, I know it's bad because I was working at that same store. I seen Eddie Murphy 12 midnight to 8 in the morning, and Sarafina was in New York on stage, and I knew who they were. I'm not sure if the movie was out yet, the one where Whoopi Goldberg was in and they complained about it. But the star of Sarafina and some of the cast members came in the store, and the white people are, doing that, pretending that they're not looking at them, but looking at them. And you could tell they felt it. And I felt bad. I was a young kid. There was nothing I could do because I knew who they were in terms of the cast members, but you just couldn't even, how you never met people from Africa at that point. Ironically, when I went to the other store, there was a lot of Africans from Guyana and Mali, my man Mo. It was Guyana, not Guyana, Ghana. And those were wonderful Africans. Sorry to say, when I met Nigerians, they didn't feel the same way. Most of them cannot stand your black ass. But everyone, and then even another store, Rob and his sister, started with a D, Dor, I can't remember her name. They were also from Ghana. Wonderful. You know what I'm saying? They was even teaching me how to speak the language, which I think was called Ga. Certain words, good people. And that was my first experience with Africans. But you wanted to talk to them. I never met a South African. I wanted to know what was going on, but couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? But I met South Africans later, good people too, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to make light of their thing, you know what I'm saying? But shit, those black people trying to act like, loving hip hop, it is out of place. It's more funny than it is. But these niggas is on private jets for real. They're wearing all that Gucci and all the rest of that crap. And they said they got money. Some of them are rappers who are doing good. They buying, they busting out Porsches and all sorts of shit. But they're imitating Love and Hip Hop, which is, I don't think they'll make it to season 2 because that shit is dead. You know what I'm saying? That shit is dead. Yeah, they do corny funny. They do Flyman hits. You love them, but that shit is funny. What do you mean? What are you talking about like this? You don't want it with me. Oh, no, bro. You don't want it with me. You will get a problem. I would throw a drink on that beach. You like, wait a minute, stop. I need you to be better than that. I need you to be better. But you could tell you don't have to tell, they say it. These are people from different parts of Africa that came to the city area with money. The South African that went through apartheid, they still live in them shanty towns. There's no fucking way in that situation I could be sitting around with so much of that kind of living, even though out here is fucked up. So what I do is teach. So if I live in a certain kind of way or a certain kind of condition, I feel like giving back is teaching. Over there, I can't just sit around, bitch, you coming for me and having parties. And this next door, these shanty towns, whew, that's hard, dog. That's hard. You know what I'm saying? So we coming out of that if we choose. We're coming out of that, we choose. And that's what I want to get out of. That's what I want people to get out of. And I know people say economics, but we need our own system. And I don't know how to do it, but somebody who does that work, how do you even organize something like that? It only can be organized when there's a shift in consciousness. This level of consciousness, if we hold on to it, you're going to see a lot of people sitting at the bottom of the mountain versus a lot of people can't. Oh, what's that, nigga? These bitch ass niggas. Y'all niggas need to go to Cash App real quick. $ Brother Pan. Help that nigga get me some Bafo bits. He wants Bafo bits. Oh, Bafo bits. This nigga met, boy. This nigga's skin is smooth. Feels like I used to run with you back in the days, nigga. Let's go to the mountains, nigga. Bafo. Yeah, this. I'm gonna hang this nigga up somewhere. He's got a good mane. It's good beardish. I should get one of these type of goatees just to show niggas. His horn game is real right now. This nigga's up right now. He's woke. Hey nigga, what the fuck is good right now? Bitch ass niggas. What y'all niggas doing? What y'all niggas doing? Oh shit. Look what that nigga typed. Oh, he's fucking corny. He's corny, Panic. He's corny. Yo, let me tell you something, nigga. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. To yesterday. I don't know where to go or where it leads. Dun, 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 dun. All I know. Easy, nigga. Nigga try to take over my joint. Let's see, we got some more questions or something. Not the eye. The metaphysics, is that real? Primordial realm. Primordial realm, the realm of beginnings. The waters of noon. Primordial means first. So the primordial realm would be a quantum realm or the realm of chaos. And chaos is just represented as energy, as potential energy. Energy that can become anything, i.e. what makes it chaotic. We're in the realm of kinetic energy. It's been spent into definitions. It's energies that are being used constantly. And energy can't be killed or made, only recycled. So we're just passing around energy through creation, through each other's bodies, as the batteries they tell you are in the matrix. But the chaos energy is unending and potential. And why it's potential energy is because it has the ability to be anything with your imagination. When you are back in that quantum realm, you're in the energy of potential, which you shape your reality with your mind, which nothing is being built, only the substance in that quantum realm, which is probably some form of melanin, some other aspect of melanin that we either carry here and don't know how to activate, or perhaps another level of it, or maybe another substance we don't know. The waters of noon are melanin. So the vagina juice is melanin. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, that potential energy can become anything with your mind. And of course, you can build your realm or destroy it. It's where you decide to play at. You, the same way you're a kid and you make playthings and forts and Lego shit, then you tear it all down and do it again. You put it in a toy box, come out. You could do that. Ultimately, that's heaven. Being orgies, and really it's all aspects of your mind. That's what I was breaking down to you in the movie when I did it years ago with Leonardo DiCaprio, the one with 3 levels of the dream. What was the name of that one? 3 levels of, he said, but you can't lead a goat. Inception, right? So Inception, I did a breakdown of Inceptions. Another one I enjoyed doing, or I thought came out pretty strong, about 3 levels of the dream. And when they're in the dream, there was thousands of people, walking around doing what people do. So she's like, well, who are these fucking people? He said, all these people are generated from your subconscious mind. Then she started rebuilding the world out of order. He said, no, there's a system here. And see, down here is where you new niggas are learning the system of how to use your mind. So when you get to the other side, the pretend. That's what was happening in the first Doctor Strange. She was reordering how the building was, and it was like, that's dangerous. That's what the black dude who's gonna come back and fuck with Doctor Strange was talking about. We have to do this in a certain order. She was like, no, she fucked with the dark magic. That's what that book was about. Then in the books on Star Wars, Mace Windu and the Jedis, they fuck with the dark side of the Force, especially Mace Windu. They used to fuck with the dark side just to tamper with it. So you're not getting past it because they both light. They're not good and evil. You know what I'm saying? So you're not getting past it. So ultimately, I forgot why I brought all that shit up. But the primordial realm, is nothing more than chaos energy, because primary is the one. Primary is the beginning. And so it's the beginning, it's the chaos realm of chaos. There's so many code names for it, but it is universe B. We are now in universe A. It is the quantum world versus the atomic world, and it's the chaos realm. And you are a chaos being, meaning you play throughout existence, which is the greatest thing you could do. You can make and be whatever you want at any time, including go to sleep and get out of it and go into dream, which is what you're doing now. When you wake up from the dream, you will have more experience at using your mind to create your world. That's the whole goal. This is where you meditate and start to get control of your mind in the physical. So when you bring it back home, you're more of a master. That's why you're in school, to cultivate the discipline in your mind, to be a sharp shooting, creating beast. For when you get back to where you create within the realm, not only of safety, but what is conducive with whatever's going on, to work within those lines, not as restriction, but as smart. So don't look at it as like, well, punishment. No, it's probably just a smart way to do it. The same way you wouldn't lick a light socket. It's just not smart. You wouldn't stick a fork in the wall outlet. It's just not smart. So the children fall here, learn this. Teachers come here, like myself, like Bobby Hemmett, to raise up the children. The ones who keep the integrity are the ones, y'all. The ones who trying to get on YouTube and blow up, let them. If it's fun for you, it's fun for me. But you only gonna learn by yourself, nigga. Only you can prevent forest fires. Only, I'm looking at you, motherfuckers. I'm looking at you, motherfucker. What the fuck is that? What the fuck are you writing? The fuck are you writing? Don't make me, nigga. Don't make me. Calm down. It's okay. Calm down. I got you, bro. He's good. He's good. Sass energy, baby. Sassy the goat. Yeah, this is Negro Met. He talks sass with me. All right, nigga, I think we wrapped up. We put Negro Met back on the couch. Come up here, buddy. Negro Met. Negro Met. Here we go for Negro Met. Get him to stand up. There we go. All right, Negro Met. That looks good. Let him guard the door. Right, the Kalipov shit, that's dark side shit, primordial realm. You know, Sassomet. Niggas is funny. All right, so his name is Sassomet. Sassomet. All right, guys. Don't forget, give me a hit up. You know what I'm saying? At Cash App, $ Brother Panic. No, I'm sorry, Brother Pan. You know, hit me on Instagram. Look for me, Brother Panic. It'll come up on the first page. Facebook, reach out, get in some of the groups. Stay participating, stay in tune so you can get the updates on the book release. Let me hold that motherfucker up. You're looking at this motherfucker right here. We got over 582 pages of goddamn lightning. And I wrote this so much simpler, so much more down to earth. It reads like a novel almost. You niggas are going to fucking love it. I explain shit so thoroughly, so precisely. I was in Deep Channel. That's the B.O.B. read it. Brother Shabazz from Eye Opener read it. I've never seen Brother Shabazz give a review as deep and as heartfelt as he did about the book that he read. He said he don't even talk about it till he finished it. He said he finished the whole thing, and he admitted he didn't even finish the first one. And he said, yo, that second book, my nigga, I get it. He said, in his words, I could see where now clearly you are absolutely positively different from these motherfucking monkeys out here jumping around pretending to know something, only famous for pretending that they're famous, but teaching you nothing, saying nothing, having social commentary about bullshit and opinions that don't fucking matter because nothing's happening. Nothing. I'm like, well, goddamn, nigga. Well, goddamn. And he's like, yes, I see the difference. I said, well, you got to remember, Bobby Hemmett set the seed in the framework for the integrity you must really have to do this work. You have to watch your ego. Black people are going to tell you the most sensational motherfucker that ever hit the planet. And if you believe that shit, before you know it, niggas, booyah. And that's never going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's never going to happen. So, again, to sum it up, we are in a place where we now have a gateway to quantum reality through thinking, which is just another way of saying a certain aspect of our DNA opened after the Amaricon, so-called Amaricon variant, which was the phage lambda hitting our planet hard. And so the transformative energy has now opened in the DNA access to what they call the multiverse. That's why they're so, that's why they're talking about it everywhere. And it's because they want to define it for you in their movies. So when it's really happening and someone like me tells you, you're going to base it upon what Dr. Strange said. You're going to base it, now that everything everywhere all at once is a different story, because remember, they're not really, they're really trying to display it not through the American system, but an ancient perspective. And they give you a little bit more, if you will. When they come through, when it's coming to Doctor Strange, they're going to try to put you back to sleep. Spider-Man, they're going to try to put you back to sleep with it. You know what I'm saying? And so what you need to understand that in you at this moment, damn, this is cool. Oh, that was fire. That nigga burnt his mask off. Like, what you need to understand at this time is that you benefit because what's happening in the DNA is your ability to pull and shift realities here just a little bit more easier. They become a new nigga. The way you access it is through imagination and visualization. If you're weak in those areas, get on those meditations. Think of the simple things. As I pointed out, as an apple. If you weren't here before, it's all in this. Go back and review. It's all there. And this will get you stronger. And then you got to start using your mind to supersede the negativity. They miss you with that shit, son. You got to do it where they miss you with that shit, son. And that's up in your aura. They miss me with that bullshit. And don't think you won't have the thoughts because you're having a human experience. You see Trump, you still want to punch that wig off. But that's the thing. You move it. Somebody said, is Jesus king? Hey, Lewis, Jesus can lick my ass. But the problem is he don't exist. So I guess I ain't getting my ass licked no time soon. Fucking Jesus, right? Bruce Leroy is Jesus, nigga. He said, brother panic. Please talk about addiction. Fucking niggas think I'm a robot, nigga. I'm gonna talk to you for hours. They started at 8 o'clock. It's 1:12. Talk about addiction. I mean, kicking addiction, that's just a psychological connection. I just told you all about addiction, person. I just told you about addiction through the use of men and pussy. What do you think that means? Why do you think men are addicted to pussy? Because they're not finding what they need emotionally, so they use a substance to sit in and try to find through that substance what it needs. And then some of these substances have a physical addiction, psychological addiction, whatever. Come on, man. You can't figure that out yourself, girl or guy. How old are you guys? I mean, or you got to use your own thinking cap. Put it together. You know what I'm saying? Put it together. Jesus the op. Yeah, put it together. It's not like I'm trying to bark on you, but come on, yo. What do you think addiction is? Know what I'm saying? Jesus is a man version of a concept. And they use the man version to get you to Constantine, which is thoroughly explained in Walter Williams' book, Historical Origins of Christianity. He used our concept and made it a historical figure and weaponized it against you. Simple as that. I mean, Bill Cooper, Behold the Pale Horse. I mean, it gave a lot of shit, and he got killed for it. So if you don't got it, that's something you should have or read or go through it. Yes, I have a lot of love, but people don't understand love. People take love as I'm supposed to, oh, you beautiful and you got melanin and you got your pineal and you a special nigger. You know what I'm saying? It's good that you're here, special nigger, because you here, special nigger, makes you a special nigger. Like, that's not really love. That is kind of ego boosting you. Real love is telling you the fucking truth, no matter how it hurts. So I love you because I'm not going to lie to you. And I'm not going to tell you you fucking special. You tell you fucking special. I'm not here to make you feel like a great human. I'm here to raise that which is up in you. And if you don't like it, then get the fuck out of here. I don't need your fucking like. I don't need your fucking hit. I don't need you to fucking say Panic's the man. Fuck all of that. Go. If this message isn't for you, then get the fuck home, nigga. And I'm saying it to be not mean, but that's the truth. Don't listen. It's because you're free to pay me no mind. That's free. And that's what we should do. Stop fucking trying to debate and figure niggas out and tell who's right and wrong. And just say, I don't fuck with the information. It's not for me. It's wrong to you because your spirit is telling you, I don't need that. But the people who are sitting around going, this is the utter truth, their spirit is telling them, that's what I need. And if they're truly finding light, that's all this shit has ever been about. Finding light. Finding light is all this ever been about. You are a light being. So you're looking for light. So if that person is finding light through this guy, and you think it's stupid, and you find light through this guy, then there's nothing wrong, and none of this should cross or debate or ever shall meet. As long as you find in light. if you're standing around holding fucking symbols over your eye, you tell me if you're finding light. Or you tell me you're following a man. And that's really what it comes down to. You know what I'm saying? Finding light. So if you're finding light here, nobody needs somebody in here to say Jesus is king. Who are you proving that to? Me? It's not going to work. I've studied too much about Jesus before you even knew. I can't say that. You start that shit when you like fucking 4 years old. I'll tell you this, more about what you think you know about Jesus, I will tell you the reality of it on many levels. So you're not convincing me, and you're not convincing anybody in this chat room. So when people come in and troll and do all that, it's not, I don't put comments on my YouTube. I don't give a fuck what niggas got to say. That's the most irrelevant shit in the universe to me. Panic, that was great. Panic, that sucked. The time that I get that was great because it changed your life. So the positive energy, thank you. But I don't need comments to do it. I get it enough. And I understand it and I respect it, but I don't need it to make me me. I enjoy people who say, "Yo, Panic, man, you did this. Let's take a picture." I love it. I love that. It's love. It's a love exchange. But I ain't listen. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. I don't even know how big my hate base is. I've never focused on it. Apparently, I got one. Well, he ain't shit. He sucked. He said that, then he said this. Or whatever. Because something I'm saying or doing is challenging something they have. And they're holding on. Perhaps. Or maybe they just think, asshole, who don't know shit. Whatever. Don't come around. What are you wasting your time for? Then you wasting your time to make comments? What the fuck do you care? The people that fuck with me is fucking with me, not because I recruited them, because they heard something that rings true. See, when niggas tell you like you're being fucked up or you're being misled, what they're really saying is, I think you're stupid because you can't figure out what I figured out. So you're being misled. It can happen, but you'll be clear on when it's happening. I'm telling you to study these things and come up with your own explanation, whether you like it or not. How could that be misleading? I'm pointing to you to what I studied. If you're interested in where I got it from, here you go. If you're not, go make a fart. I don't give a fuck. But I'm not telling you I'm the only one who could do it. I'm the one who came here to save you. I'm the one who's doing this for you. If it wasn't for me, this wouldn't happen. You need me to clean up the Black community. You need me to clean up all these lecturers. I'm going to straighten this shit out. If you don't listen to me, you're going to die. Never heard none of that shit out of my mouth. Do as thou wilt is the whole of the law, bitch ass niggas. I don't love bomb you with how much I love you and how special you are because of your melanin. You can have a fucking brand new Cadillac with no gas and you ain't going nowhere. Sassomet, you ain't going nowhere. So in my opinion, I'm showing you how to gas up your vehicle. But if you do it, it's your choice. So I don't own nothing. None of this is mine. Everything I've displayed is ours. It's your birthright. As it says in this title, it's your birthright. Therefore, it's on you. So what you gonna do? Hotepper nigger? You're Hoteperinos. Sasquatch. We stomping like the Sasquatch. Kenton Robinson Bay. Anybody with a Bay on their name is the man. I once met a Yemenya Bay. You seen The Northman yet? Nah, is it worth seeing? R. Blackstone. I know it's Norse mythology, but they tend to make them niggas. Somebody laughed at Sassomet. That's Sassomet. Lord Sassamet. Somebody said Lord Sassamet. Lord Sassamet, that's his name. Who's that? Because I'm gonna give him props for naming him. Where did I see that at? Lord Sassamet. Oh man, did it go by that fast? And I guess I was trying to give you props. Sassamet Supreme, the car. That's funny. The pendulum swing breakdown. I hope you're talking about the law of rhythm, a lecture I did, and not asking me to just repeat that. Good. Somebody said they're stacking up on Kabbalah books. Raul, good thing. Raul Garcia. Get to learn it, get to understand the concept. See what you could get on the Kalip-Off as well. There's very little information, but more than it was when I started. So see what you can find on that and get to understand that as well. Good. Usually I would say, yeah, Jesus is an allegory, but it's actually an allegory in the Bible, in a mythology around the world. Again, Kersey Graves' 16 Crucified Saviors is the book you can get to figure that one out. Just got Mind Control 101, Nicole French. Very good. You're going to learn a lot from that. Keep with the mind control study. Let it lead you to another book because that is a very powerful breakthrough. You want to study neuro-linguistic programming and behavior analysis as well. Sacred Flow Space, love you too. I really do. I really do. I want you guys to really take in the information and be. All I want to see is not one nigga like myself doing it. I want to see niggas doing this shit. That is the fucking business, right? You want to read Dark Psychology, Lord Sassamet. Jesus is artificial intelligence. Okay. I know the Kalip-Off. That's right. Even though it's spelled with a Q and not a C. But it's all good. I accept. Good looking out with the info. I'm glad you were here to receive it, Rodney Blunt. I really am. I do this for all the hours, not because I feel like it, because I'm really sincere and hoping y'all really can catch the message because it is what works. I'm telling you not as a theory. Everything I tell you I've done, and I'm telling you, it works. And I'm still working out issues, still becoming better, still curbing my goddamn anger enthusiasm, shit like that. Oh, Nicole French, Ayana's friend. Okay, I know exactly who you are. My girl Ayana, man. Ayana, let me talk about my girl Ayana, man. She was a G. When I worked at Universal Records, Ayana worked for the publishing company. She's a little fine, light-skinned, green-eyed chick. But she used to always come in the back, fuck with us. And she used to laugh with my man Garnett. Garnett, I knew from public school. He worked in publishing. And he got the job from Dino, just like I did. Dino DeValier. So me and Garnett would get at each other hard. He couldn't front on me, so I'm hitting him. He coming in with that music business shit on, country hats. I said, nigga, don't walk past me with that motherfucking shit. So I used to call him Blockwoman, the Black Aquaman. I said, nigga, you Aquaman, but you fight on land, nigga. So we used to say stupid shit like that. There go Blockwoman. I said, here you come, just running, ain't no water. So you just like, fuck it. Just fight with the other superheroes, even though your powers is in the water, but nobody lived near. We used to just make stupid shit up. And she would laugh. And she was my girl. We hung out. We went to a movie, Space Jam. And we got drunk because we used to get tickets from Universal. So we drunk and all these kids around, Salt and Pepper was there with their kids in front of us. We just lick it out. We drank a bottle of Bacardi laughing at this shit. She was just a homegirl. She was cool, Ayana. And then, I moved on. And then years later, I'm out here and I ran into Garnett because Garnett and her started fucking around for a while. I thought it was a fling because, truth be told, I was trying to make it happen. She just wouldn't do it with me. I don't know if it was my status at the job or she just seen me as a friend. So Garnett was kicking it with her for a while. And then, years went by. And out here, I ran into Garnett. And remember, I know him from public school. Yo, what's up, nigga? Ran into him in the IKEA. And, you know, it was like seeing families. Like, yo, I moved out here, College Park, my girl, still trying to do the management thing. He came out of the Run DMC, Hollis era. So he was fucking with them, with Simmons and them. And that's how he got to where he got to at Universal. So I found out years later, Garnett killed himself. And, you know, that hit hard. You know what I'm saying? And people were kind of saying it was business, you know, he wasn't getting it. And I was like, fuck, man, I wish he was talking to me. Because he was out here, you know, my sons were trying. They know 1,000 little niggas with his experience. He just needed a lot of little niggas to fuck with or whatever, or something. But, you know, I felt bad about it. And then this year, my man Eugene, who I got him the job at Universal, text me. It was like, Ayana passed. Woo, it hit hard on Facebook. Whoever fucks with me on Facebook, I had both their pictures up together. Ayana's my girl. That shit hard. So I already talked to her in the spirit world. And I don't want to besmirch her reputation. But you know, we finally got together. It didn't happen in the physical, but she was very loving, very nurturing, and happy. So I don't know. I can find out. I didn't want to find out how she passed. And I know in a picture she gained weight. And know what the crazy shit is? Like, she passed when the new Space Jam came out. And she sent me a text. She said, "You seen the new Space Jam?" I said, "When I seen it, all I thought about is us and the shit." She said, "I'm ready to go see that shit. Get your liquor ready." I said, "Man, we had white Bacardi. Let's do it. Bacardi Lyman." And she said, "All right." So we laughed about it. And then maybe a week later, she passed. And that was my fucking nigga. So I want to shout out to Ayana. And of course, I'm going to do this work. And I did this work. I talked to Garnett. And Garnett was a little bit, he was still holding on. And we talked about letting go. Now that Ayana's there, oh, I seen them together for sure. So that's why I put up a picture with them together. You know what I'm saying? So he could have a familiar face, and so she in that world. So the energies have met. You know what I'm saying? Because they have a magnetic attraction down here. They have met. And the energies on the astral world, because it is more of a rendition of the quantum, is closer to the quantum rendition. So is this actually. It's just that we have so much humanity to go through. We don't see that our thoughts are actually what's running it. You see it more there in the connection. And they're still not that smart, because when my stepmother went, she was coming through. I was like, "Bitch, hell no, get the fuck away." That I had to say, it's not about ego. That was humanity. And they'll see my light, so they'll always ask me shit. You know, niggas from the project. And my stepmother was like, "How come your father wants to give me? I left him for Willie." I said, "No, when he gets with you, it's not the same as you're an individual. He's trying to get into the moment of when y'all was the happiest. If he can get with you for that moment, then both of you can take it away. And when you start creating quantumly, those moments are what you're creating. Those moments of happiness, not just from this lifetime, many lifetimes and many other worlds, are how you build your heaven." So he's trying to get with you for that moment and break away. She did it, so, and she's seen that. So that's what Garnett and Ayana did. The moment of happiness they were together, they just take that moment, and then it adds to their power base and how they create. It's the energy that helped their imagination create the moment. The same way I told you early on this tape, that now if I think of my grandmother's house, I can feel the moment. So that feeling is what they feel closer in the astral world. It's happening now down here. The worlds are collapsing. It's colliding. This shit is open, niggas. It's open. That supernova was the key to starting the process, and they knew it. That's when their whole shit turned into Donald Trump, into COVID, into fucking Ukraine, into China's about to do. They was always threatening with it, but they are turning it up about recessions, about masks, about all sorts of shit, hand washing, social distancing. All of that bullshit happened because this shift opened and they're trying to distract your humanity from it. So they got together in this moment. And Ayana, like I said, she's my girl. I see her now. She comes through. She's with me. She's here. And it turned out, what's her name? French, something, the sister, she used to work at Def Jam, Nicole French. She used to work at Def Jam. And she was telling me, send me another text, Nicole, on Facebook. She was telling me that she also knew Ayana. And I said, oh, okay. Because, I thought it was somebody just texting me. So I got back kind of slow. But, I've seen her before and she asked me a few questions, which I don't mind answering. We didn't get to that, Nicole, but she asked me something I'm going to answer for you. And especially since she made, she showed me she made an acquaintance. And if it's coming from Ayana, I know when I answer this question, Ayana's going to hear it because of that connection. So Ayana can come through her peoples, and she is. Like I said, it on a human level, you're still going to feel it. You're going to still feel the loss and the compassion. You're not a fucking robot. So I still feel it. But I know the greater reality is she's not gone. You understand what I'm saying? It's just, you just feel it. And that's a fact because they had mourners on the wall in Egypt. So they recognize there's an energy when someone makes the transition that we call sadness, crying. And it's really almost like a sacrifice for them and a release of yourself more than just, but then it turns and I want them back. No, I don't want her back. I just want her to make a smooth transition, and I'm going to do what I can by way of spiritual contact to talk and speak to him and speak to her. So she came and she started laying next to me and all that. Shh, don't tell Khadijah. Khadijah don't mind. She understands this concept. And, I told her ass in the spirit world, so you should have gave me something, son. And, she's laughing. She had a funny laugh with a snort and everything. So she used to love to come in there because I'm throwing jokes. So I'm going at it, and she used to love and do that laugh whenever she had a break. I miss her, period. And like I said, she was online, and of course, people backed off of me because they started seeing symbols like this, Sassomet and the rest. And, so they still remain cool, but they didn't understand it and too scared to ask. But she did reach out right when Space Jam 2 came out. And we had that one last laugh. And I thought that was great because she was such a great friend. And it's always good when somebody could supersede this and see I'm still the same guy. It's just, this is study. And, I thought she would be cool enough to ask, but people don't want to get into it because they look at it as religion or Satanism. So, of course, that's what's that. But that's my girl. You know what I'm saying? And she's good now. You know what I'm saying? Because me and her talk up a storm. So there was Garnett's assistant who told Eugene, who I got the job. So it's easy for me to text Ralph, who I know well, and find out what happened. But I really don't want to. If she was sick for a long time, which she kind of was pushing that energy to me, that she was relieved to be out the body. She was a sexy young girl, and again, she did gain a lot of weight, and you could tell it was something going on. And, like I said, she went to Howard and all of that boule shit. And, with Mark Pitts, who was Biggie's manager, Puffy, and all the senior staff went to Howard at Universal, including her, Wendy Washington, who was her boss. You had Joyce, Michelle Joyce. I can't remember their names. All went to Howard. So all the assistants under them, Howard ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jennifer Chapman, her brother Pete Chapman, who's a director. Jennifer used to work for Kadar. She was also my girl. And her and Ayana grew up too in Jersey. And Pete when I went to Roadrunner Records, worked for me for a time while he was at NYU studying film. Turned out he did it. He made a success of himself. He made a movie, that girl Zoe Zalander, who's very famous now. This was her first movie. A couple of other familiar faces that you've seen around was their first movie. It was called Premium. It's not such a good movie, but it's Pete's, and I loved it because I knew Pete, but he's done a lot of TV. Look for Pete Chapman. That's Jennifer's brother. Pete's a good dude. Jennifer's a good woman. She worked for Kadar, and all them niggas was definitely doing something. Kadar was the nephew of Dr. York, and ultimately the manager of D'Angelo, which they really pushed that new neo soul shit, and ultimately Erykah Badu signed to his label, and he brought you that. Erykah Badu, I think, is absolutely excellent in who she is. People complained about, shit like Tyrone, her being conscious. And then on and on, she was doing Miss Seeley. And, but again, like Dave Chappelle, I said earlier, that's no big deal. What she has shown and brung to the dead people is more than genius. She was a rendition of consciousness that everybody seen, with the head wraps that everybody honored. And then when she took the head wraps off, been a little bit more jokey, that really did the greatest for me, because it showed you don't have to be stuck there. Kinda. I guess she showed how free she was on Instagram, how free she was. And I really like Erykah Badu more as an entity than, the music is great too. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. You know what I'm saying? I remember the first album. We worked the first album at Universal. So I remember when she came out. I remember she used to come down. She would come to the label often. She was a very nice person. She was heavy in Queen of Fool, I think, at the time. So she's very nice, very conscious, and I like how she flows. I enjoy her energy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, all these people were connected back then to that scenario and situation, and it was just so much fun. Shit. I didn't think it was fun at the time. I was trying to find something else to do. But thinking back now, everything 10 years ago was the greatest, no matter what it was. It was a Holocaust when it was happening, but you would do it all over again 10 years later. And then, as you move on, and like I said, shout out to my girl Ayana. You know what I'm saying? Give us some love, pour some liquor. Ayana Williams. I think I got that right. Pour some liquor, green-eyed, chickie. If you go to my Facebook, just look Brother Panic. It'll show you my Facebook. I got two. I got one that says Brother Panic and one with my government name, Larry Panic Walford, which is the one I stay on. Look on that one and look through my profile pictures. You'll see a picture of two people, a light-skinned and a dark-skinned person. Ooh, come to think of it, they look like yin and yang. And that's Ayana and Garnett. So that's an image of her. And you also will see maybe a few down Garnett, because I put up a picture of him when he made the transition. That was my nigga. He was a funny nigga, man. Like, I can't believe he was in that much distress. And I was right here. It bothers me a little taste because, but, I started hearing that he was depressed, stuff like that. Because Ayana still was talking to him. You know what I mean? And Ralph, that's when I did talk to Ralph, who used to be his assistant. He's like, what the fuck is good? He said, that's who told me, work was getting hard for him, and this was getting hard. You start feeling like you're out of date and shit like that. So, yeah, my girl Ayana, you know what I'm saying? I remember one time she drove my ass all the way home. We was in traffic on the bridge for hours. She held me down. I mean, she came to my house and chilled. We was watching movies. I said, I'm gonna make my move. put their hand around and shit. Oh, I got to go. I said, oh, bitch, really, bitch? But then I was like, nah, I guess we're gonna be friends. I don't think the energy was there for her. Oh, it was there for me. I thought she was just cool. But then again, you're trying to fuck everything. So you don't know. You know what I'm saying? So pour a little liquor for my girl, Ayana Williams. If you need a picture, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, go to my profile pictures, maybe 2 pictures down, you'll see who she is. Love and appreciate the jewels you give. I've been hitting for lectures for years. Much love, thanks. I appreciate that. Indescribable J.I. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? Keep on that work. I'm glad to be of help. You know what I'm saying? Glad to be of help. Like I said, I hope you evolve with it. You know what I'm saying? I hope you evolve with it. Amazon called Guilty. A movie on Amazon called Guilty. It's about the lecture you gave on time travel and how to utilize meditation. Really? Meditation and visualization to go back to traumatic experiences and change what happened in your mind. Very good, Alexander McQueen. Thank you. So on Amazon, look for a movie called Guilty. Alexander McQueen. This dropped that it's about election because I'm seeing this more. I'm watching these movies going, this is my fucking shit. In Russian paper dolls, whatever that is. Khadijah's been watching it on Netflix. She said, yo, Panic, this shit is just like the stories you tell about your mother because it's about mental illness and her. And what I've seen so far, it looks like she's going through. The Russian doll is the embedded dolls. So she's going through layers of her psyche through schizophrenia and her mother being schizophrenic. Khadijah said it. I haven't seen this is your story. And then I'm hearing this movie Guilty, which I'm probably going to watch when I go upstairs. I'm sorry, Gully. Gully. Thank you, Alexander McQueen. Gully. This movie Gully, I need to watch. Gully. Gully. Make sure. Yeah. Gully. So I'm gonna watch that tonight on Amazon. B.O.B. told me at least 2 movies that got my lectures in it. One called The Mandela Effect. I gotta find out the name of it. He said, and I watched it. I said, God damn. They talked, I think it's called Mandela Effect. They talked about how the super collider caused the Mandela Effect. Nobody said that shit but me. Thoroughly in a lecture. I'm the first one to connect, not the super collider, the quantum computer, where they first dropped what they were doing with the quantum computer. Then somebody came in and said, no, we ain't get there yet. That's what we hope. Bullshit. They already figured out how to deal with that quantum computer and they was fucking playing with it. And then that Mandela shit happened. People try to attribute it to the super collider, but they turned on the super collider in 888. And the Mandela effect didn't happen to 2000, I knew B.O.B. 3 years, 2017, 18, 19 maybe? So you got damn near 10 years and nothing happened when they turned it on 8-8, because that's when I talked about it then. Because that's when Bernie Mac died and Isaac Hayes died, close to 8808. Or was it 999? One of those. 999 or 888. One of them motherfuckers, whenever they died. That's when they turned on the super collider. It wasn't that. It was that quantum computer they started talking about. Right, the D-Wave. There you go, Devin Jones. And there's a whole movie about that shit. I wasn't big on that, they taking your license to movie. But think about this for a while. In the occult, they are stuck. They have no place to go. They Aleister Crowley their ass into a corner. There's no new information. They dealt with it all. They need channels. That's why they put out Judy K. King and hope a nigga like me or someone else of some sort gets that can channel, not just speak intellectually on it. That can tell you the spiritual aspects of how to get into this shit and how they correspond, which is forward moving. chaos nigga. You understand? Not a nigga that's just repeating some shit only in the book. I fuck with the books and tell you, but each time I'm reading, I'm bringing you beyond that book. And that's how, and I do that to show you that's how you're supposed to deal with it. You read something that's supposed to take your mind into your own self. And I show you how that's done and always have. I don't just read shit verbatim. Well, that's deep. I read it, I'm stopping. We could talk for 2 hours as I'm reading less than a chapter because I break it down. So they need that interpretation. Then they make movies on it. So before, Bobby and them used to say it because they were the dominant voices. Now that everybody went and started debating, started becoming fucking on their monkey hustle, everyone's now cult leaders and goddamn thugs fighting each other. Nobody's doing nothing. I try to stay with my integrity. I see Brother Rich is trying to bring you some of the brothers and sisters of new with integrity and stay with the brothers and sisters of old whose integrity and have studied some shit. Meanwhile, most of the masters already made the transition. They gone, nigga. I knew I was gonna be the last motherfucking cleanup team. I just knew it. I felt it. I was like, nigga, I need to die with the rest of them. What the fuck? Why ain't nobody taking me? And ultimately, nobody's speaking any spirituality that's forward moving. The spirituality that I'm hearing is niggas just repeating shit out of books and not telling you the books, acting like they pontificated. There's some guys I've heard that add on, and that's really what it is about, the add on. Some niggas is just fucking playing dress up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to start saying niggas' names because it will hurt their feelings and it will hurt their fucking attention. No matter what you do, I'm undebatable, nigga. So like nobody called me for none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't debate a nigga who just don't give a fuck. My point is my point. If you take it or leave it. So I don't argue this. I teach this. And if you feel it's wrong, then don't do it. Baby, don't do it. Baby. White lines, vision, dreams of passion flowing through my mind. The more I have, the more I do. Something of a phenomenon, something turning your lights on, 'cause white lines blow away. Baby, rock. Baby. That was a hell of a song, but it's weird when you sing it like that. All right, what we got? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Titan. When Bobby and them were the dominant ones, they used to say that. And me, I was like, oh, these niggas, man, I don't know. But now that there's no Bobby and it's really just me talking this same shit, I'm starting to see that is a reality. Because there is just, it's not no longer a coincidence. I start talking my shit and it's depicted in these little side movies, these movies on Prime. Like B.O.B. is good at catching that shit. Yo, they talking about what you talking about. He at least showed me 2 or 3 movies, and 2 of them I ain't even watched yet. He said that's everything. That Mandela effect, it was either on Hulu or Prime. Prime, I think it was. The Mandela effect, when I watched that shit, is straight up. They talked about the straight up Mandela effect and the D wave, and at least 3 or 4 other things that had me go, oh shit. Doctor Strange, the motherfuckers is doing my class, the first one. That bitch is saying shit. That nigga, when he was talking about, we got like the cape in the whatever he had in his hand, he's fighting. He said there's so much magic, we know how to place it in an object. That's a lesson from my class. I was like, wait a minute, that's from my class. I talk about putting your energy into objects. You do it all the time when you was a kid. Your dolls, your trucks. Remember you had that truck? It would just went everywhere. You mean in church, time to leave, you go over every pew. Come on, get the fuck on. You were just crazy. But you thought this was something real. You took your mind and put an energy in it and make it alive. Hide under your bed to protect you, dolls you needed to protect you in bed, blankets, pillows, your favorite pillow, your favorite security blanket. Why is it a security blanket? You endowed it with that power. And we have the ability to do that. So when he's telling them he endowed it with this power, I'm sitting there like, yo, that's my shit. That's that. No one was talking about that shit on this level. Not talking about it. I've studied, put it together through various things, and it's a fact because we do it. So me pointing it out, I'm pointing out not necessarily the obvious, but a thing we understand because it's something we already did as children. Because our minds just came yet again from that place, and that's how we work. Visualization, the ability to use your mind to make things alive. Y'all got to understand this, man. Light energy, dark energy is different perspectives of the same thing. They're both light. Creating Magical Entities by David Michael Cunningham is absolutely great. That's right. That's my man, B. Pratt. He's absolutely right. It shows and explains how you can make entities as small as an entity that just helps you with traffic, and as big as something. And well, he also talks about thought forms, how your own thoughts can create entities. Good. I'm glad you brought that up, Pat. So, guy who said he had a succubus on his stomach, the reality is that's a thought form that he created. He thinks and believes there is a succubus out there. When you read the story on Wikipedia of what a succubus is, you will feel stupid. You will feel stupid. That's where they came from. Some scared ass Europeans who didn't know what it was. The fuck on. Know what I'm saying? It's thought forms, and it's his thoughts. And that is explained in that book that my man B. Pratt just put up, Creating Magical Entities, a complete guide to entity creation by David Michael Cunningham, written in 2003. Get that. It will tell you how your mind creates realities through the forms of energy. And those entities, you can make an entity that is an entity that makes sure you have money. You can create an entity, give it a name, Lord Sasumet, and it serve you as such. I have Lord Sasumet behind me. You understand? I talk to him. You see me, huh? 1 second. We going soon, buddy? Don't worry. Bafo treats coming your way. I love you, guy. You're a good dude. Thanks for the help. Doing that is just how you girls used to talk to their dolls. It's just how we used to talk to our action figures. Are you seeing what's happening here? I'm showing you how it's done. While you giggling and laughing, that shit right there is how you make that come alive. So while you think it's so funny, I'm showing you the trick. But you did it all the time as a kid. Baby alive, your Barbies, baby eating shit. Mommy, I'm gonna change her diaper. Star Wars action figures, Marvel action figures, your Spider-Man action figure. You made all of that real. That's how you did it. And that's what you do to your entities. I know I'm talking to old dirty bastard. My mother's right there. Every time I come in here to make a beat, I walk in, hi, Ma. I kiss my mother. And she told me to kiss. I used to just come and say, hi, Ma. And I felt she wasn't satisfied. I came in, just like I greet my mother in the world. Hey, Ma. Give a kiss. Boom. Yo, what's up, old dirty? What's up, dirt dog? Let's get some. He's looking right there. That nigga is the patron saint of chaos, Osirian niggerism, if I've ever seen one. And as I was telling you earlier, as we were arguing and do say he's not God, Bobby Hemmett finally chimed in and said, listen, James Brown is probably the greatest entertainer ever. And what he does is God. And he is a God. But I wouldn't trust that nigga to pay my fucking rent for 1 month. And what he was saying is his humanity ain't got nothing to do. He split. I said, I can't tell you what it is, but I've been in the presence of ODB. Same thing I felt with Flavor Flav. Flavor Flav had more interaction because I did Public Enemy work. This was just at a club. That nigga got an energy around him. That nigga was something different. Shabazz knows him. Shabazz used to tell me stories. Some niggas get high and just turn on him and his brother, ODB and Shabazz's brother used to turn on Snow on the TV and be high just looking at Snow on the TV for hours. Whoo! That story alone was sick, man. ODB was something else. So Bobby Hemmett said, no, James Brown's a guy. He was trying to show you your humanity is a different thing, especially when you have a talent that supersedes the stupidity. And those people usually get in trouble more because they don't know shit about humanity, but they incarnate to show your monkey ass a trick or two. So you have something to understand, have something to follow. As a guide to knowing what you are is talent. That's the true you. Your talent is who you are. I have no talent. You just didn't find your talent, nigga. Your talent is your God force. So when you see Zeus do this and Poseidon swimming and Ares, the god of war, or we get some niggas, Ogun, Oshun, Shango, Oya, and all of those attributes represent their talent. So you have to understand and know who you are. Know thyself to know thy talent. I have a talent for talking for a very long time. You think I'm playing? Watch when I end the stream and how long this fucking tape is. And right now, I can still do the fucking Watusi, baby. Energy ain't nothing. I could speak forever if I wanted to. That's God power. I did a lecture on ODB and his channel. I was in deep channel the whole lecture. Watch that shit. It's still up. And what it is with the Yellow Emperor. And I still have the ODB oil. And you'll hear what happened. No, you'll hear, that's a part 2. I don't know the name of it, but see if there's a part 2, because the next day, well, what happened? I guess I'll tell you now. It was on Miss Blue's show, and the next day in her backyard, which she took a picture of, the whole backyard was covered in these random yellow flowers. It wasn't there the day before. She attested to that. She took a picture of it and said, yo, after you talked about the Yellow Emperor, look what happened. My backyard got all these yellow flowers. I said, I need those. She said, I'll tell her gardener. So when the gardener came, the landscaper, he said, are these happening? Or what's up with this? Where's this? What is this? He said, I've never seen that before. She said, when you cut them, can you give it to me? She cut them and gave me a big bag of them. I dried them out and started making ODB oil with his flowers. That happened the next day. I still have a pile of those flowers and still make ODB oil for those who know. So listen to the lecture to get on that page. You understand what I'm saying? ODB is my nigga. Me and B.O.B. channeled ODB for our album Southmatic. We did the song over, which is now on my channel as well. We did ding 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 ding. Baby, I like it raw. We did that shit over. I ain't gonna front. B.O.B. served it up right. The beats is right. So go and listen to it. We got, it's on my channel. In fact, all the songs I did that I'm in the video or we had videos for is up on my channel. As you heard earlier, B.O.B. song, there's going to be some surprises. He is doing the Elements part 2. He's done the Elements part 1, Earth, Air, Water, Fire. He's doing Elements 2. is going. I'm not going to tell it. I'll let him tell it. And I'm doing some work on that. That's going to be very delicious. Some of my best shit is coming out because he figured it out. And I guess what he had to do was just leave me the fuck alone. We didn't have to collaborate. He just told me what he wanted, slowly but surely. I'm almost finished, and everything I'm doing is sounding phenomenal. So keep that in mind. I think he's going to display it on his Patreon, which I don't know, but I'm sure you'll find it. Somebody said I revitalized B.O.B.'s career. If I had to tell a story, I think I just another arm in it, because his music, and I've met a lot of motherfuckers, starting with the days of Marley Marl. He's the real deal. So he doesn't really need me to revitalize. But what I do know I bring is strategy that probably was really helpful to put something there. And I think in the conscious world, it kind of did something with my name. It's a conscious album. And I think he's come to terms with it a little bit more, that he's people are seeing him as a conscious rapper because he decided to do elements too, which I've heard some of the songs. Umbella. So, so I don't know if I revitalized, but I think, I just helped with the party. I hope I didn't bring them down, and so on and so forth. Phase lambda 100. Yup. Somebody said, Patty, you not tired, motherfucker? This is spiritual energy, done. I put your asses to bed. There's this little girl in Arkansas. She's short. She's like 22 or 23. She got these big eyes. She's a pretty little girl. And so in Arkansas, they have my girl Elnora brung me in. And I don't really need, that's an old model. No one has to bring you in. You just go where you want to go now. But she brung me in, and they have a location where they have no time. So, I'm taking advantage of that. We starting at 1, I'm bringing them into the AMs, and I'm rocking them niggas, and them niggas is falling asleep. All right, Panic, I'll see you. They have to go. You know what I'm saying? All right, Panic, we got to drive. That one little big-eyed girl be like this, challenging a nigga. I'll be in that motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucker. She be like, mm-hmm. And in Florida, they tried that shit with me, because I had Visa set this one up. So we was in some place where we had the time and the shit. So I'm going. These niggas are sitting there looking at me like, yeah, what, nigga? Somebody gave me a chair. I said, oh, y'all done fucked up now, Slick. I said, shit, I feel like Chuck D in the goddamn self-destruction video. You burn to learn and earn to fern. Giving it to him, putting niggas was going like this, sleeping in the shit. No, this is spiritual energy. This is not humanity. Y'all really need to understand that. Y'all seeing it before y'all. Y'all seeing channel before you. I don't know what I'm going to say when I got on. Just an idea. But that shit will last hours and hours. This is real. This is not made up shit. You can't make it up. You tell me what niggas is talking to you 4 hours, 5 hours. Tell me about it. I think I started, what time was it? 6? 7? No, 6:30, 7 o'clock? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Nigga, that's a lot of juice. That's 7 hours. But you know about that, son. There's people who've been there 7 hours. And I'm not saying because I'm cool. I'm saying it because that's spirit. This is your message. That's why it's coming through a vessel, me. But it's your message. That's why. It never ends. I go upstairs, I'm gonna be like, oh shit. When the humanity comes back, oh nigga, I'm gonna get on some goddamn edibles, take some goddamn something for my ass piece. But while it's happening, nigga, no, nigga. Ask another question, nigga. Deuterium or heavy water occult lectures next to that next video is fine. Deuterium or heavy water? Look for health people to answer that. Baphomet sleepover stream. It is, right? 6 hours over no hours, no doubt. Are we supposed to end the physical realm? I don't really think about questions like that. Because if we're supposed to end it, we're going to end it from a place where we can end it. Right here, when in this body, I don't think we're supposed to end it. If it's going to end, that's something that's a collective understanding or a collective being that's going to happen from a place of our control. So why think about it now? Put all your focus on what you can do right now to empower yourself. And I've been telling you what's going on right now. Those type of questions are good questions and more philosophical, and I think you should spend time on it. But ultimately, this is way more important because you can actively do this now. If I say, yes, we're supposed to end the physical realm, then your next question is how? How the fuck would I know? You know what I'm saying? Are we supposed to end it? Well, it would be ended if everyone was conscious. So what is clearly happening, people are becoming conscious. That's why you're here. Prefer 6 hours over no hours. That's why you so the physical realm, if you do the work, will end for you. And then if others do that work, it will end for them. So if the physical realm could be here forever, it's your participation in it that you may want to check. Check yourself before you rickety wreck yourself, nigga. All right. Life forms, the common ones. What's your opinion with artificial intelligence? I was thinking they are trying to make an artificial spiritual reality. Yes, they made it called the metaverse, metaverse. I think they know that they don't have the genetics to make it in that quantum world. So they need for this world to still exist and there to be options that they can travel, i.e. multiverse. That's why they're going so hard with it, talking about it, so on and such. But they're trying to create a place to live after the physical. So artificial intelligence they could have many agendas just to make a slave race. Your computers are a slave race. So if they figured out a way to get your computers to have a consciousness, they may just try to see what that is. I really can't speculate on their greatest agenda. I'm sure every conspiracy theory is 100%. You know what I'm saying? At what it is and what they're trying to do. But what interests me more, watch a movie or a TV show on Netflix called Upload. There's 2 seasons where they're able to shift your consciousness after you die into another artificial reality. They created another world where your artificial intelligence or your consciousness gets to live in a body. Now, I haven't chalked it down this motherfucker. Give me a sec. Ooh, yeah, my ass is killing me, man. It's gotta be limber. 1 second, niggas. We need to feed the beast. So, what I think they're trying to do ultimately is make a place to capture because remember, they are artificial intelligence. True intelligence is your genetics. Real intelligence is your genetics. Real intelligence is melanin. Artificial melanin is nanobytes. So they're big. They already got artificial intelligence going on. What they want to do is be able to upload their consciousness into something that's sustainable. There was a movie with Johnny Depp. What's it called? Transcendence? Oh, that's maybe what somebody was talking about earlier. I think it was called Transcendence, where he uploaded his consciousness into a computer. In Marvel, I think it was the Winter Soldier. Because in the first one, they showed the evil guy with the red mask. He had a little assistant that was working with him. In the Winter Soldier, they go into this old bunker, turn on the computer. It was the little dude. And he knew who everybody was. It was his consciousness in the computer. If anything, that's what I'm thinking they're trying to do. And Skynet will be turned on. The Matrix will be in effect because they are logical beings. And a computer is nothing but a logical machine. So I think what they're really trying to do is be able to shift into a computer with artificial intelligence and run it with their consciousness, but have the ability of a supercomputer brain. That makes them a superior being. Ultimately, they could be doing this while Black people are here just for control, or they can just do it when this shit is all turned to shit and create something that can survive it or exist elsewhere. Now, that makes me understand if they're creating the metaverse and the reality there, who knows what they're trying to do. But being John Malkovich, thank you. Good one. It's another one. Thank you, MSRD32. What can you say with people with sickle cell? That they have a disease that's in humanity. So what are people born with heart problems and kidney failure? Whatever that is, that's that. Talk to health guys. I don't do health. I'm not a health practitioner. Spiritually, if I don't have the problem, why would I study it? So you have to have a spiritual foundation. And if it's something that's happening to you that you really find out with your spiritual foundation, you have to delve into that and see what you see. I haven't did. I have to be honest. It doesn't affect me. So why would I ever look at that? Altered carbon is what they want. Patty, do you have more lectures on dealing with Palo spirits? The name of the lecture, I couldn't tell you, but I've talked about them for years in different ways. In my book, I have a chapter on it in the first book. And I might have dealt with that in that chapter. There's very few little information because most of it was written in Spanish. What we really need is a down-ass Spanish motherfucker who we get these Palo books who's willing to translate it, do that work. And in fact, maybe I should look for that because you'll find all the Palo shit but written in Spanish. That's why Carlos Montenegro got such negativity because he wrote one in English, Palo Mayombe. There's different aspects of Palo. The book on Palo by Baba Raul Carnazares, which his pen name was also Richard Laramie, he connected the Palos with the Orishas. And then that's when it went ape shit. That's when people started talking about it. Before that, don't say the Palos. They're evil and that's dirty. And then once he connected it to the Orishas, niggas got all familiar. I'm a Polaro. So I gathered the most information that wasn't out there mixed with information of me talking directly with them for years. And try to come up with some sort of new information, a way of being, but I put it all in my book. I don't remember. I wrote the book so long ago now. I'm on another book. But if you have my book, they're there. I hate to be a salesman in that case, but that's what I have. I've talked about it in lectures, but you got to find them. And that shit is like trying to find goddamn water in the ocean. I don't think I did one that named Apollo, but still do that search, because you got people who take clips of shit and put it up. So there might be a clip or something. Let's see what you can find. Somebody said I scared them. 5 hours of lecturing, no candy. What's the real panic, and where have you done with him? Well, I was drinking a little bit of soda. Overall, that also shifted. Like I said, I mean this because I'm hungry physically. Man, I'm out here for a long time. But ultimately, I slowed down even in spiritual shit with eating candy as much, because I'm telling you that realm is here. It's not like I have to entice it here with candy anymore. They're here. It's here. You won't access it, won't see it unless your mind is on that page. And the stuff we talked about today is how your mind gets on that page. It is real simple too. It's not that hard. White people have trained you into thinking shit is hard. Algebra, calculus, you think all that shit is next level shit. So when you hear your shit, you expect it to be college level shit. When you find out that shit is damn near childish shit, it's hard for you to believe. So we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do this. Somebody said panic is here. We got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do this. I'm like, no. All you got to do is sit there and close your fucking eyes and think of an apple. That don't sound very occult. It doesn't sound very deep and mystical. But it's the pathway to being the mystic, nigga. I'm telling you how it is. And it's quicker now than it even was then. It was even quick then, because you're grown doing it. You know where you're going with this. Now, it's happening. We are in a good time. We have shifted to a good time. All that 2012 New World shit. That's what the Mayans said. 2012, we shift to a new world. The Ethiopian calendar at COVID year was 2012. Nigga, that is when the phase lambda hit us. We are in a new world. I think the world to come is the world 6. We are now coming out of 5 into 6, according to the Mayan shit. We are in the 6th world. I believe that's the number. So this ain't new shit. Hopi Indian prophecies. We have shifted, nigga. Kali Yugas, the 4 Yugas. What is that? Unless they're talking about seasons. We came out of the Kali Yuga, which was death, destruction, ignorance. You used to worship Kali by stealing. That's how you worship Kali, by stealing. Her worshippers were called thuggies, where you get the word thug. Come on, son. We are now in the golden age. Remember, Iron Age, Bronze Age, golden, silver, bronze, and iron. Kali Yuga is the Iron Age. We are now shifting into the golden age. It's no excuse no more unless you just don't want to be it. Get the economy off your mind, get sickle cell off your mind, and get your mind on your mind. Your answers are there. They're in you, and they're dying to talk to you. Have confidence that you can do it, son. So shit together. Talking that sass, nigga. You come to know it. Simple decisions, very good. Knowing Knowing. Right. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom had that Kali code. Yes, sir. Pro Kenneth. Yes, sir, it did. In League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Oh, that sounds like Khadijah. Either going up or down. In League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Captain Neo had a big statue of Kali. And he was a Kali worshiper, goddess of death. And they spoke on it a little bit. I can't trust a nigga who worships the goddess of death. And if you remember those Sinbad stories, real OGs remember with that little motherfucking nigga who played Gunga Din or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Sabu. He was always stealing apples and running around the town like Aladdin. Those were thuggies. Raekwon. Any methods on how to contact deceased friends and family? Had a friend who committed suicide. That was how I talked to you about how I take this inanimate object, talk to it like it exists, like it's here. So what you're doing, I talked about this earlier, if I was gone, let's say you always see me eating this, always see me drinking Pepsi, always wearing some glasses or whatever. You set up an area because you're creating a gateway with the things that entice my spirit, along with your thoughts. You can light a candle, and a flame or a flickering flame is also something that puts you in alpha state. Just like when you're on the highway, what you're seeing is lines. You know, you zone out and then you wake up, you're at home, but you know what you're doing. You'll be zoned the fuck out on that highway, lean back driving. Sometimes you get the lights, they become routine. You zone out, and before you know it, you're in your subdivision or wherever, and you wait. But even if you're on that highway zoned out, you see something to the left, you right back. That's also a problem in meditation because you start thinking and you're right back. It lies right under beta. So the flickering flame, just like I said, the TV is flickering. You just don't see the flicker. And giving you pulse, that's why it's called hertz. Hertz are round trips. So megahertz are 1,000,000 trips per second. Hertz are 60 trips per second. Mega, million, kilo, 1,000, giga, billion. Well, 1 gigabyte computer is trying to tell you, it sends information in a round trip at 1.4 gigabytes per second, or per whatever, but I think per second. Now, if you light that candle, that flickering flame does the same thing, puts you in alpha state. You're in your subconscious mind, or you're in your spirit, or your subconscious mind also has pull in the astral world while you're in your waking moment. Here, you're focusing on the symbols that you put out for panic as you're in the altered state. So what you're doing is making a connection. If you smoke weed, put weed out. Drink liquor, for me, y'all put some edibles out, right? You're enticing my energy. And what you're doing is pulling me. And it's almost like I'm a record. So what you need from me, you can therefore ask, yo, how you doing? How you this? How you that? All of that stuff will emerge and is active. There's still consciousness in that spirit. So it can talk to you, but all you're really doing is enticing it to come. So your friend who committed suicide, you talk to him like he's still here. While you're setting up his altar, lighting his candle, I miss you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk. Talk as if you're leaving a phone message. I miss you, bro. Let's talk. Let's come through. I'm going to do the meditation. And just keep doing it. If you don't get nothing, don't give up. It's there. because he may be at a place where he can't come directly and talk, but he'll talk through the symbols around him. So you say, damn, like ODB came, and this was before I was able to talk, all them flowers emerged at her house. And I think it was to show up. This ain't no bullshit. And then it became ODB oil, which is, like I said, I still have on the website. Now, so it's really about enticing the energy or manipulating it with the objects that were close to that person that you know. And if you have no objects, you have to do it with the mind. So think and talk as if they're standing in the room or you're leaving a message for them. This is alive because I think, talk, and react and act to it as if it's alive. I don't put it on the floor because I respect it. I respect that it's endowed with energy of my mind, an extension of my mind. When Dr. Strange put that cape on the floor, which they said was nothing more than a cape until they extended the magic in that cape. So your friend's energy, how you got to plug into it. And what I just said is a way, in the most common way I probably would say, to plug into it. Ultimately, you get to a point where you can just close your eyes and go, Garnett, man, what's up, boy? What you up to? And see, I can see his face come. So it's easy for me to get him, but that's because I'm exercised. You know what I'm saying? When I'm talking about him, I can see him in the Ayana here. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have to bring it up. It's so normal for me. But because I'm exercising that psychic place, I can go right there. That's all you're doing. You need the objects at first to start to exercise. So you should be talking not just to him, but keep practicing. Talk to your grandmama. Talk to whoever. And see when it starts happening. You see what happens in the dream. See what happens by way of your intuition. Damn, something is telling me to swim, and my grandma used to swim. I'm going to the pool. Something told me I need to eat pizza. I'm going to get a pizza. Blah, 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 blah. However and whatever, you got to be sensitive to how it comes back. Most people want to see something dramatic like in the movies. That's not how it works. And sometimes it does work like that. But it's subtle energy. So you have to look for subtle action and subtle reaction to your action. And your action is the altar, the candle, the meditation. The connection to your boy or your girl is really you and your sincerity of how you talk and empower or believe that you are talking to them. Because you are, nothing goes unheard. You're not the lonely tree in the forest. You direct your words, which is a God force or the logos, or bringing it into being. You can't listen. Cause and effect is the fifth or sixth law, I think, of Tahuti. Cause and effect. For every cause, there's an effect. For every effect, there's a cause. Coincidence is this law not recognized, which is another way of saying there's no such thing as coincidence. You just don't recognize the cause that makes this effect. That coincidence, if you up that, is called synchronicity. And the main point of what I'm making is, if you say the words, if you do the altar, if you light the candle, that's an absolute cause, which means you must get an effect. Spirituality works because everything you do by way of ritual is a cause. Therefore, you must get an effect. It cannot not work just based upon that law. So you never should question, is your shit working? What you should question on is, do you understand the effect of what you're doing? So to talk to your friend, you sit and you talk, it cannot go unanswered. Something is going to happen. But like I said, it's your sensitivity to how it comes back is the key. The more you practice with the apple, the banana, the lucid astral traveling into lucid dreaming, the more you will therefore visualizing your imagination exercises. The more you do it, that's it. What you've seen today was an exercise in my imagination with Sasomet. You understand? And that's how you do it. It seems simple, but remember, and a child should lead them is what children do. It's not childish, it's the science. But you ready for some nigga in a white lab coat to come in here and tell you what science is. I'm telling you what science is. But you're totally going to miss it because your mind control into thinking that college is somehow makes you smarter. No, being staying like a child is what makes you smarter. Those people live longer, those people smile more, those people are stress-free who have that childish fairy nature. So what's the science with your old deep stressed out ass? Your old deep book reading ass. You get one goofy bitch to outlive all you niggas. One goofy ass nigga to outlive all you niggas. So it's childlike. Observe. A child is always in their mind. They know how to escape. You put them in a room with a bunch of objects, they are building and making shit and can stay as long as they're fed, it's cool, and nothing seems greater outside that door. They can make something out of nothing, and that's what you have to do. You have to have that mentality and have the understanding that it does work. It is a cause, therefore, it's got to have an effect. There's no cause that doesn't have an effect. There's no effect that doesn't lead you to something you did as a cause, and it's all you. So you create the cause through the ritual that connects to your friend. And she said, I need you to put that white coat on, Panic Pharaoh Productions. It may happen. Maybe next time. It may happen. No, they armchair anthropologists. All right. What do you think about the occultfulist constellation? Oh, off Akia's constellation and people under. Isn't that the 13th zodiac thing? I did a whole lecture on the 13th zodiac when everybody went crazy on it. So look for that. Good magic books. I've given out book lists. I mean, if I was standing in front of books, I'd run it through, but they're all upstairs. Talk about the Kalipov. No, I got lectures on the Kalipov. You got to go search and research. I'm not going to talk about a whole fucking study right now. Nigga, we about to wrap this goddamn 2:30 ass shit up, nigga. What is his moon sign? I don't know. The illusion of time? That's a whole lecture. What's your thoughts on burning ancestor money? I never had to do it. People do it. If it works, it works. If it don't, my thoughts on any of that stuff. If you do it and it works for you, then great job. If you do it and it doesn't work, then what does it like? It shouldn't matter what I think. And the only thing should matter if you made it work or not. If you burn it and nothing happens, then what are you gonna? Or nothing that something's gonna happen, but nothing that you expect or want to happen. Then don't do it no more. Fuck, you care what I think. I may say I became a millionaire doing it, and you may be a flat ass. You may just burn it and motherfucking the tax collector come. Who the fuck knows? Do it and see. That's the key. That's what the scientist does. He's an experiment. He's an observer and he deals in experiments. So try it. Who's going to beat you up for it? Nobody. On sex work, I got a whole lecture on sexual alchemy, guys. The subway, come on. Search it. It's one of my favorite lectures, too. The whole sexual magic lecture, and it's hours long. Moon Knight from Marvel. I spoke on Moonlight earlier. I know some people are just getting here, whatever. I'm gonna wait till the whole thing. So far, it looks stupid. I talked about it in thoroughly about how I don't like the reluctant hero. So you're gonna have to go back and listen. I dealt with that already. Is remembering dreams more than actually everyday reality a sign of changing times? I'm not sure what that means. Just joined Mama a few days ago. Just joined Big Mama a few days ago. Just began to be able to hear logos of her. Told me my soul has been on during this eclipse. A shit of matriarchy. I have no idea what you're talking about, Sin Terraluga, but sounds like it's good. Please do a lecture on the illusion of time. Maybe, because I talked about that with somebody. Please talk that sass, please. Aaron Liggins, that may happen because I actually never talked about it in a lecture. But who was it we were going through it? I think it might have been me and Khadijah. But it was coming out as a lecture when I started talking about it. So I'll probably do a deeper research and go through it. Actually, somebody was talking about it. There was more to that. There was something about that I was talking about. I thought it was Khadijah, but it doesn't feel like it. Uh Tartarnia, I don't even know what that is. Study it and have your own thoughts on it. Right, do what works for you. So the truth over facts, I don't know what that shit is. I've never heard of it. But if you have, then what are your thoughts on it? You know what I'm saying? Thank you for giving book titles. Going through Psychomancy allowed me to find Cyclotronic Power by Robert B. Stone. Good job. I told you I'm doing a Cyclomancy class now. It's going to be kick ass. I'm going through that shit right now. And I'm about to create the curriculum. And it's going to be a kick ass. Now I'm seeing it. Oh, there's a lot to teach out of that. Do you have the Cyclomancy PDF? Yes, I do. And I have a clean copy from the book. Nobody even knew the word Cyclomancy till I introduced it here. That's a fact. So love that. Just email me for it, and I'll figure out a good price and send you a PayPal link or whatever, and send you the PDF. If you take the class, ultimately you're gonna get a free PDF of it. I still give out free PDFs of it in my first class as well. So we got to figure out something now that my first class will be on Patreon. When are you or Sia the Duke of Tears going to do a live? There's no plans or close to that. I wouldn't mind. I like Duke. He's a good brother. I knew him for a few years. He's got a lot of lectures. I didn't know he had that much stuff still going up. And check him out. We haven't had any plans, but he's good on the information he teaches, and he's sincere. And that's really what I'm cheerleading now, integrity. So he does have a lot of integrity. So check out Duke of Tears or Asir, the Duke of Tears. So yeah, we had no plans. I don't really do too many collabos and all that. Because as you can see, I can talk for hours, and how is anybody gonna get anything in, including the interviewer? I really don't even do interviews. I fucked with Brother Rich back, but even that is not really, you know what I'm saying? Can you drop on Patrick Beverly Randolph? Who's Patrick? Is his name Patrick Beverly Randolph? So about Lincoln's boy, the black dude, the father of metaphysics? Pascal Beverly Randolph. And I've talked about him before. Just read his book. He's got a book. What's the name of it? Read his book. Ain't nothing for me to talk about. He can tell you his own story, Pascal Beverly Randolph, in his book. But I did in the sex magic tape go through a certain amount of his book and his mentality on sex magic versus Aleister Crowley, his refraining from sex magic, and Aleister Crowley's dig deep kind of mentality, and how they both found light through abstaining in a certain method that Pascal Beverly Randolph was doing. Pascal Beverly Randolph wouldn't sleep in the same bed as his woman. They slept in different rooms to charge. And the crazy shit, me and Khadijah fell into that naturally. Like we can and do sleep together, But we sleep in separate rooms to charge our energy. And it's natural. Then when I seen it in Pastor Beverly Randolph said to do that, I said, oh shit, we tapped into it naturally. Our energies are too strong. We need to dream. Like her dreams are fucking a phenomenon. I don't think we can do it together and have many a times. Of course, we've been together for 13 years. But for the most part, it started because she used to work and I didn't when we first got together. So I'm gonna lay in bed and watch TV, nigga. And you see, I'm up now. And she was working. She getting up 4 a.m. and all this crap. So I couldn't be in the same room watching TV, and I didn't want to watch it in the living room. So I set up the guest room and started making it more and more comfortable. And before you know it, sleep numbers in there, not the generic shit. And it just became my spot. Then she started saying, I need this closet. I'm like, what the fuck? So I started moving my shit in the closet, and then the bathroom, the guest bathroom, started taking that over. Then it just became so comfortable and normal. I'm dirty, I'm Oscar Madison. She's Felix Unger. So that was hard. You know what I'm saying? Bringing my crusty ass and crusty feet in the bed. You know what I'm saying? Unlotioned. So she was more than happy. Okay, nigga. And turns out Pascal Beverly Randolph told us, well, not told us, but showed in his book that that's a part of the game. What it do, the time? What it do? What it do? What it do? What email do you respond to? Panicpack@hotmail.com. That's just how many people are there. I wish as a one-man operation after 13 years, the entire world is emailing me there. So that's the best I got, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I constantly send out packages. Put in the subject missing package or something that'll stand out if that's what it is. Make sure in the subject you make it clear, because certain things that'll make me look so I can say, okay, this, that, the other is coming, it's going, it's not. But for the most part, a lot of shit slips by because it's just too much. Then there's a whole group of people panic. Why is water wet? Why is blue blue? And it's like, yo, I don't do that there. It'll never happen there. It's just too much shit. I'm not answering you on email, but I talk for fucking 8-9 hours on the tape. You're going to have to get it from there. That's the gift. I'm not going to answer your question or get a fucking consultation, and then you'll have my time for how much ever. And that's the only way I can organize it. And I'm not saying it just to say pay me. I'm saying that, like, come on, son. I wish I could do better in terms of business wise, but there's so many people from around the world that order some shit that works. My fuck up fluid works. The fuck up fluid is the same shit that dude gave me for the back of the neck that time. I got those ingredients and it works. My rose spray is a combination in a certain panic configuration, and you pump it on the heart. It's the attraction. It'll bring you business, money, control in the room, confidence, lovers. Most girls were attracting so many niggas they couldn't even wear it. So many niggas was coming in with this shit is the real deal. Somebody just was telling me they put that shit on and they had to beat niggas off. I can't remember who was telling me that shit. Courtney Ben told me that. But somebody recently was telling me that. How it worked for them. Long story short, that's all on the website. All on the website. How to channel more. Exactly what I told you in this entire lecture today. So if you haven't heard the beginning of this lecture, then this is the exact lecture to listen to how to channel more. Like I said, and if you have heard it and asked the question, then most people don't really get what I just told them. As simple as it is the fucking master stroke. That's again because you think it's got to be a collegiate level or something that you're going to do that's going to be so beyond this. What I'm explaining, y'all need to understand. It's not something you need to learn. I'm describing what you are already. Therefore, when I tell you just to shift your thoughts, it's really just a little bit because there's nothing to learn. Your genetics are it. I'm not telling y'all niggas are trying to build a car. I'm telling you the car just needs gasoline. You already have one. Y'all niggas are so busy trying. So how do you channel more? How you do? How do you put the wheels in? How do you add an engine? How do you put a V8 6 in? No, nigga, it's you already got all of that. Know what I'm saying? You channel more and tell yourself, I want to channel more. And you just go ahead and channel more. If I said, imagine if you asked me, Panic, how do you get more pussy? I'll smack you in your face and you can laugh out the business. How do you get more pussy? To have more game, nigga. How do you get more pussy? Get a bigger check. How do you get more pussy? Go to the club and buy the whole Hennessy or Tito's or whatever the fuck they drinking. Nigga. That's how you do it. So how do you channel more? I told you all about channel, and I'm not bargaining. You may have just got here after all of that. Lord Shani. Who the fuck is Lord Shani, Tracy Jack? How come I don't talk about Lord Shani? I don't give a fuck about Lord Shani. Else I would have been talking about. Fuck you think I'm not talking about? You should talk about everything. How come you ain't talking about Lord Shani? What the fuck is a Lord Shani? I don't even care. You know what I'm saying? I don't even need an explanation. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas got to be on your own with this shit and understand if it's coming to you, then it's for you. I don't need to talk about something that's coming to you or you know about. Kundalini is classified as a feminine energy. Yes, indeed. There's a goddess Kundalini as well. And remember, Kundalini in its primal form is called Shakti energy, and it's pure sexual energy. And we know that starts with a woman. Ain't no nigga took off his clothes and did all of this, and oh shit, they got to really be working out forever. But ain't no nigga with this gut. You know what I'm saying? With this fair of a black planet gut, it's coming up on your ass on some sexy shit. Like, wait a minute, nigga, you ate too many of these goddamn Fruit Loop bars. But no matter what a woman look like, fat, skinny, BBW, BFF, and all this shit, oh, it's on. So, sexual energy is Shakti energy, is feminine energy. Ooh, my ass. Let me get on this side of the cheek. Ooh. So, it's Shakti energy. So, with that being said, absolutely, it's a feminine energy. What comes up your back is feminine, and what goes down the front is masculine. That's what the circle is. That's why Brother Wayne Chandler, who also has integrity, folks, would tell you in the meditations to stick the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. The further back you can get it. He said that's in your meditations. If you do that, that's like activating the front and the back, and the energy flows. He said before we ate, this was not an esophagus. It was actually another spine. And our energy went up and down, masculine and feminine, masculine in the front, feminine in the back. You know what I'm saying? I think the masculine was going down, the feminine was coming up, whatever it was. But Kundalini is considered a feminine energy. And there's a goddess Kundalini in energy. Somebody said, truth over fact. She remembers that lecture. The science of fear. I talked about it a lot. You might have to look in the old lectures. Uh, you said, Panic, you work with fairies. Are they air? No, fairies are negative ions. I have a whole section of fairies in my class that I teach on how to contact with them, how to deal with them, what they mean. If you want to watch something that's good, watch a movie called Gateway. The Fairy is I'm not doing consultations in person. You can get that off your mind. Only online. There's too many weirdos coming. I don't know who's showing up at my door in my house. It was cute in the beginning, but get the fuck out of here. I had niggas knocking on my door. You know what I'm saying? Where I had to say, listen, the only thing here is bullets. You know what I'm saying? You think I'm gonna sit on my lawn and I'm gonna give you a fucking lecture, nigga? You gonna sit Indian style? Gateway to Fairy. Thank you, L.A. Rogers. You can find it somewhere. YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, Prime, but definitely YouTube somewhere free. Gateway to Fairy. It gives you a mentality about fairy things, but you're going to have to take my class. I'm not going to tell you stuff I teach in class about fairies, but absolutely deal with fairies. The fairies exist in heavy form at Sedona. I went to Sedona. That's where Walt Disney was and created Tinkerbell and Jimmy the Cricket. Jimmy the Cricket is not a fairy, but it's the same concept. They have cactus there that have a big circle and two little circles, the same Mickey Mouse ears. He got all that shit from spirituality channeling in Sedona, Walt Disney. Sedona is off the hook, and there's nothing but fairies all around. It's the time I was fucking drunk. Fuck are these niggas? I noticed they were fairies. B.O.B.'s girl, Tiffany, she was standing on the vortexes. There's 3 vortexes in Sedona. The word is born, there was fairies all around her head. I tried to take a picture, they wouldn't come out. And then we came back, she stood in the same spot. More fairies were there. But it made sense because later I found out they were pan energies. That's why me and B.O.B. was brothers like that and connected, not just in music, but as boys. You know, we got a lot of laughs and stuff like that going because he's a pan energy. And that's a fairy, but pan energy is a big motherfucking thing. You need to understand it. A lot of y'all are that too, just or different levels of it. You and me translate them in Spanish. Palo books. I got Baba Raoul book on Palo, a Google PDF. Well, you probably got Baba Raoul Palo. Yeah, you can get that book easy on Yahoo or PDF. And like I said, he connected it. If you look in the beginning, he talks about 4 levels of Palo. One Mayombe. Carlos Montenegro wrote Palo Mayombe, which you get a PDF of that from my class as well. And those are the 11 Palos that niggas are scared to fuck with. The ones that went further east in South America and became Kinsamba and Wisamba from the Congo. They are called the Congo rights. And those are the ones. Those are the ones with the trickery in it, but they're all in Spanish. He wrote one here and he got ostracized for it. They want to keep that shit in Spanish. Advice on practicing confidence. To Khalil. That's actually a good question. Confidence. Well, one of the tricks they say is visualize someone who you deem as confident, really confident, uncle or father or friend, someone from TV that you see is confident. And what will Denzel do? What would Billy do? And you mimic that behavior no matter what it is. So it's a way of when the fear comes up, you have something to counter it with a personality that you've already defined as confident. So you see that confident. Or just if you have the ability, just fucking do it. The only thing that lacks confidence is your own mind telling you you're not worthy of whatever, or it can't happen to you. All of that's bullshit. If you're dealing with this lack of confidence, remember you're going to expand that what they're calling multiverse path and bring it here into observation from waves to particles. So what you observe is what you're dealing with. Everything around you is what you choose to observe out of the reality that you think is just happening, but it's your thoughts that create this reality. It was my it was it's my circumstance that I chose to work with by being born in the projects. But it's my thoughts that have a house that's pretty much big as the building that I lived in, at least the first floor of that building. So it's really a reality that I could have been in the projects forever, took over my mother's apartment and still be living there, trying to figure out the best way to get rid of roaches. Or shift to another pathway, and I'm here with Khadijah. So everything is a shift based upon your mind, and we in that place now. The golden age opened up a quantum reality where this shit is going down, nigga. I feel it. I feel it in the ethers. I feel the strength of my visualization and strength of my imagination is on fire. And I don't think it's personal or a level. I think we're there. We're just not realizing it based upon things like confidence, like the brother said. Just choose to be confident. I know it's easier said than done, but there's nothing. You got to start getting down to the basics. You really got to start letting yourself know and remember there's no Jesus, there's no devil, there's no bad, there's no Oshun being mad at you. These are all energies. But if you think all of that's happening, then Oshun will be mad at you. That's your own mind. That's your own thought forms, succubuses and shit like that. None of that fucks with me. That's why you can say I fuck the shit out of sus, which is saying I'm confident, nigga, because I choose to be confident. Ain't I study what a succubus is, and it's a made up European scary shit. So that means it ain't nothing there. Ain't nothing there that I fear. No succubus stuck in me. I wish a nigga would. I will beat the pussy into oblivion. And when that was happening, this so-called succubus or this sexual energy that that I felt was fucking the shit out of me. I was lecturing. I was saying, yeah, nigga, y'all don't know. This is the greatest. This ain't no shit that I'm making up. I was talking about it when it was happening. So with that being said, you just choose to be confident. You choose not to be scared. Once I knew I was doing it, I'm like, yo, I'm fucking with all these demons and shit like that. But they ain't no Jesus. They're just energies. They're my energies. How could they harm me? One time I felt a certain way. I called out 108 demons. I was walking away to the store saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't have did that. I feel kind of funny. That was probably one of the hey, what you doing, a little mighty hero? Like what I started then I caught myself saying, nah, because that's the subconscious thought. But you got to overcome it. You know what I'm saying? You got to overcome it. You got to say each time you feel the lack of confidence, that's when you force yourself to be confident. Should I stop smoking weed if I want to uh focus on more spirituality? Hell no. Some niggas get into it with weed. Would you do a lecture on a chapter of your book? Maybe at the book signing, I'm going to do shit like that. So if it happens afterwards, maybe so be it. But I'm going to go through the book, probably do a reading and all of that stuff on August 6th here in Atlanta. Let me give you the address again, guys. It will be at 5380 Studios. That's the name of the place. And the address is 5380, 5380 East Mountain Street. That's in Stone Mountain, GA 30083. And you could go to 5380studios.com for more information about the location. Again, 5380 East Mountain Street on August 6th. That's a Saturday. That's where we'll have it. Plenty of hotel for overstaying the area, plenty of parking. So it'll be in the A on August 6th. I expect to see a great deal of you Negroes there. Not sure yet if I'm going to webinar it, but it's a great chance that I will for those of you who can't make it. But can you tell us about dreams? I've had dreams about a red, brown, and black dog was hit by a car, but the person driving was me. Though my face was blurred, I felt it. No dream. And I'm real. Any dog you see is a symbol of Anubis. When you hit them, where you're driving, it still represents direction. So you have to study where you was driving, where you going, or in the dream, where did you feel you were going? Because if you hit Anubis, that's a way of saying you probably shouldn't go there. He's keeping you out of that. When I used to dream about dogs, they were vicious pit bulls and wow. So I opened the door. I said, close the door. But then I would wake up disappointed because I'm like, that's Anubis. You're supposed to follow him. Until I realized each door I was open, he was giving me direction because I would close that door in the dream and go the other way. So he was trying to get me to go the other way. So if you're driving, you're going in a direction. If you hit Anubis, you got to think in the dream, where did you feel you were driving to? Where did you feel you were going? He's telling you there's a different route or a different idea in that dream. Any advanced class on the Kalipov? No, I did a lecture on it thoroughly. You got to find it, Mr. Forst. If you're talking about for me, other than that, you got to see. There's not much information on it because the Kalipov is the key. I talked about it in the Garden of Eden. There's the Tree of Life and the Tree of Knowledge. The Kalipov is the Tree of Knowledge because the gateway through it is Darth, and another word for Darth is knowledge. I talked about Darth Vader. I talked about Anakin and Malkuth in the Sand World. Then he met his mother, who represent Yoshad, the moon. Then he met the Jedi Council that represent Tipperoth, the sun, which balances the force because Tippera touches everything. It has a path all the way that, and then right above it is the hidden Sifra Darth. He becomes Darth Vader. Then he becomes Ketha in the ethers with his twins, Luke and Laura, Bina and Chokma. I went through all of this shit. The gateway to the Kalipov, and the dark side pushes out of darkness comes light. So this light side that all of these white people are working is how they manipulate this place. They can't manipulate the Kalipov because that's the realm of melanin. And that goes into the inner world. So the gateway to the Kalipov is through the throat. And in the back of the throat is the medulla oblongata. That's why the Jews wear the beard, because it represents the hidden. And here's the hidden. The Darth is here. Because remember, Tifra is your son. So the Darth is the way to the back of the tree. So through your throat, you hit the medulla oblongata, which is the dark side, the melanated side. And it's the work, it's through this gateway you reach the back, which is the Kalipov, the Kundalini path. I went through all of that. Y'all go watch the lecture. What's the book you recommend on Tantra? Anything by Montauk Chia is pretty good. That's all I've ever went up to in Tantra, because trust you and me, I knew how to fuck. It was natural for me. I didn't really want to read breathing and those techniques, because imagine you breathing and counting and moving in angles while you fucking. It just doesn't seem natural. You kind of want to just fuck the shit out that succubus. You know what I'm saying? So certain things came naturally. Certain things, like I said, what I did was cultivating the masculine energy, cultivating the female energy, feminine energy. With Montauk Chia was a very good book. There was something else I read about pulling up the energy from the testicles. I can't remember what it is, but anything by Montauk Chia is decent. And Dr. Aleem will give you, he's done some good stuff on tantric sex. And I'm sure he's giving out references. He's good with giving out references in books. So also look at Dr. Aleem L. Bay for it. Wayne Chandler, the brother who I talked about earlier, who talked about touching your tongue at the roof of your mouth, a meditative master and a guru, and one of our true teachers. He has a book called Ancient Future by Wayne Chandler. That's a must get. He's still around now. He does trips to Cambodia, Egypt, and all the rest. And he's organizing something now. He does workshops. I think he's organizing something now. I brought him in for lectures. Brother Wayne is a very decent, good brother, and I think I'm gonna give him a call soon just to speak. And he studied under Montauk Chia. Montauk Chia took him under his wing, and Wayne got a sexual motherfucking jump off learning from Montauk Chia. That's a big deal. Now, I remember when I bring Aleem in, Dr. Aleem El Bay, for a lecture, which was a smash. We at least had 300 to 400 people in a warehouse. It was because it was like everyone from Blog Talk, which I was on, wanted to come out. And I still get this phenomenon. When I do a lecture, people come from all over the country to that location. and be like South Carolina. I'm even shocked. You know, motherfuckers come from the UK to South Carolina to see election. And I respect it, and I have to understand and accept that I have been talking for a long time, and it has been life-changing for a lot of people, and people want to see that. So soon we're going to start doing when they lighten up just a little bit more, we're going to go back to the live lectures so we could deal and discuss, and I'll be coming to your town. You gotta give me some towns y'all want me to show up in when it's that time. Don't do it now. And so this young lady came up to me and she's crying, telling me about a guy I should bring in called the Black Mongoose, Nityama. And I'm like, I never heard of it. What's the Black Mongoose? He's like, he can make women orgasm without touching them. Nigga, please. I said, oh, wait a minute. I seen that online. And yeah, he's not touching them, but women are having full blown orgasm. Well, I said it could be fake, it could be whatever, but wasn't really interested because he didn't have that impact in the community with us. So I wasn't thinking about it. She's crying tears at what he did for her. And she was hinting that, you know, she had a rough childhood. And you already know what that means. So my cat had cats. We moved into a new place. I had to get rid of those kittens, put it out on the radio, and a few folks were showing up to. I can't remember this sister. She was a wonderful sister. She took about 3 cats. Wonderful sister, and she came with gifts. She gave, which I still have. She gave me a staff with a crystal on it. I wish I remember this sister's name, and I hope she hears it just to shout her out. She was such a wonderful person. Well, I said she's a wonderful goddess, but her humanity was absolutely decent as well, which is an indication of inside and outside work. And she came, got 3 cats, and then the sister showed up who was crying. I said, "Oh shit! I hope I don't get this crying shit again." Somebody said, "Shout out to Nick Cannon." I don't think I'm too mad at Nick Cannon either. I think I'm starting to like him a little bit more. Oh, somebody said Nick Yama's the truth, so y'all know who he is. Okay, T Smooth. So now she comes back and she starts talking about Nick Yama again. I'm like, uh-oh. Khadijah already went upstairs. I'm in the garage. She got the cat. Like, I'm like, okay. And she said he was on Miss Blue. I'm like, oh, really? Yeah, Wayne Chandler knows him. I said, really? I said, okay, that's instant authentication. So now I call Miss Blue. She goes, oh yeah, he's the real deal. High panic. He's the real deal. She's like, you know, she was feeling his energy. She had to cross her legs a couple of times in the interview. I'm like, really? She's like, yep. I said, okay. So she authenticated him. So I called Wayne. You ever heard of this Black Mongoose dude? He's like, let me tell you something, Panic. I got on the phone with him once and we talked like we was brothers forever. Now he said he wouldn't give up the techniques, but he said he learned from gurus how to. Wayne said I learned from Montauk Chia how to do it physically and what colors to use and what to project for the ultimate sexual experience. He said this dude knows how to project it without touching it, and he's not giving it up. I said, really? He said, yo, he showed me videos. He said, first of all, he goes to Australia and he's greeted in this house by 12 naked women. They stay naked the whole time he's there. One is just for tea. One is just to watch TV. One is to iron. One is to make eggs. 12 naked women. God damn. Then he said, he showed me a video where he was making a woman come out of every orifice. And liquid was coming from her eyes, nose, mouth, ears, anus, vagina, every opening. He said he's seen that on a video. This nigga is back. She had a full body orgasm. Then he told me the general human story. He was doing this thing. People complained that there were white women in the video, of course. That's where he was. He was in Europe and he was popular, or wherever he was, Australia. But it wasn't cracking in the grassroots network. yet it was starting to be talked about because they seen the YouTube videos, i.e. this chick. Now, I wasn't an expert at bringing people in. Shabazz was. So I knew I was going to call Shabazz and see what he had to say at this point. So Wayne went on to tell me, we went on talking and he told me, just pretty much the guy's the real deal. He said that Dre brung him up, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre brung him to California, set him up cars, and was ready to work. Then shit got funky as it always does. And Wayne told me he made a call to Dre and said, listen, if this doesn't happen, I don't need to leave my couch to get shit done. And Dre released him or whatever it is he was. That shit happened immediately afterwards. So that put him in California now. And he still was doing this thing, I think, with the same people, but not in, like I said, in the grassroots community, which is us. And so I called Shabazz, told him about it. Shabazz answered, which was very smart. I understood it, but now I get it deeper. He's pretty much like he's not known in the Black community, which means if Shabazz introduces him, number one, Shabazz becomes responsible for that. So Shabazz is very careful about that. And not so much that as he didn't really believe anybody would show up because they don't know who he is. He has to make more of an impact with Black people for Shabazz to put him there so they would come. So which made sense. So Shabazz is like, let's see what happens. So I don't think, certain of us know because somebody said Nick Yama's the truth, but I haven't seen where it can go this way. But I know he was badass, and I know Wayne's badass with it. So, and Wayne learned directly from Montauk Chia. So Montauk Chia books are good. All right, it's 3:13, nigga. Goodbye, niggas. Right, lots of people say they practice, but can't show no works. Right, they can't show you nothing. Fuck showing you something. I tell you how to do it. Let's even take it to the next level. I'll show you how to do it. Shabazz is serious. Okay, I'll tell him. It'll definitely catch on, Pan. It's the internet. It'll definitely catch on. I'm talking about some shit that was in 2000 goddamn 10. So it didn't happen, son. You fucking damn 12 years later. I guess it will catch on. Let me tell you, this ain't some new shit. This is some shit in 2010 or 2011 we talking about. So no, it just doesn't catch on. It's catched on when it's introduced to you by people like Brother Rich, people like Sonetta, people like Shabazz, people who present these things. It don't just catch on, it's presented to you. I know what you mean by it catches on as the internet, but not in a particular network. Because it didn't. Otherwise, it would have happened already. That's what we were discussing. How to enter it. That's why I'm talking to Wayne, and that's why I'm talking to Shabazz, how to enter it into the network. Shabazz, who does it, said, this is why it won't work. Get it together. Love you too, King Money. I hope you're talking to me, not one of these chicks in here. Somebody said I got his email and his number. Good stuff. Let him know. You know what I'm saying? We love him. Nick Yama, the Black Mongoose. No, you don't need my first book to get and understand the second book. If you never got the first book, you can go right to the second book, which I know you guys are going to enjoy. I know you're going to enjoy. I mean, but the first book ain't no slouch. And there's a lot of great information, a lot of great channel, a lot of great blah, blah, blah. But this motherfucker right here, that's when I took my motherfucking sleeves off. You know what I'm saying? And got into it. So you're going to love that. Is it bad to always be angry? Absolutely bad. Absolutely bad. It's about your chakra system. It's about, you got to release yourself from that. Why are you angry? Angry at what? What is anger? Panic, do you know about Master Yoa and Morris? No, I do not. Never even heard of it. But I hope he's doing a good job with integrity. And if he's doing things that bring you into a higher consciousness, all power to Master Yoa, and Morris. So if he's doing something for you, it's for you. So me hearing about it, personally, it doesn't mean nothing. And I know you want to hear if there's a story I have based upon something, but no, I haven't heard of the brother. The Black Mongoose is Nick Yama. When they said it, I said that shit too, Joe the Grinder. The Black Mongoose? No, I ain't heard of that nigga. See, that his name is Nick Yama, but that's his nickname. And again, he's the bad motherfucker, the Black Mongoose. My experience with Bella. Wait, who? I don't have no experience with none of that. Your boy. Yeah, who the fuck is experiencing all these niggas? I don't know these niggas. What's your experience with them niggas? The Black Mongoose sounds dangerous. Oh yeah, if you a girl, you in trouble. But if orgasm's a danger for you, then he's dangerous. Some people might say you don't sound dangerous. You sound like he need to get his ass over here immediately. And he ain't touching my ass too. Shit. Some chicks that think he's the truth. What do you think? What do you think marriage? I told you how me and Khadijah are truly bonded and married. So I think it's the greatest thing you could do. If you do a ceremony, that's up to you. The shadow beings are coming to me in between states of consciousness. Good. Tell them I said hello. The sixth dimension, it's not the seventh dimension, but the fifth dimension got a lot of hits, Erin. I already discussed how many times you're supposed to try to transcend dimensions. These are all things I talked about. Study. Oh, a Kenyon Kelly. I know that guy or girl. Panic. Check your email. I owe you payment. Well, don't hurry. Just you probably got it. You probably took your payment back and then got your package. So that's all right. Just PayPal or a Cash App and let me know it's you and we're square dealing, man. Is the clubhouse recording up? I have no idea, nor do I care. Uh that format is that format, something about that energy ain't jiving with me. So I don't know. It wasn't my show. I don't know. You just gotta look. You know what I'm saying? Until Clubhouse figures it out. I don't know if I'll be there or doing anything there, but then you never know. It may be the thing to do. Oh, how could you get in contact with occult esoteric teas? I don't know if Dane's doing it anymore, but stay tuned. We're thinking about more t-shirt shit. My son can't stop talking about t-shirts. So, but I'm not helping him. So I'm letting him get all his own pressing shit. He's doing his own designs and all the rest of it. And I told him once he got that shit straight, I'll give him some designs to do. So we'll probably have t-shirts again. But Dane doesn't do it. Dane has become very busy lately. Because I'm trying to put together a podcast as opposed to Pandemonium Radio with the same spirit of Pandemonium Radio. We talk a little shit, talk a little consciousness, and that's going to be a podcast that I'm trying to get together. So I was trying to get Dane, but he still may be too busy. You know what I'm saying? They could call me about 5 minutes tonight and couldn't. Always have to be our mate always have to be consciousness. According to Bobby Hemmett, he was like, no, love is love. According to me, love is love. You know what I'm saying? If you love that person and is working and they're not interrupting your consciousness, oh goody goody. Your decision, not mine. I don't know if I want Brother Matt, your boy. I don't know if I want Brother Panic merch because it's not about me. You know what I'm saying? I would keep it on the symbols, keep it on the work. You know what I'm saying? Dane, I told him not to do panic shirts, but apparently people kept asking, so he's not going to turn it down, and he did it. I think my man Jeff Moore, who I did interviews with, he's my man. He was talking to me with a panic shirt. I was fucking embarrassed. Like, nigga, it don't feel right. It's just a panic. I am not a cult leader. I don't want followers. I don't need that. That doesn't do it for me. I want you to do the work. So I'm not mad. Jeff Moore is my man. You know what I'm saying? So I know he was just doing it. He's supporting. He's not really a kook. Well, he is a kook. But you know what I'm saying? The host, you got to see that interview. It's on Patreon, where I interviewed Jeff Moore, the sex addict. Oh my God. This nigga was telling me wow shit in the interview that the hoes threw him out the room because he was so fucking nasty, fucking on them, biting on them. He said then the hoes tied him up in like some submission shit and beat his ass like on some payback shit in a whole house, yo. Like, nigga, and he's talking like this shit is normal. This shit, yo, I got wild interviews. Them shits don't do good because people want to hear me do science, but God, I'll be talking to some wild niggas. Yo, I fuck demons. What's my man, Devin? He's the wildest nigga. He made a song, I'll be wheelchair trapping, I'll be wheelchair trapping. This shit is wild. Uncle Hank and them nigga. So Jeff Moore, he was talking to me with a panic shirt. I'm like, nigga, that is fucking embarrassing me, son. Like, I don't look at this shit as me and I'm so special. That's how niggas get fucked up in this. Start arguing and having points of view that can't be changed and all of this shit because your ego is big because niggas is talking about just no panic merch. We keep it on the symbols and we keep it on the ideas. We keep it on what's new. You know what I'm saying? What's your lecture about dimensions? I couldn't even tell you, sweetie. I have endless shit. I talk about it in class in detail about escaping it and what dimension and subdimensions are, things like that. So I talked about it so long, I couldn't tell you what lecture I mentioned. I promise I couldn't. I'm trying to think. I wouldn't even know. I'm not, see, Bobby Hemmett. Oh, that's Mayat in the circumstance of the winged disaroo lecture. I'm like, what? How the fuck do you even remember that shit? He remembers every name and everything he said or where to go for certain things. I don't know one of them things. It's got to be a big lecture that stuck out to me. Like, I know about the law of rhythm. I talked about Bill Cosby and blah, blah, blah like that. But other shit, like little shit like that, I talk about it so much. You just got to be into some panic shit. And I'm sorry to say, that's what it is. Like, just lecture after lecture. Just Google my shit or go to my channel right here, Occult Lectures, and start looking for shit. Within the subjects that is close to what it is. That's probably where it's going to be. Dimensions. I can't remember. I'm sorry. Would you ever open a school and teach? No, I teach classes and you could get on Zoom and learn. You could go to Patreon right now or join my last live class or go to Patreon and see my classes. So a school physical, hell no. I probably before that would open up a Botanica and then maybe have a place to teach in it. So it's not like a bad idea, but just opening up a school. Didn't y'all niggas try that already? How did that work out? Trying to open up schools. The radio show was classic. Visa Gargling Thunder. Oh, Nelson G, you OG, you know that one. All that shit is up on Patreon. Not expensive neither. I didn't do that. Like maybe $15 or so to hear them. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We got one during an eclipse where Visa went to sleep. I get this nigga remember jokes. It's either me or Dane. That sound like a Dane joke. He said, yo, Visa sound like she's gargling thunder. I got to listen to that shit again. We went so in on me. She was snoring like like when we go to lectures, I'd be like, yo, that's the one who was snoring. Because she assists me at live lectures. and she runs the webinar. So she's always there. So I'm like, that's the one who was gargling. And niggas like, oh, her? Like gargling thunder. We was going in on her ass. So you got to see, it was very fun. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I talked about, Golden Army episode. Maybe I was talking about them for some reason. Because some ancestors came back. I talked about so much shit for so many years. Fucking Hellboy 2. Some shit that's over the hill. When that shit came out, was breaking on that shit. The Golden Army came out around the same time as the Terracotta Warriors in Mummy 4. I got niggas on that terracotta energy. I think it was the same year that the China was in the Olympics, which was the terracotta energy, and that R. Kelly got off because Aaliyah said she from those pyramids in China. And Aaliyah said she came through and got him off that first time. Second time, not so good. Not so nice. She did him an OG favor, I guess. But that was that. And for that one situation. But now you see what it happened. He ain't going now. So now there was more happening at that time, but it was a lot of ancestor energy. When you start seeing that unison, like you see now with the multiverse, they're making a statement. They're telling you what's in the ethers. I'm telling you what's in the ethers. I'm telling you how to access it. They're just going to manipulate it and make you think it was a fun Marvel thing. And DC, Spider-Man, now Doctor Strange is dealing with this shit. Get the fuck on, son. Movies, everything, everywhere, all at once. Multiverse? Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that now? Why are they doing that now? Remember, Chinese people, where are they from? That's an Illuminati family. The Lees. So Bruce Lee, that's why they killed him. He's giving out Illuminati secret, the Lee family. And then Jet Li took over. He's a Lee. I ain't ready. She did movies, mad metaphysical movies. The One, Heroes. The One is also a multiverse movie. Oh yeah, the what's that crime family? That's an Illuminati family. Starts with a T. Anyway, those niggas know some shit. And they are reading the ethers too. That's why this movie is out and it's coming this way. Because we in that time, this is the energy. I talk about end time esoteric events. I'm an end time eschatologist. I don't just talk about how great you are way back when, living on a goddamn bayou of the Nile, sitting by the Nile with a big ass feather, thinking you cool. That was cool. What do you do right now? End time eschatologist, and that's what we're dealing with. All right, let's see. I got a whole lecture with Aleem on the difference between esoteric and esoteric and esoteric. One is human thought and one is spiritual thought, and we went through it very hard. Little Mighty Hero, already done. Ooh, let's see. Jamieson, Stein. Yes, I feel your appreciation. Thank you for acknowledging it. Stand up to Johnny. Who's man? Who the fuck knows that? I would almost think that's Dane. I know I said it before somewhere. Stand up to Johnny. Me and Dane used to bring these Farrakhan tapes to my house. And Farrakhan was talking about some nigga named Tajani. And how Tajani was helping some African nigga. And then he goes, stand up Tajani. Tajani just stood up. Oh shit. And me and Dane could not stop fucking with that. Stand up Tajani. So somebody just put stand up to Johnny. I thought it was Dane because who the fuck else would know that? But then I thought maybe I said that in an lecture before. Stand up to Johnny. Dane is going to get a kick out of that. You're welcome for the intro into the dark side of things, more understanding. Yes, the dark side is just a methodology of your subconscious mind. Out of darkness comes light. So you have to look into the dark side of yourself as well. Remember, I said when you have negative or abused lifestyle as a kid, these anger things, these dysfunctional behavior, you don't even know you're doing it because it's in your shadow or the dark side. So the work of the dark side is exactly what I've been telling you all night, that you go inwardly to see that which you can't see. Your significant other sees your shadow or your dark side and can show you what you don't see. This is all a part of out of darkness comes light work. I'm a dark side nigga because I'm doing the work, not because I do spooky shit, not because I'm a mean guy, not because I'm down with the devil and do devil shit as you learned in church. I'm a dark side guy because I'm doing the work of the dark hidden self, the shadow that's been created, the other side of the game that you're supposed to realize and come into balance and bring into light, to release. How does it feel to be angry all the time? I did a whole fucking lecture on what that means and how I finally was able to see and release it and how it happened. And all that started under the banner of my mother, who knows she couldn't be there physically for me and understood the anger that I had and still was able to see it from the other side and do things to help me relieve it. Ashe, mom. Mwah. Help me relieve that anger. Things she felt that she may have created physically, she's come back to give me so much, which I knew once she made that transition, asses would be moved. She had such a rough life here. It's unbelievable, including homelessness. My sister used to run into her on the street and couldn't do shit about it. She said one time she walked on the street, little white girls was fucking with her. Oh, she put a stop to that. But I said, God damn, how do you deal with that shit? She said she was on the way to work one time, ran into our mom's and went to get our mother, took her to eat as opposed to going to work. So when she called the boss, said, yo, I'll be a little bit late. My mom's is homeless. I seen her, she told her the story. She said when she got to the office, her boss was crying. My sister was baffled, like, what are you crying for? Your mother, And I told my sister, I said, you don't even realize we normalize that shit. People think of their mother in that situation. It is unthinkable. It's unthinkable for me. I seen her once in the street and we happened to get her out of that situation off meds, and she lasted maybe 3, 4, 5 years until I was about to move to ATL and I seen the signs and I knew it was going to be bad. And she never got back in. So when I seen her one time on the street, I almost lost my motherfucking mind. My sister's running into her regularly. My mother was allergic to fish, throat closed. My sister said, all my sister does is eat salmon every day. She said she had salmon in her thing for lunch. Ran into my mother at Bryant Park. Said, my mother said, what's up? Let me get some of that. No, I'm like, you can't, that's fish. I said, yes, I can. And ate the shit and nothing happened. I said, yo, when you in an altered state of mind, that shit is like split, son. Yo, it's crazy. I remember my mother would turn into a dude named David. We would call Mom out the window. Mom, throw down the key so we can get in the building. Nobody's coming. David, huh? Throw down the key. Her back would be like stronger. She was more ornery. Like she was literally turning into this person. We was like 7 and 8 years old. My sister was 6 and 7 coming into that. And shit was serious. Shit was very traumatizing. Shit was traumatizing on a level I don't know if I can explain it to you. I remember at one point, even before she was full blown crazy, I would lay on the couch and watch TV. My sister would sit on the chair with the ottoman with her feet up. My mom's would sit in her chair that looks like a half an egg because it has speakers in it. She listened to music constantly. So this was like some 70s stereophonic shit. And I started to put a sheet over the couch and make it like a square, like a tent. And every night I would get in it. I would open it up to, like a flap just to look at the TV. Then after a while, I cut a hole in it so I didn't even have to open the flap just to look out of it. I used to eat laying down. I used to take my plate and eat under it. Why was I doing that? What was I hiding from? What didn't I want to see? I don't know. That's how I tell you this shit works. It's really building up a character in your shadow that I know is too far back that I didn't even touch yet because I don't remember why. And this is before she went crazy. If she didn't even go crazy, I think the neglect, we'd have been taken out of there anyway. Crazy just was the excuse to get us going. So what was I hiding from? I remember her saying to me, like, y'all don't see your face. You always come home and go under there. And I just was like, so what? I remember my aunt talking to me. I remember her the one that moved, talking about she just went from the angle of me eating laying down. It's like it's not healthy to eat laying down. I was like, I feel great. She said, no, you got to sit up and eat. Because I don't think they just knew what to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm saying. I remember my mother played in loud music constantly. And I remember being mad for some reason and going in the closet. And my uncle came and see me in the closet. And for whatever reason, I didn't feel like it was a problem or something big, but he almost lost his mind and took me and Reese to his house that night, me and my sister. And I remember him talking later, man, I seen you in the closet, that was the last straw. And I'm sitting there like, they won't speak. I'm like, the last straw of what? Because I don't remember it feeling like something was happening. I just felt that that's what we was doing. So there's shit there that I cannot explain, and I have to respect that. And you need to respect that about you and your lifestyle to understand that it's not going away. It's in your shadow. It's in your attitude. It's in where things push you. That's where anger comes as a defense. Denial comes as a defense. Cognitive dissonance. All of these type of things that you call your problems and your shortcomings have become a defense against something negative or some neglect or some sort of trauma, perhaps. You understand? So you got to deal with that trauma and let it go. I thought I was over it. Got over, well, that's a choice. That happened to me. That's my mother. I seen it in the street. Oh no. That's when I knew. All I did was fucking ignore it, but not release it. Oh, that's the work. That's the shadow work. All right, what time is it? I promise y'all ain't got that much time left. I'm about to get it. Subtle infantry, infinity. Duh. Peace, bro. Your work has been an inspiration and is much appreciated. Stay up. Yes, thank you. I'm honored and humbled to be able to be the vessel for the work. 30 minutes. In over a year, do you think there's anything? You don't have to meditate over 30 minutes. What are you getting out of it? I told you that Ringo used to meditate for 5 minutes and be able to write songs. He thought he was doing something wrong to the guru said, are you crazy? You need to do that every fucking day. It's not how long you meditate, it's the zone you can get in. I'm meditating for no goddamn 30 minutes. Why? Meditate before you go to sleep or as you're going to sleep. Meditate yourself to sleep. My mom wanted me to tremendous during meditation. Any advice? You don't have to deal with traumatic events during meditation. Just write a list of what you think are your traumatic events and what do you think is a result of it. And then you have to work on it from a conscious mind. And you have to work on letting it go. It's the chakra work I told you about. My niggas already told you how to release it in your chakras, how to forgive, forget, and heal. Come on, dog. I'm not talking this shit for nothing. I'm telling you this shit because that's the way it goes. Sass, nigga. Sass. CERN lectures. What's CERN that? What's CERN that? I forgot. What are your thoughts on Marilyn Monroe? I never think about Marilyn Monroe. It's 3:41 in Atlanta, nigga. Get it together, Joe the Grinder. Ain't nothing changed. We in the same time zone, baby. I'm doing what we do. 3:41. I told you it was over 3 hours ago. You always need the feminine energy to see the shadow. Absolutely. You're not doing shit without the feminine energy. That's why they go so hard on trying to fucking shut it down and even make feminism about masculine energy. They do not want you to tap in the feminine energies in you. It's not about vaginas. It's not about penises. Masculine and feminine energy is in you, and you need the feminine. That's the right side of the spiritual side of self. Why, when I realized I dream is awake, because you start thinking again and your conscious mind comes into being. I talk to you. Just listen to what I'm saying and have been saying. Don't try hard to come up with a question. Try hard to listen to what I'm saying. I told you about alpha waves, beta waves, gamma waves, theta waves. And I told you thinking is the bane, your consciousness. So if you become conscious, you're waking up. So you're going to have to work harder on astral traveling and staying in the zone, because when you become lucid, you become conscious in the dream. So the consciousness becomes a bitch to your alpha state. Your conscious mind is now dominating. That's why it wakes you up out of these states, because it's looking to take control. So you got to uh, stop that. Panic's been fasting for 8 hours. Oh no, nigga, I had spaghetti, baby. Had a little shrimp scampi. Yes, I suggest everyone rewatch this. Alleyway says she's going to rewatch this. There's so much information, it's so long, and I went through a lot. So there's no way you caught it now, especially with all this typing and shit. So you got to sit down and watch it while you're not typing, while you give it some attention, because I'm dropping a lot of shit. Not because I'm cool, because we've been here for fucking goddamn 8 hours. You're absolutely welcome, Jay Gen X. Right. Dunn said he's for sure. I'm proud of that. Somebody said Eric looks at panic, go to sleep. I don't do that, boo. Your ass is up too. Let's not forget, Eric. Aaron Liggins. Salute Tony Starks. Salute, salute, salute Tony Starks. Does race matter in a partner? I would, as True Fool is asking this question, I would say when I was younger, yeah, energy and genetics. But now I'm starting to see, if this person, this white person, is pure of heart, let's just say, and sincere, you will be sharing your energy with him because you have the genetics. But the question becomes, is it worth saving this person? Is it worth bringing this person to heaven? So that's your judgment. I can't control that. But can you make it work? Yeah, you can. Before I would say, no, you need a queen and but no, you can make it work. Bobby Hemmett was of that same mindset. You know, most white men are treating black women like queens, while you niggas is just fucking trying to pussy pound them. What you gonna do? They pulling out chairs and giving out fucking roses. And these are white men to black women, so you can't, you know, of course, their genetics will be saved. I had a step grandfather who was white. And in the spirit world, my grandmother showed me exactly what it was. She absorbed him into her genetics, and she absorbed his consciousness like upload. She made the transition out, and his consciousness exists. I started seeing him come into dreams. He was a very nurturing, good-hearted white man. He sat there through every nigga argument and family discussion without breaking a sweat. He treated me and my sister like motherfucking prince and princess. He always had the fridge full with all the bullshit we needed. Uh, the candy dish was full, so much so that I put a candy dish out here just because it was such a memory that was fun. And all my kids grew up on a candy dish. They used to come and put all that candy in their pockets. My son, like he's a stepson D. So Torin, my son told me, yo, D moved in the same subdivision as them, and D got a candy dish like we had at our house. I said, the first thing I'm doing, I'm going to when I get to his fucking house, I'm filling all my pockets with whatever the fuck is in that dish. That nigga owed me so much candy. It wasn't like he'd take a Snickers and keep it moving. All right, Panic, we talk to you later. It just be stocking up on my shit. Know what I'm saying? Jujus and flus. And that's what it was for. I used to love and fuck with him. But I'm definitely going to his house and taking all his fucking candy. What up, only me? Hello. Yeah, that candy dish was a motherfucker. I used to show that motherfucker. Yes, you're absolutely welcome, Raul Garcia. I want you guys to do the work. Yes, thank you, G4 Rising King, my belated birthday. Your birthday's on April 30th, my fellow Taurian brother. I hope you on that Christ energy. Don't be a bull all your life. But happy birthday to you coming up tomorrow. So after this day is your birthday. I hope you are 55 because I turned 54. I need a nigga older than me. I'm in a very new relationship with a guy 10 years my junior. So far, we are great together, but he doesn't know that I'm a student of the occult and I'm doing right to keep it to am I doing right to keep it to myself? Well, that's your choice. Is how far do you feel the relationship is going to go? Talk to him and see where he is in his consciousness and let him know, talk honestly if you're going to be, you want to be honest if you see something further. But if you just getting some 10-year younger dick and he hitting that shit with a bunch of zeal, know what I'm saying? He hitting that shit, listen, while you on some fucking trap music shit, boom, to boom, 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 and you loving it, then love it. But if you feel it's serious, you ain't got to say I'm in the occult. You just say, yo, are you see where he's at religiously, how stuck he is, and if he's not stuck, know what I'm saying? So I'd explain. I study a lot of stuff. Here's some books I study. It's there's easy ways to bring it in. You don't have to ever say the word occult. Don't ever have to say the word occult. Just say which depends on how you like them. If you don't like them, why even waste your time? Kizzle, make a sigil in them and script, and you want to be I don't know. When channeling, are they tapping into spirits that have been trapped by the reincarnation cycle? You could talk to anything that's a spirit. So Jimi Hendrix, I've talked to ancestors or any energy that's incarnated here. And there's gods like Jimi Hendrix that incarnated here. His energy is still in the ancestor realm, which is just the astral realm, but he still has transcended, unless he came back to Earth doing something else talented. But he's still transcended, and I know he's transcended because he came through and told me he has. And sometimes the transcend, they'll endow an entity with their energy, and he endowed Prince. So when Prince is performing, he could feed off of it. Mike Tyson was endowed with the energy of Joe Louis. So Joe Louis was failing at in his old age, had to do, Vegas, standing around, walking around people, taking pictures, treating them like a novelty. And, he went out like that. But as soon as he went out, Tyson rose up. And Joe Louis was feeding off the energy. Prince made Purple Rain. The true Purple Rain or the Purple King was Jimi Hendrix. Prince was doing Jimi Hendrix all day. And so Jimmy said, yeah, he endowed him with it and came up. Malcolm X did come through for Denzel. And Malcolm X said that he made Denzel's career. Why Denzel became the leading man? Because it was Malcolm X's energy. So they do that because that'll push them out of the realm. So I know Jimi Hendrix, let's say, transcended. But say like, let's say like Garnett, who may have killed himself, who was suffering here, he could get trapped there unless he could. But in that book, Gavin and Yvonne Frost, they told you this consciousness is also still obtained in the astral world. So you can move on and not come back. You understand what I'm saying? And because you got conscious in the astral world. So, that's that you're in a better place now. So people may figure it out from that level. And they tell you that. And I've seen people have called me in the astral world, and I've taught in the astral world. I've seen things that Aleem has done in the astral world with his teacher, where they said a row of houses of niggas who were stuck, who was in that warrior RBG mentality, where they cultivated no spirituality, but a war mentality or that anger. And they got a retraining in these houses after Aleem did that first debate. And I told them that's what's going to happen, and that's what did happen. So trapped spirits, those are usually tormented spirits. That's why you got to watch the movie What Dreams May Come. And they tell you about how the woman was so depressed, so bogged down with emotions based upon the death of her children, then the death of her husband, that she went to hell. And the story is really a love story about how her husband, never done before, went to hell and rescued her and brought her to a different aspect of the astral world. But the point of the movie becomes, let's go back and do it again. I'm like, you just went through some bullshit, nigga. So fuck that. At least enjoy this shit for a minute. And long and short, What Dreams May Come, Robin Williams, Cuba Gooding Jr. must watch. So trapped spirits are just tormented humans who can get freed. And I've talked to them and freed them. Like, relax, nigga. It's their fear of death. How about The Weeknd using that Michael Jackson energy? If I talked about it somewhere, because I know I did when it was all happening. Robin Williams was a big deal. Michael Jackson was a big deal. Right? Cuba Gooding Jr. was the guy, right? Devin Juan. Very good movie. What Dreams May Come. Vanilla Sky as well is a good watch. Yeah, it's so boring, the movie, but ultimately he was stuck in the dream because he was in cryostasis and then ultimately begged for death, which was the fall. And he was coming up with different realities in his mind. Mm, mm. And that's where you're at now. That he was tormented. That's why. Oh, that was a good one. Vanilla Sky. That's another one to add to the list. He went into cryostasis and stayed in his dream, but he stayed in a perpetual nightmare in his dream, and that's what you niggas do. That's what you niggas did. This is a perpetual nightmare that we are now waking up out of to now recreate the dream. The true thing is ultimately is the death. That's the true gateway out of this motherfucker. But while you're here in Vanilla Sky, nigga, you better start thinking of reality, because our negative thoughts are creating this goddamn blockage. Now, I could watch it and get more out of it. It was such a boring movie, too deep to be forgotten. And there was certain parts that made it clear when he's meeting the dude and the dude's talking to him. But he just was trying to release himself through death, finding out, as you do in all them vampire movies, I live to die. I just want to die, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I've been here too long. That kind of thing. Oh, watch Free Guy. It is a scene in there just like They Live. So Free Guy is about your AI becoming conscious. And just watch Free Guy. It's the same guy who played, his name is Ryan Reynolds, the guy who played Deadpool, known for his sarcasm. He's in a movie called Free Guy, and he's pretty much an AI figure who becomes conscious in a game. he does the same thing over and over every day because he represents a mission. And pretty much he figured out the people with the glasses are the players. And if he had the glasses, he could see reality, and he did, and so on and such. Excellent movie, Free Guy. Green Lantern. What I remember about that. It was definitely a terrible movie. They've been trying to make Ryan Reynolds a part of the Star game. And I think they did it finally with Deadpool, because remember, he was the bad guy in which they made fun of in Deadpool, in X-Men with Logan and the brother. He was Green Lantern. I think that was it. And then he became Deadpool. So they've been trying to put him in something so bad. There's one more dude. The dude who played, I believe it's Johnny Blaze from the Fantastic Four. He played another superhero. Or there's some, if not him, there was somebody else that they was destined. Oh, Ben Affleck. They trying to push him as Batman. He was also Daredevil. Remember that? So they keep trying to put him in that universe. So they're doing that for some reason. All right, where we at? Yeah, Ryan Reynolds is kind of corny. He's did another one that's on Netflix now that's outstanding about time travel. My son put me up on it. What's the name of that one, y'all? Ryan Reynolds, right? Ryan Reynolds was also in Blade 3. Very good. Alleyways. Always. He was right. But he was in something else. Bliss. No, not Bliss. Bliss was a good movie, though. Somebody told me about that. I don't know about the 1997. Adam, Project Adam. Thank you, Kalo. Must watch on Netflix. Excellent, touching. He was also able, it was the ultimate story. That story too, I watched and was like, yo, Khadijah, that's very much like the shit I tell about how me and you met. It was like I used to have visions of Khadijah when I was a kid. So now this nigga knew who his soulmate was when he was a kid in this movie. When he grew up and seen her, he knew exactly who he was and what to do and who she was. Shit was crazy. I said, okay, that's our story. Then, we have one of them bad sons, like everybody does. And he was able, as a grown-up, to see his mother again and apologize. Yo, I wasn't listening, but maybe if you did this, it was real touching. I was like touched by this shit. And I was like, Khadijah, we need to watch this shit. She didn't really want to watch it. I was like, see, you're not watching, but you're not seeing. That's a lot of the shit I say. Just a little bit in terms of what they talk about the love affair and how they meet soulmate wise. And Zoe, what's her name, is the woman. And she was badass in her rescue of him. Good shit. Adam Project. Watch that and watch Free Guy. Highly metaphysical shit. Elements of Life was good. What's good? Yeah. G4 Ristic King. Ill movie. When I go to sleep, I go into sleep paralysis. If I can see what actually is going on around me, exactly, it happens almost nightly. Guapo. Sleep paralysis is just you not in order. Your spirit leaves in sections. So you're making yourself aware before your spirit either leaves or come back, whether you're waking up or falling asleep. That's overthinking. You take some valerian, and the other guy who said he wakes himself up by thinking, try to take something natural, valerian root, put lavender on your pillow, or what Khadijah's been doing is getting a full natural sponge, putting the essential oil, and just hitting that shit. I was like, man, you be coming on it. Just too bad you use tea tree oil. That shit smell like fucking floor mop. So, I'm going to get one, put some lavender on it, put it around, put it on the pillow. You got to try to be able to find something to calm your conscious mind and shut it off. because you're waking up while you're still sleeping. When I started doing that, I was so aware at a certain point. I would wake up and know not to move. I know I was still asleep. So I would just relax and just let it come back. Because once you try to move and start looking around, that's when that shit start fucking with you and fuck you up. So you gotta understand where it comes from. It's coming from you see something, you're going to sleep, you waking up. So you may have a lot of stress in your life. You gotta check your job and what's going on around you because you keep waking up. I first learned that when I worked at that second record label. I was in the store somewhere. I just pop out of awake. I can't go to sleep. I be in the middle of sleep waking up. And some white lady said, oh, young man, that's stress. And at age 30, I was like, "Well, really? That's what stress is?" And this job was very stressful. Always, it was about timing and touring, and shit had to be where it had to be. And I had a whole staff. It was just a job. And that stress also woke me up in the middle of a deep sleep. So y'all guys need to check on that. Know what I'm saying? Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman was the most uninteresting Catwoman I've ever seen. Yes, Elliot Rogers lavender, essential lavender oil, or get the flower. You could also take the lavender flowers, crush them up, and put them in water. Best shit ever. Lavender water is fucking incredibly good and very calming. So take some lavender, crush it up with your hands, put it in a gallon. If you don't want to drink any of the actual things, put it in the cheesecloth thing so it'll flow like a tea bag, and let it do what it do. Lavender water, they used to attract prostitutes to wear because it'll attract a sexual energy, blah 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 blah. So you want to be lavender to death. Frankincense cleans the room. Burn it, clean the room. You already know what it is. Mugwort, go is one of the ingredients in the panic pack. So mugwort is in the game. You know what I'm saying? Mugwort is a very powerful thing to open up the pineal, but along with the other shit I put in it, we talking panic pack. That's a whole different kind of pat pending. Again, you can get it at occultlectures.com. Don't forget, niggas, I don't give a hell that it is now 4:03 a.m. I am not going to sleep. I have to leave at 5:15. Manza will be here. So even though it's 4:03, you niggas still should be cash apping. There's goddamn 1,000 niggas here. Somebody do something, goddamn it. Like, I do appreciate it though. You guys have come through always. This helps a lot. It helps pay Manza to do his job and all the little what do you call it? The lawn guy and the maids that Khadijah wants and all of that shit. So I do appreciate what you have done tonight with me with Cash App. I always do. You guys are very generous. Again, it's $ Brother Pan. Anything works. I know people will you know hook me up later, and I do appreciate it. I do appreciate you guys. I do appreciate you guys being here and caring about consciousness. I do appreciate you guys not being assholes in terms of not putting your best foot forward. I seen a lot of you guys put your best foot forward. I'm happy you guys stick in. I go hard, but I'm happy you guys stick in and listen to it. I try to go hard because I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm not trying to get you to be my friend. I'm trying to get you to do this shit. You understand what I'm saying? And I mean it sincere. Say, you lazy ass niggas. Here you go. Well, you niggas are lazy. He ain't lying. But ultimately, you're trying. And that's the key. Try. Your effort towards it is your sincerity is your credentials. That is your credentials. Your credentials are your sincerity. Be trained. L. Ali, I talked about the Ukraine war and why they're using it as distraction. I know there's many hours and you may have gotten here, but you're going to have to listen to it over because I dealt with it in this lecture. I got you when my taxes hit. No problem, Elliot. I'll wait for you to get your taxes popping. Sound like some shit on Judge Judy. I was gonna pay him when my taxes came. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? You know, ultimately these things are free. And I'm here for free, but the Cash App is payment. So you guys are paying for these hours. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we started like 7 is 4. Y'all niggas already know. Woo, that's 5 hours at 12 o'clock. So we almost at 10 hours. We had 9 hours of that good shit. Live don't play. Oh no, it says 8. Oh, it tells you the hours. We're at 8 hours. A live be letting you know what's I'm looking at this clock. 8 hours. Whew, that's a lot of good doo-doo. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I do appreciate, like I said, the Cash Apps. You guys do take care of me. $ Brother Pan. Also, you know, come on my Instagram, which is BROTHAPANIC, Bro the Panic. BROTHAPANIC. That's Instagram. Come on, you know, I'm always doing funny shit, pictures. Sometimes I go live there so we get, go for shits and giggles. So definitely join me there so we could, you know, look at a bunch of dumb TikTok shit and go around with it. Fucking never seen no shit like that. Motherfuckers singing somebody else's shit. Like, nigga, I know you don't want to be yourself that bad, but come on, nigga. So come see me, BROTHAPANIC on Instagram. My Patreon is patreon.com/brotherpanic. What else is there? Larry Panic Walford on Facebook, but in occult lectures, the same as this channel. But ultimately, if you Google Brother Panic, first page and all that shit comes up. So the best way to get at me is to Google Brother Panic. You'll find everything you need. You know what I'm saying? Saying sleep tight. Ain't no sleep happening inside there. I got to go wipe my ass, put on some new shit, and wait for Manza to fucking creep in. Yeah, I started like 6, 7 o'clock. It's 8 hours, Eli. So you got a lot, like certain questions people are asking. Shit, not only I discussed it in detail in this one. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this is turned out to be a good one. I was going to talk for a couple of hours, but shit, when that shit comes. How do I do Cash App? I've never done it before. Well, I mean, it's simple. You have to download the app, and the app will tell you instructions. This probably won't happen tonight. It's late. And then the way you find people, you have to find their Cash App name once you connected your bank and your money. And wherever you want the money to come out of, whatever account you connect it to the Cash App once you're in the application. And then it usually starts with a $, and then the person will tell you their name. Mine is $ Brother Pan. So I'll tell people in Cash App, do $ Brother Pan, and give what you could give. Every little bit helps. So if it's a bunch of people giving something, then it means something. And it's helpful. It's really helpful. And it makes it worth doing all of these lectures. It makes it worth doing live, because now I can walk away with a little bit of change and say, that's why I'm cool with going this long. I go this long anyway, you know, if that's what the spirit is doing. But ultimately, it does make it worth my while. It's very helpful around the house with helping with things. So I do appreciate it and humble. You know what I'm saying? And I do appreciate you guys. Terrence McKenzie, I've seen your name plenty of times. So I know you support. I believe I did see your name. You know what I'm saying? So I know learn A++ or Java. Truthfully, whatever if it's programming, A++, unless they changed it, and it's possible. When I was studying, it was just called an A+, if you're just talking about the basic computer shit. If A++ is a language of programming, learn them both if you're interested in programming. A+ is how to build a standalone computer, take it apart, hardware and software. A++ sounds like it's either that updated or maybe something I don't know in terms of programming. But Java is a programming, and if Java is still popular, shit, programming will always beat a computer tech. But why not learn them both? But if I had to place it on importance, unless A++ is a thing in terms of uh, programming, then whatever's the most popular. Is Peter Pan a play on Harpocrates or a representation of Awas? Peter Pan is a representation of Pan. Harpocrates is a representation of Pan as well. So yeah, Awas. I don't know. I don't think so. Awas. Well, yeah, Awas. That's right. Is connected to Horus, but I don't think Peter Pan represents that. He represents the playful Pan in the forest. So all of those energies are the same. You're not off point with it, but I think it's straight. He's telling you, I'm Peter Pan. So he's Pan, so he doesn't have to represent anything but Pan, because Awas and Harpocrates are the same thing as Pan, just different deities with different names, different feelings for different situations, but the same thing. But Pan is Pan. So he's the playful Pan. And I also have obviously talked about that. What lecture? I don't know in detail about Wendy, the astral traveling, the astral world. Pan is a master of the astral world, the fairy kingdom, and I can't. Captain Hook trying to take him. And I said, your soul goes forever. Your soul leaves on the boat. Captain Hook was Kronos. He was scared of the alligator. The alligator represent the reptilian force or the entrapment of the Kundalini. Remember, the medulla oblongata is the reptilian brain, and this is where all the shit meets at the top of the Kundalini before it goes into the third ventricle and activates the pineal. It collects at the medulla oblongata. That's the dark side, the Dolph, as I pointed out. That's Captain Hook, nigga, trying to get Pan to move on, but she wants to stay in the astral world, never land. There was a Peter Pan version they put real hard science in it. They showed you that Never Land. I can't remember who was in it. It came out it was on Netflix. I seen it a long time ago. Then I seen it again. They did it as a reality based thing. Hook was like a nigga who had a lot of niggas in England used to run the rooftops and steal shit. Then they tapped into something and went to Never Land. And they said it's the center of the universe, i.e. the cusp. And they did a lot of magical shit there in the cusp. I love any Pan story. The story of Peter Pan when he was working in the mines and shit. I'm gonna watch that soon too. That was good shit. When Captain Hook was his nigga, then turned into an enemy. The movie didn't do good, so you never seen the sequel. But they had some amazing scenes with those boats in the end when they found that fairy kingdom. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's great shit. But there was one. Let me see if anybody put it right. Ptah is Peter. Peter Pan, the creator Pan, right. Ptah is also compute Ptah or computa or comptah. Your computah is the black house. They built your whole computer on Egyptian technology. The motherboard is an overview of the Great Pyramid with the Queen and King's Chamber, which is the processor and the co-processor. My boy went through all of that shit. I'm still trying to find that lecture to put it up. B.O.B. was asking about it. Probably one of the most incredible lectures of that time about the breakdown of the computer and the science on it. Cycleria, Frank Rudolph Young, any help? I did a whole lecture on it. Gotta find it, dog. I did Cycleria. I went through the book. I showed about opening the valve, the astral valve, how to pull shit through your navel through opening that valve. And I'm going to deal with it in my class because it's going to be included in my psychomancy class coming up. Like I said, stay tuned. August 6th, we're doing the book signing. By that time, I should have the classes up and ready. I'm going through this book very hard now. The curriculum is coming together. I'm going to use some of those things that I have about 4 other Frank Rudolph books that I know niggas ain't got, that I am going to go through, and it will be in the class. This motherfucker, Khadijah, told me to do this class. As soon as she did it, it lit up. I said, that's what I was looking for. I need a new class. She said, you should do the Psychomancy class. I said, motherfucker, you are all over it. So now I'm going to add so much shit to it and make it crazy. So y'all stay tuned for that. Save your pennies for that. I'm going to make it's not going to be ridiculously expensive. I don't operate like that. It's going to be what I need. It's going to be like the last class. It'll probably be the same price as the last class. And people were able to deal with that because I've seen people who's giving you less for more. I used to do 4 weeks. It's going to be 2 weeks. And it's probably going to be Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to knock this shit out in weekends. I'm not going to set myself up like the other one. There was so much information. It took 4 Sundays to do it. So we're not going to go there. I'm going to pack that curriculum into 2 days.
Message.
Samoans need to get on the frequency. Okay. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Have I ever heard of a book called Who Am I? No, I haven't. But if it's a good book, drop the author. If it's a metaphysical book, we should all check it out. Made online. Please don't live in the US. Made it online. Oh, I don't know. The Peter Pan movie was called Pan. There's one called Pan, Guapo, but this one was something else. The one I was talking about. And I remember and I found it. I said it at the time, but it was off the hook because they tried to put more science in it. Then there was one, that was called Pan 2, the one where he was with the fairies. But there was one called, no, it was, the other one was called Peter Pan, the one where they showed more what was happening with the Native American Indians, like the book, which they skipped over in like the cartoon when he was little. I'm having trouble with AP. What is AP? You having trouble with ass play? Leave it alone. Say, Panic, I'm having trouble with ass play, AP. What do I do? Any suggestions? Yes, use some KY. What's AP? Oh, astral projection. All right, I told you. Astral Dynamics by Robert Bruce. Instruction, how to do it. And another one to give you the idea of it is Gavin and Yvonne Frost. This is just shit I say over and over and over and over again. So Astral Dynamics by Robert Bruce is a good one. And anything that says Practical Guide, there's one called The Practical Guide to Astral Travel by Philip Denning, I think. Anything that says Practical Guide, Astral Traveling for Dummies, Astral Traveling for Beginners, go get it. Go get it. Go get your money. Go get your shit. You only have a problem because you feel you don't know it. But every night you go to sleep, you astral travel. So you don't have a problem with astral travel. You have a problem with understanding what astral travel is and how to master it into a lucid state. And there's techniques on it. The one book is technique. The other one, though it does tap into technique, it gives you what to expect. Can you speak on your etheric double? I've been speaking on it all night. It's called your shadow self. So if you haven't heard it, you got to go back and listen to the lecture. In the many lectures, your etheric double, that's your spirit double, your doppelganger, your ka, your shadow. Not only do I talk about it and have talked about it, that's the gist of what I talk about. Hook, not that old stuff, not Hook, not Pan, not Peter Pan. It was more real and realistic. Like these niggas was thieves, the orphanage. Hook was running the orphanage. They stole some shit that was magical. Took them to that world. Not the one where they was dropping the ropes from the boat and stealing the boys from the orphanage. That's the one I think the brother said was called Pan. And that one was good. But this was in the middle of that, and it was like a little 4-show thing. Actually, I bought that shit too. I gotta find it because I remember seeing it, not remember the name, going, it's deep. Then I seen that shit in Walmart and I bought it on DVD. That's my word. So I have it here. So I'm gonna find that shit and just post a picture on my Instagram soon. So come to my Instagram for it's a must see, and it's probably streaming somewhere. So remember, my Instagram is BROTHAPANIC. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna find it because I know where I put all my minis. So it's got to be in this. I know the areas. So I'm gonna go through it and look. Oh, it's time for me to go for real. I gotta go wash up at 4:30. We out of here. I gotta wash up and all that shit. So, cause Kenny's about to pick me up. I gotta do shit this morning. So I'm gonna find it and post it. But they did it, they made it Neverland very realistic in terms of science, but ultimately that it was the center of the universe, this place where time doesn't exist. And they're talking about they was referencing the cusp. And then of course in the they didn't go as far as this. I can't remember all the details, but very, it was a very good Peter Pan, a take on the Peter Pan story in Neverland. If I can remember some of the actors in it, it wasn't Gregory or Jeffrey Rush, the guy who played Barbosa. Somebody like that in it. But don't worry, I have it. I remember when I saw it, I bought it and I watched it again on DVD. So I'm going to find it in my massive DVD collection. And I'm telling you, it's massive. I got a room dedicated to this shit in my office upstairs. It's in there. So I'm going to put it on my Instagram. But a hell of a Pan movie. Not Pan's Labyrinth. Not none of that easy shit. Pan's Labyrinth. I know Hook, Pan's Labyrinth, Pan, Peter Pan, Hook. None of that shit. That's shit I remember. That's easy shit. It was some shit that kind of slipped in and slipped out. So it was never popular. And I think it was made for TV. So it was never in the movies. Not Wendy. Not none of that easy shit. I'm telling you, you're not going to get it because you would have had it already. Somebody would have had it already. It's not none of that shit I remember. I talked about the t-shirts, Monique. No, but we're thinking about doing something again. My son is so interested in it. But Dane has moved on. Dane was selling the t-shirts. I never sold t-shirts. I promoted it for Dane and he's done symbols. And that's esoteric teas, and he doesn't do it anymore, I don't believe. But we're thinking about doing something. Goddess Sarasvati, mythology, syncs up with my life. I wish to reveal rituals to feed off the energy of the deity. You resonate. Let me say, is it wise to reveal rituals to feed off the energy of the deity you resonate with? Well, that's up to you. Here's Bobby Hemsworth. Some shit is for people, some shit is for you. So you have to determine what you feel was given to you personally. I have so much shit that was given to me personally. Shit that was given me to the Orishas that you niggas think you worshiping, that I'm telling you, you niggas ain't talking to them for real. You're talking to fucking shadows they left behind. You're not dealing with the power. They have new names and everything. Now that's revealed to me, but how do you tell that to anybody? They ain't listening to that shit. It's you, it's your ego, you made it up, whatever, because they want to believe what they believe. So it's for you to decide. You know what I'm saying? It's for you to decide. You're welcome, Monique Green. But that sounds powerful. That Sarasvati energy. It's very powerful, very big. She is she sits over writing as well in wisdom. She's connected to Sachet, I believe, or they have connected her, but she's really Brahma's chick. So she's high up in the game in terms of the psyche. She's represented as a swan, I believe. But she's also if I when I remember right, very the wisdom is there, which means she's the shadow behind the male force, her consort. I remember that. there's so much more to her that I'm forgetting. You know, I studied the Osiris Valley is a big, big deal. And so if you get in Osiris Valley rituals, it would be great to share it if it's shareable. But that's your decision. What do you feel? The mere fact that you're asking the question may give you pause because it just may be for you. Like I said, if you resonate with the energy and it's connected to you, she may be telling you what to do. But if you feel it's generalized, there's things I know is generalized. I talk to you guys. So there's things I get that is generalized. There's some of that shit them niggas told me, You know what I'm saying? I asked Phyllis Hyman because the first person I went after who didn't contact me, that I said, I'm gonna try to get him was Phyllis Hyman. Phyllis Hyman gave me some good vagina niggas. Like that vagina where, you know, her legs were still closed. She was laying on her stomach and she's just pumping back. While I was like, oh shit, nigga, this is. And then we started talking and she told me a heap of shit and showed me vision. And I talked about it at the time. But I felt that I could talk about that. I contacted my crush, Tammy Terrell. I found the album that they finally put together of Tammy Terrell. I still have it. And, you know, the songs weren't that great because, you know, she passed. But she sure enough came in and made love to me, nigga. And it's crazy. It's not like you're going to have, it's like tantric love when the spirits come. You're doing it and you feel emotions and you feel the satisfaction, but it's not a nut. Sometimes you almost feel like it can happen, but it's not that. It's like it's a connection. It's almost like you got to come in the spirit world with your pants down because that energy is not looking at sex like we look at it. You got to meet, have drinks, and I got to like the guy. It's like how you talk. And so, you know, things like that I was able to share because they told me I can share it. And, you know, I have. So it's up to you. You know, they're not dealing with, you know, energy, you know what I'm saying? Like we deal with it. They're not human. All right, I went to sleep more than 8 hours ago and you're still going. There you go. Living the vida negra. I'm about to get the fuck out of here. How can I know if I'm being influenced by demonic? You're being influenced because you say you are. There's no such thing as that. Influence yourself then. Who controls your mind, a demon or you? So to say that, what I'm asking you, are you a bitch ass nigga? Because let's say this is happening. Let's pretend this is fucking happening. You got to take your shit back. Ante up and kick in like men. Like men. That's the speech from Glory. That's what Morgan Freeman told the rest of the slaves who were fighting in the Civil War. It's time to ante up and kick in like men. Like men. Demon has influenced you. Still up, son. What? Thank you again, Subtle Infantry. I appreciate it. Thanks for the Cash App, guys. $ Brother Pan. That's where it goes down, son. That's where it goes down. Right. And Titan said it, Rama. They just want to be controlled by something because they were so used to religion and something doing something that sits over them. So if you can't fathom religion, it becomes the demiurge, a demon, a succubus, a spirit. You don't want to take response. I don't know about this guy's story, but most people don't want to take responsibility. So it's a demon that's controlling. Get the fuck on, nigga. You the demon, nigga. You the goddamn demon. Remember when Bernie Mac said that shit? You the dog, motherfucker. When Sam Jackson said, you came to my house, I got this dog. You know what I'm saying? And then when he's behind the door, he's going, whoop, 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 show up. Then fucking Bernie Mac, when he opened the door, said, you the dog, motherfucker. You the demon, motherfucker. Demon be gone. You ain't possessed, nigga. This ain't the fucking exorcist, nigga. It's you not taking responsibility for your actions. And that's what all of us have to do. It's the demon, it's the demiurge, it's the succubus. Nigga, how about it's you? You're welcome, Devin Greer. Don't let your thoughts get the best of you, especially now, because they will get the best of you. You will find yourself on Zoom Court TV being goofed upon. That nigga did that. It wasn't me, Judge. It was the demon. Yeah, okay. No, don't let your thoughts get the best of you. And that's all it is. Ain't no fucking demons out there.
Message.
You know what I want you to do? Look up the, what do you call it? Etymology of the word demon. First do that. And you find out it means genius. So you're possessed by a genius. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, nigga. And I'm not really getting on you. I'm just saying it for the thought process. It's not true. You're not possessed. These niggas don't have the power to put nothing on you. You realize that shit is so dead and from before? We in seasons. That season is past. I shall curse you. The fuck out of here. That's like challenging a nigga to a duel, which Will Smith almost did. Meet me at sundown, nigga. 4 paces, then turn. Nah, it's not happening. You know what I'm saying? You make it real if you believe it. Absolutely reflection. That's the whole point. You have to choose what you choose to make real. And what we find is making demon, human, melanin all the same thing, dog. Even the word that you're using is made up. A jinn. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about the energy of the 72 Goetians, which is just the dark aspect of your power, not evil demons. It's represented as that in comparison to the 72 angelic forces, which exist in you. 72 plus 72 is 144. The 144 saved. When you balance out the dark and light in your mind, you have 72 chakras in your pineal that's capable of receiving the angelic and the dark side force for balance, the feminine and masculine. The 72 conspirators of Set. I got a whole chapter on 72 in my first book. And what demons supposed to be. That's not a real thing. It's some shit from church. The demons are controlling. That's some church shit. No demons controlling this, nigga. I'm telling you, the science is to take over your own mind. It's all about your own mind. And if you created demons and that's what you call it, it's just really your own blockage. Fucking a succubus. Read what a succubus is on Wikipedia. And you're going to see it's just another stupid, ignorant European custom that means absolutely jack squat. 72 names of God in the book of Enoch. Very good, Bam. 9042. 729 symbolism. How do I get it? 72 times 5 is 360. That is that Baphomet there. That's why Solomon controls the demon with his ring. His ring is truly his pineal gland. And he controls the 72 demons here, which is called high magic. When you deal with it outside, that's the low magic.
Message.
You deal with the high magic and the low magic as a balance. Come on, son. That's why there's 5 points. 5 times 72. In Psychomancy, they tell you how to empower all 5 senses with the psychic arc. I.e., you get Da Vinci, the man in the circle. He's the illuminated man. And that circle represents his aura as full balance. And that's based upon the 72 times 360. 5 becomes the 5-pointed star. Each one of those points represents 72. Each one of Baphomet's points in 5 times 72 is that. The dark and the light is 144. These numbers ain't playing. 7 and 2, 9, 4, 4 and 1, 9. It's a completion. That's why it represents as a circle, because it's complete. So it represents a gateway that you go through, or a cusp, or the cusp. But the illumination happens in understanding this. You talking at a demon possessed me, you ain't even at the starting gate. And I get it. I'm not trying to rag on you. We're just using you. Panic, are you a vegan? Nigga, hell the fuck no. I stopped eating beef in 1988 or 89. I'm sorry, I stopped eating pork in 88, 89. Stopped eating beef in 91, 92. Still eat chicken, a little fish, because remember I told you my mother was allergic, but that motherfucker turned into somebody else and was able to eat my sister's salmon. But so just chicken, and sometimes I chill off of that, you know what I'm saying? But going to eat like vegan cheese and vegan representations of soul food, but vegan, fuck that. No, so I'm not a vegan, and I eat a lot of junk, or a good deal of junk. But I haven't eaten beef and pork longer than you niggas even can understand how that is. And for decades, when you niggas was 5 years old, I been stopped eating that shit. Some of you were born after that time. Been stopped eating that shit. And not because I was conscious or it was spiritual, I just didn't like it. My body was like, oh, I just don't want that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? So my diet is built upon how I naturally feel, and nothing really fucks with me. Bread don't fuck with me. This don't fuck with me. That don't fuck with me. I mean, I have a few issues, but you know, I have to go get a checkup every once in a while. Cholesterol is perfect. Them niggas are shocked each time they look at my blood sugar. I'm like, how the fuck? Because they ready to give me that warning. You gotta slow it down. I'm sitting there going, how is this happening? They saying this shit. They always surprised, like something went wrong here. Your blood sugar is very regular. Because they expect niggas to have a little high blood pressure, manage that with meditation. And had this back problem this year, and coming out of it. That's why you see me sitting like this. Too much weight right here. I still feel it in certain chairs and long periods of sitting. And and this is not such a comfy, cushy seat. So you'll see me lean less weight over here because my back literally was blown out. I've been in physical therapy dealing with it, doing stretch therapy, chiropractor, and physical training with red rope to get my shit back in order. So this year it's been back, pretty much back in order. I still feel a little pain, a little discomfort, nothing like it was before. But through that, I lost a lot of muscle mass. So now we're doing things to straighten and support muscles, blah, blah, blah. I don't wish that on no fucking body. You know what I'm saying? Straight disc bulge. Nigga, that's the shit that bends you over. The pain of that shit was unfucking speakable. You see me doing lectures in bed at one point. You know what I'm saying? Unspeakable shit. So got out of that through healing and meditation and so on and such. But I'm convinced these are certain things you're supposed to go through because you choose to go through it. And I chose this. I'll never forget that pain. I.e., my soul is never coming back to this motherfucker. And you use that pain as a catalyst. When I stop eating beef, I wait, because beef randomly sometimes would stay in your stomach, make you feel away. I waited to that feeling. I kept eating beef, so I felt that feeling, and I remembered it. I went to Tad's Steak in New York, ate me a steak, and never touched the shit again. And each time I have a lust for beef, I remembered the pain. Slowly but surely, started smelling uninteresting. Your body gets it out. So that pain of this back shit I went through, indeed, because the way I ended this, as Brother Panic, it's damn near close to perfection. So I don't want nothing clearly that locks me down magnetically. Khadijah's here, grandbabies, the house was comfortable. People followed me. I can speak about this, and people will respond, and it's helping black people. All those things could keep my black ass here. But while all of this is happening, and that back shit that I went through, nigga, shit. No one gives you any information, so everyone talked about surgery, and they like, nigga. The doctor said, "Oh, you talking like this shit is just a cure?" He said that shit is dangerous. So no one told me you can heal this shit over time through certain stretching and chiropractor. So until my sister told me my boy Hot Day went through this. So me and Hot Day, though we see each other online, we haven't talked physically. I got his number. Hot's called me or whatever. I called him and got him. And he said, yeah, he's about 2 years younger than me, 3 years younger than me. So he's hit 50 now. He said this shit happened when he was 25. Of course, he used to work out. He said he was doing squats and blew his back out. Fucked up. I said, you got the surgery? He's like, nah, I ain't doing that shit with surgery. I said, really? He said, nah, I healed that shit through working out, chiropractor, blah, blah, blah. And I said, really? I didn't know that guy. I started researching, like, nigga, this shit, you could do it with. Fuck these goddamn fake ass niggas telling me this goddamn surgery shit. And then went to work. Oh, it was hard. You know what I'm saying? Khadijah had it hard. I couldn't get out of bed. I wanted to put on clothes at one point. I was like, fuck that shit. I'm moving naked around this motherfucker. Why even do I stayed in bed? I can only stay on one side. Always needed an ice pack. Khadijah would get it, food, in trays in bed. It was a holocaust to get on the toilet. One time I was taking a shit. This shit is so painful. Just passed out on the toilet. Woke up, I was leaning on the wall, got up, wiped my ass, and got out of there. Washed my hands, got the fuck. Like, goddamn, man, shit is a monster. You be nervous to shit. I'm about to leave in a sec. Be nervous to take a dump. You know what I'm saying? So now, Oh, 72 times 72 is 5184. All right. It's 9 and 9. That's 18. That's also 9 again, boy. That 72 ain't leaving 9 for nothing. So it was a holocaust, going up and down the steps, crawling. That's crawling. It was so painful. I would get up to go to the bathroom, and on the way to the bathroom, which is right next door, I would literally collapse to my knees and start crawling. I just really couldn't do it. Crawling so much that my elbow, you probably could see it, open the fuck up. Oh no, it actually looks good. You could almost see it. That shit opened up to the white meat. I didn't realize it looked almost just like a regular nigger elbow now. But it opened up